Book 2, Chapter 6 of Corporal Cameron of the Northwest Mounted Police, A Tale of the Macleod Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. Corporal Cameron of the Northwest Mounted Police, Book 2, Chapter 6, A Sabbath Day in Late August. It was a Sabbath day in late August, and in no month of the year does a Sabbath day so chime with the time. For the Sabbath is a day for rest and holy thought, and the late August is the rest time of the year, when the woods and fields are all asleep in a slumberous blue haze. The sacred time, too, for in late August old Mother Earth is breathing her holiest aspirations heavenward, having made offering of her best in the full fruitage of the year. Hence, a Sabbath day in late August chimes marvelously well with the time. And this particular Sabbath day was perfect of its kind, a dreamy, drowsy day, a day when genial suns and hazy cool airs mingle in excellent harmony, and the tired worker, freed from his week's toil, basks and stretches, yawns and revels in rest under the orchard trees, unless indeed he goes to morning church. And to morning church Cameron went as a rule, but today, owing to a dull ache in his head and a general sense of languor pervading his limbs, he had chosen instead, as likely to be more healing to his aching head and his languid limbs, the genial sun, tempered with cool and lazy airs under the orchard trees. And hence he lay, watching the Democrat down the lane driven off to church by Perkins, with Mandy beside him in the front seat, the seat of authority and of activity, and Mr. Haley alone in the back seat, the seat of honor and of retirement. Mrs. Haley was too overborne by the heat and rush of the busy week to adventure the heat and dust of the road, and to sustain the somewhat strenuous discourse of the Reverend Harper Freeman, to whose flock the Haleys belonged. This, however, was not Mrs. Haley's invariable custom. In the cooler weather it was her habit to drive on a Sunday morning to church, sitting in the back seat beside her husband, with Tim and Mandy occupying the front seat beside the hired man. But during the heat and hurry of the harvest time, she would take advantage of the quietness of the house and of 2 or 3 hours' respite from the burden of household duties to make up arrears of sleep accumulated during the preceding week, salving her conscience, for she had a conscience in the matter, with a promise that she might go in the evening when it was cooler and when she was more rested. This promise, however, having served its term, was never fulfilled, for by the evening the wheels of household toil began once more to turn, and Mrs. Haley found it easier to worship vicariously, sending Mandy and Tim to the evening service. And to this service the young people were by no means loath to go, for it was held on fair evenings in McBurney's woods, 2 miles away by the road, 1 mile by the path through the woods. On occasion, Perkins would hitch up in the single buggy Dexter, the fiery young colt, too fiery for any other to drive, and as a special attention to his employer's daughter would drive her to the service. But since the coming of Cameron, Mandy had allowed this custom to fall into disuse, at first somewhat to Perkins's relief, for the colt was restless and fretted against the tie rein. And besides, Perkins was not as yet quite prepared to acknowledge any special relationship between himself and the young lady in question before the assembled congregation, preferring to regard himself and to be regarded by others as a freelance. Later, however, as Mandy's preference for a walk through the woods became more marked, Perkins, much to his disgust, found himself reduced to the attitude of a suppliant, urging the superior attraction of a swift drive behind Dexter as against a weary walk to the service. Mandy, however, with the directness of her simple nature, had no compunction in frankly maintaining her preference for a walk with Tim and Cameron through the woods. Indeed, more than once she allowed Perkins to drive off with his fiery colt, alone in his glory. But this Sabbath morning, as Cameron lay under the orchard trees, he was firmly resolved that he would give the whole day to the nursing of the ache in his head and the painful languor in his body. And so lying, he allowed his mind to wander uncontrolled over the happenings of the past months, troubled by a lazy consciousness of a sore spot somewhere in his life. Gradually, there grew into clearness the realization of the cause of this sore spot. "What is the matter with Perkins?" he asked of Tim, who had declined to go to church, and who had strolled into the orchard to be near his friend. What is the matter with Perkins? Cameron asked a second time, for Tim was apparently too much engaged with a late harvest apple to answer. How? Said the boy at length. He is so infernally grumpy with me. Grumpy? He's sore, I guess. Sore? You bet. Ever since I beat him in the turnips that day. Ever since you beat him? Asked Cameron in amazement. Why should he be sore against me? He knows it was you done it, said Tim. Nonsense, Tim. Besides, Perkins isn't a baby. He surely doesn't hold that against me. Uh-huh, said Tim. Everybody's poking fun at him, and he hates that, and ever since the picnic, too, he hates you. But why in the world? Oh, shucks, said Tim, impatient at Cameron's density. I guess you know all right. No, not I. Get out. Honor, bright Tim, replied Cameron, sitting up. Now honestly tell me, Tim, why in the world Perkins should hate me? You put his nose out of joint, I guess, said Tim with a grin. Oh, rot, Tim. How? Every how, said Tim, proceeding to elaborate. First, when you came here, you were no good. Tim checked himself hastily. I know what you mean, Tim. Go on. You are quite right. I couldn't do anything on the farm. Now, continued Tim, you can do anything just as good as him, except bindin', of course. He's a terror at bindin', but at pitchin' and shockin' and loadin' you're just as good. But, Tim, that's all nonsense. Perkins isn't such a fool as to hate me because I can keep up my end. He don't like you, said Tim stubbornly. But why? Why in the name of common sense? Well, said Tim, summing up the situation. Before you come, he used to be the whole thing. Now he's got to play second fiddle. But Cameron remained unenlightened. Oh, pshaw, continued Tim, making further concessions to his friend's stupidity. At the dances, at the raisins, runnin', jumpin', everything. Perkins used to be the king bee. Now, Tim's silence furnished an impressive close to the contrast. Why, they all think you are just fine, said Tim with a sudden burst of confidence. They? All of the boys. Yes, and the girls too, said Tim, allowing his solemn face the unusual luxury of a smile. The girls? Ah, you know well enough, the Murray girls and the Mackenzies and the whole lot of them. And then there's Mandy too. Here Tim shot a keen glance at his friend, who now sat leaning against the trunk of an apple tree with his eyes closed. Now, Tim, you are a shrewd little chap. Here Cameron sat upright. But how do you know about the girls, and what is this you say about Mandy? Mandy is good to me, very kind and all that, but... She used to like Perkins pretty well, said Tim, with a kind of hesitating shyness. And Perkins? Oh, he thought he just owned her. Guess he ain't so sure now, added Tim. I guess you've changed Mandy all right. It was the one thing Cameron hated to hear, but he made light of it. Oh, nonsense, he exclaimed. But if I did, I would be mighty glad of it. Mandy is too good for a man like Perkins. Why, he isn't safe. He's a terror, replied Tim seriously. They are all scart of him. He's a terror to fight. Why, at Mackenzie's raisin last year, he just went around foaming like an old boar, and nobody dast say a word to him. Even Mac Murray was scart to touch him. When he gets like that, he ain't afraid of nothing, and he's awfully quick and strong. Tim proceeded to enlarge upon this theme, which apparently fascinated him, with tales of Perkins's prowess in rough and tumble fighting. But Cameron had lost interest and was lying down again with his eyes closed. Well, he said, when Tim had finished his recital, if he is that kind of a man, Mandy should have nothing to do with him. But Tim was troubled. Dad likes him, he said gloomily. He is a good hand, and Ma likes him too. He taffies her up. And Mandy? Inquired Cameron. I don't know, said Tim, still more gloomy. I guess he kind of makes her. I'd just like to take a lump out of him. Tim's eyes blazed into a sudden fire. He runs things on this farm altogether too much. Buck up then, Tim, and beat him, said Cameron, dismissing the subject. And now I must have some sleep. I've got an awful head on. Tim was quick enough to understand the hint, but still he hovered about. "Say, I'm awful sorry," he said. "Can I get something? You didn't eat no breakfast." "Oh, all I want is sleep, Tim. I'll be all right tomorrow," replied Cameron, touched by the tone of sympathy in Tim's voice. "You are a fine little chap. Trot along and let me sleep." But no sleep came to Cameron, partly because of the hammer knocking in his head, but chiefly because of the thoughts set going by Tim. Cameron was not abnormally egotistical, but he was delightedly aware of the new place he held in the community ever since the now famous Dominion Day picnic. And now that the harvest rush had somewhat slackened, social engagements had begun to crowd upon him. Dances and frolics, coon hunts and raisins were becoming the vogue throughout the community, and no social function was complete without the presence of Cameron. But this sudden popularity had its embarrassments, and among them, and threatening to become annoying, was the hostility of Perkins, veiled as yet, but none the less real. Moreover, behind Perkins stood a band of young fellows of whom he was the recognized leader, and over whom his ability in the various arts and crafts of the farm, his physical prowess in sports, his gay, cheery manner, and, it must be said, the reputation he bore for a certain fierce brute courage in rough-and-tumble fighting, gave him a sort of ascendancy. But Perkins' attitude toward him did not after all cause Cameron much concern. There was another and more annoying cause of embarrassment, and that was Mandy. Tim's words kept reiterating themselves in his brain. "You've changed Mandy all right." Over this declaration of Tim's, Cameron proceeded to argue with himself. He sat bolt upright that he might face himself on the matter. "Now then," he said to himself, "let's have this thing out." "Most willingly. This girl was on the way to engagement to this young man Perkins. You come on the scene. Everything is changed." "Well, what of it? It's a mighty good thing for her." "But you are the cause of it." "The occasion, rather." "No, the cause. You have attracted her to you." "I can't help that. Besides, it is a mere passing whim. She'll get over all that." And Cameron laughed scornfully in his own face. "Do you know that? And how do you know it? Tim thinks differently." "Oh, confound it all. I see that I shall have to get out of here." "A wise decision, truly, and the sooner the better. Do you propose to go at once?" "At once? Well, I should like to spend the winter here. I have made a number of friends and life is beginning to be pleasant." "Exactly. It suits your convenience. But how about Mandy?" "Oh, rubbish. Must I be governed by the fancies of that silly girl? Besides, the whole thing is absurdly ridiculous." "But facts are stubborn, and anyone can see that the girl is—" "Hang it all. I'll go at the end of the month." "Very well. And in the leave-taking?" "What?" "It is pleasant to be appreciated, and to carry away with one memories, I will not say tender, but appreciative." "I can't act like a boor. I must be decent to the girl. Besides, she isn't altogether a fool." "No, but very crude, very primitive, very passionate, and therefore very defenseless." "All right, I shall simply shake hands and go." So, with the consequent sense of relief that high resolve always brings, Cameron lay down again and fell into slumber and dreams of home. From these dreams of home, Mandy recalled him with a summons to dinner. As his eye, still filled with the visions of his dreams, fell upon her in all the glorious splendor of her Sunday dress, he was conscious of a strong sense of repulsion. How coarse, how crude, how vulgar she appeared, how horribly out of keeping with those scenes through which he had just been wandering in his dreams. "I want no dinner, Mandy," he said shortly. "I have a bad head and I am not hungry." No dinner? That a man should not want dinner was to Mandy quite inexplicable, unless indeed he were ill. "Are you sick?" she cried in alarm. "No, I have a headache. It will pass away," said Cameron, turning over on his side. Still Mandy lingered. "Let me bring you a nice piece of pie and a cup of tea." Cameron shuddered. "No," he said, "bring me nothing. I merely wish to sleep." But Mandy refused to be driven away. "Say, I'm awful sorry. I know you're sick." "Nonsense," said Cameron impatiently, waiting for her to be gone. Still Mandy hesitated. "I'm awful sorry," she said again, and her voice, deep, tender, full-toned, revealed her emotion. Cameron turned impatiently towards her. "Look here, Mandy, there's nothing wrong with me. I only want a little sleep. I shall be all right tomorrow." But Mandy's fears were not to be allayed. "Say," she cried, "you look awful bad." "Oh, get out, Mandy. Go and get your dinner. Don't mind me." Cameron's tone was decidedly cross. Without further remonstrance, Mandy turned silently away, but before she turned, Cameron caught the gleam of tears in the great blue eyes. A swift compunction seized him. "I say, Mandy, I don't want to be rude, but—" "Rude?" cried the girl. "You? You couldn't be. You were always good to me, and I don't know—" Here her voice broke. "Oh, come, Mandy, get away to dinner. You're a good girl. Now leave me alone." The kindness in his voice quite broke down Mandy's all too slight control. She turned away, audibly sniffing, with her apron to her eyes, leaving Cameron in a state of wrathful perplexity. "Oh, confound it all!" he groaned to himself. "This is a rotten go. By Jove, this means the West for me. The West. After all, that's the place. Here there is no chance anyway. Why did I not go sooner?" He rose from the grass, shivering with a sudden chill, went to his bed in the haymow, and, covering himself with Tim's blankets and his own, fell again into sleep. Here, late in the afternoon, Tim found him and called him to supper. With Mandy's watchful eye upon him, he went through the form of eating, but Mandy was not to be deceived. "You ain't eaten nothing," she said reproachfully as he rose from the table. "Enough for a man who is doing nothing," replied Cameron. "What I want is exercise. I think I shall take a walk." "Going to church?" she inquired, an eager light springing into her eye. "To church? I hadn't thought of it," replied Cameron, but catching the gleam of a smile on Perkins' face and noting the utterly woebegone expression on Mandy's, he added, "Well, I might as well walk to church as any place else. You are going, Tim?" "Uh-huh," replied Tim. "I'm going to hitch up deck, Mandy," said Perkins. "Oh, I'm going to walk," said Mandy emphatically. "All right," said Perkins. "Guess I'll walk too with the crowd." "Don't mind me," said Mandy. "I don't," laughed Perkins. "You bet. Nor anybody else." "And that's no lie," sniffed Mandy with a toss of her head. "Better drive to church, Mandy," suggested her mother. "You know you're just tired out, and it'll be late when you get started." "Tired? Late?" cried Mandy with alacrity. "I'll be through them dishes in a jiffy and be ready in no time. I like the walk through the woods." "Depends on the company," laughed Perkins again. "So do I. Guess we'll all go together." True to her promise, Mandy was ready within half an hour. Cameron shuddered as he beheld the bewildering variety of color in her attire and the still more bewildering arrangement of hat and hair. "You're good and gay, Mandy," said Perkins. "What's the killing?" Mandy made no reply, save by a disdainful flirt of her skirts as she set off down the lane, followed by Perkins, Cameron, and Tim bringing up the rear. The lane was a grassy sward, cut with 2 wagon-wheel tracks and with a picturesque snake fence on either side. Beyond the fences lay the fields, some of them with stubble raked clean, the next year's clover showing green above the yellow, some with the grain standing still in the shock, and some with the crop, the late oats, for instance, still uncut but ready for the reaper. The turnip field was splendidly and luxuriantly green, with never a sign of the brown earth. The hay meadow, too, was green and purple with the second growth of clover. So down the lane and between the shorn fields, yellow and green, between the clover fields and the turnips, they walked in silence, for the spell of the Sabbath evening lay upon the sunny fields, barred with the shadows from the trees that grew along the fence lines everywhere. At the slashing, the wagon ruts faded out, and the road narrowed to a single cow path, winding its way between stumps and round log piles, half hidden by a luxuriant growth of foxglove and fireweed and asters, and everywhere the glorious goldenrod. Then through the bars the path led into the woods, a noble remnant of the beech and elm and maple forest from which the farm had been cut some 60 years before. Cool and shadowy they stood, and shot through with bright shafts of gold from the westering sun, full of mysterious silence except for the twittering of the sleepy birds or for the remonstrant call of the sentinel crow from his watch-tower on the dead top of a great elm. Deeper into the shade the path ran until in the gloom it faded almost out of sight. Soothed by the cool shade, Cameron loitered along the path, pausing to learn of Tim the names of plants and trees as he went. "Ain't you never comin'?" called Mandy from the gloom far in front. "What's the rush?" replied Tim impatiently, who loved nothing better than a quiet walk with Cameron through the woods. "Rush? We'll be late, and I hate walking up before the whole crowd. Come on," cried his sister in impatient tone. "All right, Mandy, we're nearly through the woods. I begin to see the clearing yonder," said Cameron, pointing to where the light was beginning to show through the tree-tops before them. But they were late enough, and Mandy was glad of the cover of the opening hymn to allow her to find her way to a group of her girl friends, the males of the party taking shelter with a neighboring group of their own sex nearby. Upon the sloping sides of the grassy hills and under the beech and maple trees, the vanguard of the retreating woods, sat the congregation, facing the preacher, who stood on the grassy level below. Behind them was the solid wall of thick woods, over them time-spreading boughs, and far above the trees the blue summer sky, all the bluer for the little white clouds that sailed serene like ships upon a sea. At their feet lay the open country, checkered by the snake fences into fields of yellow, green, and brown, and rolling away to meet the woods at the horizon. The Sabbath rest filled the sweet air, breathed from the shady woods, rested upon the checkered fields, and lifted with the hymn to the blue heaven above. A stately cathedral it was, this place of worship, filled with the incense of flowers and fields, arched by the high dome of heaven, and lighted by the glory of the setting sun. Relieved by the walk for a time from the ache in his head, Cameron surrendered himself to the mysterious influences of the place and the hour. He let his eyes wander over the fields below him to the far horizon and beyond the woods, beyond the intervening leagues of land and sea, and was again gazing upon the sunlit loveliness of the Cog Oyer. The glen was abrim with golden light this summer evening. The purple was on the hills, and the little loch gleamed sapphire at the bottom. The preacher was reading his text. "Unto one he gave 5 talents, to another 2, to another 1, to every man according to his several ability, and straightway took his journey." And so on to the end of that marvelously wise tale, wise with the wisdom of God, confirmed by the wisdom of human experience. The Reverend Harper Freeman's voice could hardly, even by courtesy, be called musical. In fact, it was harsh and strident. But this evening the hills and the trees and the wide open spaces, nature's mighty modulator, subdued the harshness so that the voice rolled up to the people clear, full, and sonorous. Nor was the preacher possessed of great learning, nor endued with the gift of eloquence. He had, however, a shrewd knowledge of his people and of their ways and of their needs, and he had a kindly heart, and more than all, he had the preacher's gift, the divine capacity for taking fire. For a time his words fell unheeded upon Cameron's outer ear. "To every man his own endowments, some great, some small, but mark you, no man left quite poverty-stricken. God gives every man his chance. No man can look God in the face. Not one of you here can say that you have had no chance." Cameron's vagrant mind, suddenly recalled, responded with a quick assent. Opportunity? Endowment? Yes, surely. His mind flashed back over the years of his education at the academy and the university, long, lazy years. How little he had made of them. Others had turned them into the gold of success. He wondered how old Dunn was getting on, and Linklater, and little Martin. How far away seemed those days, and yet only some 4 or 5 months separated him from them. "One was a failure, a dead, flat failure," continued the preacher. "Not so much a wicked man, no murderer, no drunkard, no gambler, but a miserable failure. Poor fellow, at the end of life a wretched bankrupt, losing even his original endowment. How would you like to come home after 10, 20, 30 years of experiment with life and confess to your father that you were dead, broke, and no good?" Again, Cameron's mind came back from its wandering with a start. Go back to his father a failure? He drew his lip down hard over his teeth. Not while he lived. And yet, what was there in prospect for him? His whole soul revolted against the dreary monotony and the narrowness of his present life. And yet what other path lay open? Cameron went straying in fancy over the past, or in excursions into the future, While parallel with his rambling, the sermon continued to make its way through its various heads and particulars. Why? The voice of the preacher rose clear, dominant, arresting. Why did he fail so abjectly, so meanly, so despicably? For there is no excuse for a failure. Listen, no man need fail. A man who is a failure is a mean, selfish, lazy chump. Mr. Freeman was colloquial, if anything. Some men pity him. I don't. I have no use for him, and he is the one thing in all the world that God himself has no use for. Again, Cameron's mind was jerked back as a runaway horse by a rein. So far, his life had been a failure. Was there then no excuse for failure? What of his upbringing, his education, his environment? He had been indulging the habit during these last weeks of shifting responsibility from himself for what he had become. What was the cause of this young man's failure? Reiterated the preacher. The preacher had a wholesome belief in the value of reiteration. He had a habit of rubbing in his points. He blamed the boss. Listen to his impudence. I knew thee to be a hard man. He blamed his own temperament and disposition. I was afraid. But the boss brings him up sharp and short. Quit lying, he said. I'll tell you what's wrong with you. You've got a mean heart, you ain't honest, and you're too lazy to live. Here, take that money from him and give it to the man that can do most with it. And take this useless loafer out of my sight. And served him right, too, say I. Impudent, lazy liar. Cameron found his mind rising in wrathful defense of the unhappy, wretched failure in the story. But the preacher was utterly relentless and proceeded to enlarge upon the character of the unhappy wretch. Impudent. The way to tell an impudent man is to let him talk. Now listen to this man cheek the boss. I knew you, he said. You skin everybody in sight. I have always noticed, remarked the preacher with a twinkle in his eye, that the hired man who can't keep up his end is the kind that cheeks the boss. And so it is with life. Why, some men would cheek Almighty God. They turn right round and face the other way when God is explaining things to them, when he is persuading them, when he is trying to help them. Then they glance back over their shoulders and say, Gwan, I know better than you. Think of the impudence of them. That's what many a man does with God. With God, mind you, God. Your Father in heaven, your brother, your Savior, God as you know him in the man of Galilee, the man you always see with the sick and the outcast and the brokenhearted. It is this God that owns you and all you've got. Be honest and say so. You must begin by getting right with God. God. Once more Cameron went wandering back into the faraway days of childhood. God was very near then, and very friendly. How well he remembered when his mother had tucked him in at night and had kissed him and had put out the light. He never felt alone and afraid, for she left him, so she said, with God. It was God who took his mother's place near to his bedside. In those days, God seemed very near and very kind. He remembered his mother's look one day when he declared to her that he could hear God breathing just beside him in the dark. How remote God seemed today, and how shadowy, and yes, he had to confess it, unfriendly. He heard no more of the sermon. With a curious ache in his heart, he allowed his mind to dwell amid those happy, happy memories when his mother and God were the nearest and dearest to him of all he knew. It may have been the ache in his head or the oppressive languor that seemed to possess his body, but throughout the prayer that followed the sermon he was conscious chiefly of a great longing for his mother's touch upon his head, and with that, a longing for his boyhood's sense of the friendly God in his heart. And so as the preacher led them up to God in prayer, Cameron bowed his head with the others, thankful that he could still believe, that though clouds and darkness might be about him, God was not beyond the reach of the soul's cry, nor quite unmoved by human need. And for the first time for years, he sent forth as a little child his cry of need, God help me, God help me. End of Book 2, Chapter 6. Book 2, Chapter 7 of Corporal Cameron of the Northwest Mounted Police, A Tale of the Macleod Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. Corporal Cameron of the Northwest Mounted Police, Book 2, Chapter 7, The Chivalry. There was still light enough to see. The last hymn was announced. Cameron was conscious of a deep, poignant emotion. He glanced swiftly about him. The eyes of all were upon the preacher's face while he read in slow, sonorous tones the words of the old Methodist hymn, "Come, thou fount of every blessing, tune my heart to sing thy grace." All except the group of young men of whom Perkins was the center, who by means of the saccharine medium known as conversation lozenges were seeking to divert the attention of the band of young girls sitting before them. Among these sat Mandy. As his eye rested upon the billowy outlines of her figure, struggling with the limitations of her white blouse, tricked out with pink ribbons, he was conscious of a wave of mingled pity and disgust. Dull, stupid, and vulgar she looked. It was at her that Perkins was flipping his conversation lozenges. One fell upon her hymn book. With a start she glanced about. Not an eye except Cameron's was turned her way. With a smile and a blush that burned deep under the dull tan of her neck and cheek, she took the lozenge, read its inscription, burning a deeper red. The words which she had read she took as Cameron's. She turned her eyes full upon his face. The light of tremulous joy in their lovely depths startled and thrilled him. A snicker from the group of young men behind roused in him a deep indignation. They were taking their coarse fun out of this simple-minded girl. Cameron's furious glance at them appeared only to increase their amusement. It did not lessen Cameron's embarrassment and rage that now and then during the reading of the hymn, Mandy's eyes were turned upon him as if with new understanding. Enraged with himself, and more with the group of hoodlums behind them, Cameron stood for the closing hymn with his arms folded across his breast. At the second verse a hand touched his arm. It was Mandy, offering him her book. Once more a snicker from the group of delighted observers behind him stirred his indignation on behalf of this awkward and untutored girl. He forced himself to listen to the words of the third verse, which rose clear and sonorous in the preacher's voice. "Here I raise my Ebenezer, hither by thy help I'm come, and I hope by thy good pleasure safely to arrive at home." The serene assurance of the old Methodist hymn rose triumphant in the singing, an assurance born of an experience of past conflict ending in triumph. That note of high and serene confidence conjured up with a flash of memory his mother's face. That was her characteristic, a serene, undismayed courage. In the darkest hours that steady flame of courage never died down. But once more he was recalled to the service of the hour by a voice, rich, full, low, yet of wonderful power, singing the old words. It took him a moment or two to discover that it was Mandy singing beside him. Her face was turned from him and upwards towards the trees above her, through the network of whose leaves the stars were beginning to shine. Amazed, enthralled, he listened to the flowing melody of her voice. It was like the song of a brook running deep in the forest shade, full-toned yet soft, quiet yet thrilling. She seemed to have forgotten her surroundings. Her soul was holding converse with the eternal. He lost sight of the coarse and fleshly habiliments in this glimpse he caught of the soul that lived within. Pure, it seemed to him, tender and good. His heart went out to the girl in a new pity. Before the hymn was done, she turned her face towards him, and whether it was the magic of her voice, or the glorious splendor of her eyes, or the mystic touch of the fast darkening night, her face seemed to have lost much of its coarseness and all of its stupidity. As the congregation dispersed, Cameron, in silence and with the spell of her voice still upon him, walked quietly beside Mandy towards the gap in the fence leading to the high road. Behind him came Perkins with his group of friends, chaffing with each other and with the girls walking in front of them. As Cameron was stepping over the rails where the fence had been let down, one of the young men following stumbled heavily against him, nearly throwing him down, and before he could recover himself, Perkins had taken his place by Mandy's side and seized her arm. There was a general laugh at what was considered a perfectly fair and not unusual piece of jockeying in the squiring of young damsels. The proper procedure in such a case was that the discomfited cavalier should bide his time and serve a like turn upon his rival, the young lady meanwhile maintaining an attitude purely passive. But Mandy was not so minded. Releasing herself from Perkins' grasp, she turned upon the group of young men following, exclaiming angrily, "You ought to be ashamed of yourself, Sam Sailor." Then moving to Cameron's side, she said in a clear, distinct voice, "Mr. Cameron, would you please take my book for me?" "Come on, boys," said Perkins with his never-failing laugh. "I guess we're not in this." "Take your medicine, Perkins," laughed one of his friends. "Yes, I'll take it all right," replied Perkins. But the laugh could not conceal the shake of passion in his voice. "It will work, too, you bet." So saying, he strode off into the gathering gloom, followed by his friends. "Come along, Mr. Cameron," said Mandy with a silly giggle. "I guess we don't need them fellows. They can't fool us, can they?" Her manner, her speech, her laugh, rudely dissipated all Cameron's new feeling toward her. The whole episode filled him only with disgust and annoyance. "Come, then," he said, almost roughly. "We shall need to hurry, for there is a storm coming up." Mandy glanced at the gathering clouds. "My goodness," she cried, "it's coming up fast. My, I hate to get my clothes wet." And off she set at a rapid pace, keeping abreast of her companion and making gay but elephantine attempts at sprightly conversation. Before Cameron's unsympathetic silence, however, all her sprightly attempts came to abject failure. "What's the matter with you?" at length she asked. "Don't you want to see me home?" "What?" said Cameron abruptly, for his thoughts were far away. "Oh, nonsense, of course. Why not? But we shall certainly be caught in the storm. Let us hurry. Here, let me take your arm." His manner was brusque, almost rude. "Oh, I guess I can get along," replied Mandy, catching off her hat and gathering up her skirt over her shoulders. "But we'll have to hustle, for I'd hate to have you get wet." Her imperturbable good humor and her solicitude for him rebuked Cameron for his abruptness. "I hope you will not get wet," he said. "Oh, you don't need to worry about me. I ain't salt nor sugar, but I forgot all about your being sick." And with labored breath, poor Mandy hurried through the growing darkness, with Cameron keeping close by her side. "We won't be long now," she panted, as they turned from the side-line towards their own gate. As if in reply to her words, there sounded from behind the fence and close to their side a long, loud howl. Cameron gave a start. "Great Caesar! What dog is that?" he exclaimed. "Oh," said Mandy coolly, "guess it's Mackenzie's Carlo." Immediately there rose from the fence on the other side an answering howl, followed by a full chorus of howls and yelps mingled with the bawling of calves and the ringing of cowbells, as if a dozen curs or more were in full cry after a herd of cattle. Cameron stood still in bewildered amazement. "What the deuce are they at?" he cried, peering through the darkness. "Huh," grunted Mandy. "Them's curs all right, but they ain't much dog. You wait till I see them fellows. They'll pay for this, you bet." "Do you mean to say these are not dogs?" cried Cameron, speaking in her ear, so great was the din. "Dogs?" answered Mandy with indignant scorn. "Nah, just ordinary curs. Come along," she cried, catching his arm. "Let's hurry." "Here," he cried, suddenly wrenching himself free. "I'm going to see into this." "No, no," cried Mandy, gripping his arm once more with her strong hands. "They will hurt you. Come on, we're just home. You can see them again. No, I won't let you go." In vain he struggled. Her strong hands held him fast. Suddenly there was a succession of short, sharp barks. Immediately dead silence fell. Not a sound could be heard, not a shape seen. "Come out into the open, you cowardly curs," shouted Cameron. "Come on. 1, 2, 3 at a time if you dare." But a silence answered him. "Come," said Mandy in a low voice. "Let's hurry. It's going to rain. Come on. Come along." Cameron stood irresolute. Then arose out of the black darkness a long, quavering cat call. With a sudden dash, Cameron sprang towards the fence. Instantly there was a sound of running feet through the plowed field on the other side. Then silence. "Come back, you cowards!" raged Cameron. "Isn't there a man among you?" For answer, a clod came hurtling through the dark and struck with a thud upon the fence. Immediately, as if at a signal, there fell about Cameron a perfect hail of clods and even stones. "Oh, oh!" shrieked Mandy, rushing toward him and throwing herself between him and the falling missiles. Come away, they'll just kill you." For answer, Cameron put his arms about her and drew her behind him, shielding her as best he could with his body. "Do you want to kill a woman?" he called aloud. At once, the hail of clods ceased, and raging as he was, Mandy dragged him homeward. At the door of the house he made to turn back. "Not much you don't," said Mandy stoutly, "or I go with you." "Oh, all right," said Cameron. "Let them go. They are only a lot of curs, anyway." For a few minutes they stood and talked in the kitchen, Cameron making light of the incident and making strenuous efforts to dissemble the rage that filled his soul. After a few minutes' conversation, Cameron announced his intention of going to bed, while Mandy passed upstairs. He left the house and stole down the lane toward the road. The throbbing pain in his head was forgotten in the blind rage that possessed him. He had only one longing, to stand within striking distance of the cowardly curs, only one fear, that they should escape him. Swiftly, silently, he stole down the lane, every nerve, every muscle tense as a steel spring. His throat was hot, his eyes so dazzled that he could scarcely see. His breath came in quick gasps. His hands were trembling as with a nervous chill. The storm had partially blown away. It had become so light that he could dimly discern a number of figures at the entrance to the lane. Having his quarry in sight, Cameron crouched in the fence corner, holding hard by the rail till he should become master of himself. He could hear their explosions of suppressed laughter. It was some minutes before he had himself in hand. Then, with a swift, silent run, he stood among them. So busy were they in recounting the various incidents in the recent charivari, that before they were aware, Cameron was upon them. At his approach, the circle broke and scattered, some flying to the fence. But Perkins, with some others, stood their ground. "Hello, Cameron," drawled Perkins. "Did you see our cows? I thought I heard some of them down the line." For answer, Cameron launched himself at him like a bolt from a bow. There was a single sharp crack, and Perkins was literally lifted clear off his feet and hurled back upon the road, where he lay still. Fiercely, Cameron faced round to the next man, but he gave back quickly. A third sprang to throw himself upon Cameron, but once more Cameron's hand shot forward, and his assailant was hurled back heavily into the arms of his friends. Before Cameron could strike again, a young giant, known as Sam Sailor, flung his arm about him, crying, "Tut, tut, young fellow, this won't do, you know. Can't you take a bit of fun?" For answer, Cameron clinched him savagely, gripping him by the throat and planting 2 heavy blows upon his ribs. "Here, boys," gasped the young fellow. "He's choking the life out of me." From all sides they threw themselves upon him, and striking, kicking, fighting furiously, Cameron went down under the struggling mass, his hand still gripping the throat it had seized. "Say, he's a regular bulldog," cried one. "Get hold of his legs and yank him off." Which, with shouts and laughter, they proceeded to do, and piled themselves upon him, chanting the refrain, "More beef, more beef." A few minutes more of frantic struggling, and a wild, agonized scream rose from beneath the mass of men. "Get off, boys, get off," roared the young giant. "I'm afraid he's hurt." Flinging them off on either side, he stood up and waited for their victim to rise. But Cameron lay on his face, moaning and writhing on the ground. "Say, boys," said Sam, kneeling down beside him, "I'm afraid he's hurted bad." In his writhing, Cameron lifted one leg. It toppled over to one side. "Jumpin' Jeremiah," said Sam in an awed voice. "His leg's broke. What in Sam Hill can we do?" As he spoke, there was a sound of running feet coming down the lane. The moon, shining through the breaking clouds, revealed a figure with floating garments rapidly approaching. "My cats!" cried Sam in a terrified voice. "It's Mandy." Like leaves before a sudden gust of wind, the group scattered, and only Sam was left. What are you doing?" panted Mandy. "Where is he?" "Oh, is that him?" She flung herself down in the dust beside Cameron and turned him over. His face was white, his eyes glazed. He looked like death. Oh, she moaned. "Have they killed you? Have they killed you?" She gathered his head upon her knees, moaning like a wounded animal. "Good Lord, Mandy, don't go on like that," cried Sam in a horrified voice. "It's only his leg broke." Mandy laid his head gently down, then sprang to her feet. "Only his leg broke? Who done it? Who done it? Tell me, who done it?" She panted, her voice rising with her gasping breath. "What coward done it? Was it you, Sam Sailor?" "Guess we're all in it," said Sam stupidly. "It was just a bit of fun, Mandy." For answer, she swung her heavy hand hard upon Sam's face. "Say, Mandy, hold hard!" cried Sam, surprised, and the weight of the blow almost knocking him off his feet. "You cowardly brute," she gasped. "Get out of my sight. Oh, what shall we do?" She dropped on her knees and took Cameron's head once more in her arms. "What shall we do?" "Guess we'll have to get him in somewheres," said Sam. "How can we carry him, though? If we had some kind of stretcher." "Wait, I know," cried Mandy, flying off up the lane. Before many minutes had passed, she had returned, breathing hard. "It's the milk-house door," she said. "I guess that'll do." "That'll do all right, Mandy. Now I wish some of them fellers would come." Sam pulled off his coat and made of it a pillow, then stood up looking for help. His eyes fell upon the prostrate and senseless form of Perkins. "Say, what'll we do with him?" he said, pointing to the silent figure. "Who is it?" inquired Mandy. "What's the matter?" "It's Perkins," replied Sam. "He hit him a terrible crack." "Perkins," said Mandy with scorn. "Let him lie, the dog. Come on, take his head." "You can't do it, Mandy. No use trying. You can't do it." "Come on, I tell you," she said fiercely. "Quit your jawing. He may be dying, for all I know. I'd carry him alone if it wasn't for his broken leg." Slowly, painfully, they carried him to the house and to the front door. "Wait a minute," said Mandy. "I'll have to get things fixed a bit. We mustn't wake Mother. It would scare her to death." She passed quickly into the house, and soon Sam saw a light pass from room to room. In a few moments Mandy reappeared at the front door. "Quick," whispered Sam. "He's coming too." "Oh, thank goodness," cried Mandy. "Let's get him in before he wakes." Once more they lifted their burden, and with infinite difficulty and much painful maneuvering, they got the injured man through the doors and upon the spare room bed. "And now, Sam Sailor," cried Mandy, coming close to him, "you just hitch up deck and hustle for the doctor if you ever did in your life. Don't wait for nothing, but go, go." She fairly pushed him out of the door, running with him towards the stable. "Oh, Sam, hurry," she pleaded, "for if this man should die, I will never be the like again." Her face was white, her eyes glowing like great stars. Her voice was soft and tremulous with tears. Sam stood for a moment, gazing as if upon a vision. "What are you looking at?" she cried, stamping her foot and pushing him away. "Jumping Jeremiah," muttered Sam as he ran towards the stable. "Is that Mandy Haley? Guess we don't know much about her." His nimble fingers soon had Dexter hitched to the buggy and speeding down the lane at a pace sufficiently rapid to suit the high pursuit of even that fiery young colt. At the high road he came upon his friends, some of whom were working with Perkins, others conversing in odd and hurried undertones. "Hello, Sam," they called. "Hold up." "I'm in a hurry, boys. Don't stop me. I'm scared to death, and you better get home. She'll be down on you again." "How is he?" cried a voice. "Don't know. I'm going for the doctor, and the sooner we get the doctor, the better for everyone around." And Sam disappeared in a whirl of dust. "Say, who would have thought it?" he mused. "That Mandy Haley? She's a terror. And them eyes. Oh, get on, Dick. What are you monkeying about? Wonder if she's gone on that young fellow. I guess she is all right. Say, wasn't that a clout he handed Perkins? And didn't she give me one? But them eyes! Mandy Haley! By the jumping Jeremiah! And the way she looks at a feller. Here, Dak, what are you fooling about? Go on now. You'll get in trouble." Dak, who had been indulging himself in a series of leaps and plunges, shying at even the most familiar objects by the roadside, settled down at length to a business-like trot which brought him to the doctor's door in about 15 minutes from the Haley's gate. But to Sam's dismay the doctor had gone to Cram's mill, 6 or 7 miles away, and would not be back till the morning. Sam was in a quandary. There was another doctor at Brookfield 5 miles further on, but there was a possibility that he also might be out. "Say, there ain't no use going back without a doctor. Jumping Jeremiah, what would she do? Say, Dak, you've got to get down to business. We're going to the city. There are doctors there, thick as hair on a dog. We'll try Dr. Turnbull. Say, it'll be great if we could get him. Dak, we'll do it, but you got to get up and dust." And this Dak proceeded to do to such good purpose that in about an hour's time he stood before Dr. Turnbull's door in the city, somewhat wet it is true, but with his fiery spirit still untamed. Here again adverse fate met the unfortunate Sam. "Dr. Turnbull's no at home," said the maid, smart with cap and apron, who opened the door. "How long will he be gone?" inquired Sam, wondering what she had on her head, and why. "There's no telling. An hour, or 2 hours, or 3. "3 hours?" echoed Sam. "Say, a feller might kick the bucket in that time." The maid smiled an undisturbed smile. "Bucket? What bucket, eh? What bucket are you talking about? She inquired. Say, you're smart, ain't you? But I got a young feller that's broke his leg and... His leg? Said the maid indifferently. Well, he's got another. Yes, you bet he has, but one leg ain't much good without the other. How would you like to hop around on one leg? And he's hurt inside, too, his lights, I guess, and other things. Sam's anatomical knowledge was somewhat vague. And besides, his girl's taken on awful. Oh, is she indeed? Replied the maid, this item apparently being to her of the very slightest importance. Say, if you only saw her, said Sam. Pretty, I suppose, said the maid with a touch of scorn. Pretty? No, ugly as a hedge fence. But say, I wish she was here right now. She'd bring you to time, you bet. Would she now? I'd sort her. And the little maid's black eyes snapped. Say, what'll I do? Just got to have a doctor. You'll no get him till tomorrow. Tomorrow? How far out are you? 12 miles. 12 miles? You'll no get him a minute afore tomorrow noon. Say, that young feller'll croak sure. Away from home, too. No friends. All his folks in Scotland. Scotland, did you say? Something appeared to wake up in the little maid. Look here, why don't you get a doctor instead of dondering your time here? Get a doctor? Echoed Sam in vast surprise. Ain't I trying to get a doctor? Where'll I get a doctor? Go to the hospital, you gawk, and ask for Dr. Turnbull, and tell him the young lad is a stranger and that his folks are in Scotland. Hoots, you gomeril, be off noo. And the pure lad wantin' you. Come, I'll pitch you on your way. The maid, by her speech, was obviously excited. Sam glanced at the clock as he passed out. He had been away an hour and a half. Jumpin' Jeremiah, I've got to hurry. She'll take my head off. Of course you have, said the maid sharply. Go down 2 streets there, then take the first turn to your left and go straight on for half a dozen blocks or so. Mind you, tell the doctor the lad's for Scotland, she cried to Sam as he drove off. At the hospital, Sam was fortunate enough to catch Dr. Turnbull in the hall with 1 or 2 others, just as they were about to pass into the consulting room. Such was Sam's desperate state of mind that he went straight up to the group. I want Dr. Turnbull, he said. There he is before you, replied a sharp-faced young doctor, pointing to a benevolent-looking old gentleman. Dr. Turnbull, there's a young feller hurt dreadful out our way. His leg's broke. Guess he's hurt inside, too, and he's a stranger. His folks are all in Scotland. Guess he's dying. And I've got a horse and a buggy at the door. I can get you out and back in a jiffy. Say, doctor, I'm all ready to start. A smile passed over the faces of the group, but Dr. Turnbull had too long experience with desperate cases and with desperate men. My dear sir, he replied, I cannot go for some hours. Doctor, I want you now. I got to have somebody right now. A broken leg? Mused the doctor. Yes, and hurt inside. How did it happen? Said the doctor. Eh? I don't know exactly, replied Sam, taken somewhat aback. Something fell on him, but he needs you bad. I can't go, my man, but we'll find someone. What's his name, did you say? His name is Cameron, and he's from Scotland. Cameron, said the sharp-faced young doctor. What does he look like? Look like, said Sam in a perplexed voice. Well, all the girls think he looks pretty good. He's dark-complected, and he's a mighty smart young feller, great on jumping and running. Say, he's a crack-a-jack. Why, at the Dominion Day picnic. But you must have heard about him. He's the chap, you know, that won the 100 yards. Plays the pipes and... Plays the pipes? Cried Dr. Turnbull and the young doctor together. And his name's Cameron, continued the young doctor. I wonder now if... I say, Martin, said Dr. Turnbull, I think you had better go. The case may be urgent. Cameron, cried Martin again. I bet my bat it's... Here, wait till I get my coat. I'll be with you in a jerk. Have you got a good horse? He's all right, said Sam. He'll get you there in an hour. An hour? How far is it? 12 miles. Great heavens, come on then and get a move on. And so it came that within an hour Cameron, opening his eyes, looked up into the face of his friend. Martin, by Jove, he said, and closed his eyes again. Martin, he said again, looking upon the familiar face. Say, old boy, is this a dream? I seem to be having lots of them. It's no dream, old chap, but what in the mischief is the matter? What does all this fever mean? Let's look at you. A brief examination was enough to show the doctor that the broken leg was the least of Cameron's troubles. A hasty investigation of the resources of the farmhouse determined the doctor's course. This man has typhoid fever. A bad case, too, he said to Mandy. We will take him into the hospital. The hospital? Cried Mandy fiercely. Will you then? He will be a lot of trouble to you, said the doctor. Trouble? Trouble? What are you talking about? We're awful busy, Mandy, interposed the mother, who had been roused from her bed. Oh, shucks, Mother. Oh, don't send him away, she pleaded. I can nurse him just as easy. She paused with quivering lips. It will be much better for the patient to be in the hospital. He will get constant and systematic care. He will be under my own observation every hour. I assure you it will be better for him, said the doctor. Better for him? Echoed Mandy in a faint voice. Well, let him go. In less than an hour's time, such was Dr. Martin's energetic promptness, he had his patient comfortably placed in the Democrat on an improvised stretcher and on his way to the city hospital. And thus it came about that the problem of his leave-taking, which had vexed Cameron for so many days, was solved. End of Book 2, Chapter 7.
Book 2, Chapter 8 of Corporal Cameron of the Northwest Mounted Police, A Tale of the Macleod Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathleen. Corporal Cameron of the Northwest Mounted Police. Book 2, Chapter 8. In apple time. Another basket of eggs, Mr. Cameron, and such delicious cream. I am deeply grieved to see you so nearly well. Grieved? For you will be leaving us, of course. Thanks, that is kind of you. And there will be an end to eggs and cream. Ah, you are a lucky man. And the trim, neat, bright-faced nurse shook her finger at him. So I have often remarked to myself these 6 weeks. A friend is a great discovery, and by these same tokens you have found one. Truly they have been more than kind. This makes the 12th visit in 6 weeks, said the nurse. In busy harvest and threshing time, too. Do you know what that means? To a certain extent, it is awfully good of them. But she is shy, and I think she is afraid of you. Her chief interest appears to be in the kitchen, which she has never failed to visit. The blood slowly rose in Cameron's face, from which the summer tan had all been bleached by his 6 weeks' fight with fever. But he made no reply to the brisk, sharp-eyed, sharp-minded little nurse. And I know she is dying to see you. And, indeed, she chuckled, it might do you good. She is truly wonderful. And again the nurse laughed. Don't you think you could bear a visit? The smile broadened upon her face, but unaware she had touched a sensitive spot in her patient, his Highland pride. I shall be more than pleased to have an opportunity to thank Miss Haley for her great kindness, he replied with dignity. All right, replied the nurse. I shall bring her in. Now don't excite yourself. That fever is not so far away, and only a few minutes. When we farmers go calling, I am a farmer, remember, and know them well. When we go calling, we take our knitting and spend the afternoon. In a few moments she returned with Mandy. The difference between the stout, red-faced, coarse-featured, obtrusively healthy country girl, heavy of foot and hand, slow of speech and awkward of manner, and the neat, quick, deft-fingered, bright-faced nurse was so marked that Cameron could hardly control the wave of pity that swept through his heart, for he could see that even Mandy herself was vividly aware of the contrast. In vain Cameron tried to put her at her ease. She simply sat and stared, now at the walls, now at the floor, refusing for a time to utter more than monosyllables, punctuated with giggles. I want to thank you for the eggs and cream. They are fine, said Cameron heartily. Oh, pshaw, that's nothin'. Lots more where they come from, replied Mandy with a giggle. But it's a long way for you to drive, and in the busy time, too. Oh, we had to come in anyway for things, replied Mandy, making light of her service. You are all well? Oh, pretty middlin'. Ma ain't right smart. She's too much to do, and that's the truth. And the boys? Cameron hesitated to be more specific. Oh, there's nothin' eatin' them. I don't bother with them much. Mandy was desperately twisting her white cotton gloves. At this point the nurse, with a final warning to the patient not to talk too much and not to excite himself, left the room. In a moment Mandy's whole manner changed. Say, she cried in a hurried voice, Perkins has left. Left? I couldn't just stand him after after that night. Dad wanted him to stay, but I couldn't just stand him, and so he quit. Quit? I just hate him since that night. When I think of what he'd done, I could kill him. My, I was glad to see him lying there in the dust." Mandy's words came hot and fast. "They might a killed you." For the first time in the interview she looked fairly into Cameron's eyes. "My, you do look awful," she said, with difficulty commanding her voice. "Nonsense, Mandy. You see, it wasn't my leg that hurt me. It was the fever that pulled me down. I'll never forget that night," cried Mandy, struggling to keep her lips from quivering. "Nor will I ever forget what you did for me that night, Mandy. Sam told me all about it. I shall always be your friend." For a moment longer she held him with her eyes. Then her face grew suddenly pale, and, with voice and hands trembling, she said, "I must go. Good-bye." He took her great red hand in his long thin fingers. "Good-bye, Mandy, and thank you." "My," she said, looking down at the fingers she held in her hand, "your hands is awful thin. Are you sure goin' to git better?" "Of course I am, and I'm coming out to see you before I go." She sat down quickly, still holding his hand, as if he had struck her a heavy blow. "Before you go? Where?" Her voice was hardly above a whisper. Her face was white, her lips beyond her control. "Out west to seek my fortune." His voice was jaunty, and he feigned not to see her distress. "I shall be walking in a couple of weeks or so, nurse?" "A couple of weeks," replied the nurse, who had just entered. "Yes, if you are good." Mandy hastily rose. "But if you are not," continued the nurse severely, "it may be months. Stay, Miss Haley. I'm going to bring Mr. Cameron his afternoon tea, and you can have some with him. Indeed, you look quite done up. I am sure all that work you have been telling me about is too much for you." Her kindly tones broke the last shred of Mandy's self-control. She sank into her chair, covered her face with her great red hands, and burst into tempestuous weeping. Cameron sat up quickly. "What in the name of goodness is wrong, Mandy?" "Lie down at once, Mr. Cameron," said the nurse sternly. "Hush, hush, Miss Haley. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. Don't you know that you are hurting him?" She could have chosen no better word. In an instant Mandy was on her feet, mopping off her face and choking down her sobs. "Ain't I a fool?" she cried angrily. "A blame fool. Well, I won't bother you any longer. Guess I'll go now. Good-bye, all." Without another look at Cameron she was gone. Cameron lay back upon his pillows, white and nerveless. "Now can you tell me," he panted, "what's up?" "Search me," said the nurse gaily, "but I forbid you to speak a single word for half an hour. Here, drink this right off. Now, not a word. What will Dr. Martin say?" "Not a word." "Yes, I shall see her safely off the place. Quiet now." She kept up a continuous stream of sprightly chatter, to cover her own anxiety, and to turn the current of her patient's thoughts. By the time she had reached the entrance hall, however, Mandy had vanished. "Great silly goose," said the indignant nurse. "I'd see myself far enough before I'd give myself away like that. Little fool. He'll have a temperature sure, and I will catch it. Bah, these girls. Next time she sees him, it will not be here. I hope the doctor will just give me an hour to get him quiet again." But in this hope she was disappointed, for upon her return to her patient she found Dr. Martin in the room. His face was grave. "What's up, nurse? What is the meaning of this rotten pulse? What has he been having to eat?" "Well, Dr. Martin, I may as well confess my sins," replied the nurse, "for there is no use trying to deceive you anyway. Mr. Cameron has had a visitor, and she has excited him." "Ah," said the doctor in a relieved tone, "a visitor, a lady visitor, a charming, sympathetic, interested, and interesting visitor." "Exactly," said the nurse with a giggle. "It was Miss Haley, Martin," said Cameron gravely. The doctor looked puzzled. "The daughter of the farmer with whom I was working," explained Cameron. "Ah, I remember her," said the doctor, "and a deuce of a time I had with her, too, getting you away from her, if I remember aright." "I trust there is nothing seriously wrong in that quarter," said Martin with unusual gravity. "Oh, quit it, Martin," said Cameron impatiently. "Don't rag. She's an awful decent sort. Her looks are not the best of her." "Ah, I am relieved to hear that," said the doctor earnestly. "She is very kind indeed," said the nurse, For these 6 weeks she has fed us up with eggs and cream, so that both my patient and myself have fared sumptuously every day. Indeed, if it should continue much longer, I shall have to ask an additional allowance for a new uniform. I have promised that Mr. Cameron shall visit the farm within 2 weeks if he behaves well." "Exactly," replied the doctor. "In 2 weeks if he is good. The only question that troubles me is it quite safe? You see, in his present weak condition his susceptibility is decidedly emphasized. His resisting power is low, and who knows what might happen, especially if she should insist. I shall not soon forget the look in her eye when she dared me to lay a finger upon his person." "Oh, cut it out, Martin," said Cameron. "You make me weary." He lay back on his pillow and closed his eyes. The nurse threw a signal to the doctor. "All right, old man, we must stop this chaff. Buck up, and in 2 weeks we will let you go where you like. I have something in mind for you, but we won't speak of it today." The harvest was safely stored. The yellow stubble showed the fields at rest, but the vivid green of the new fall wheat proclaimed the astounding and familiar fact that once more Mother Nature had begun her ancient perennial miracle. For in those fields of vivid green the harvest of the coming year was already on the way. On these green fields the snowy mantle would lie soft and protecting all the long winter through, and when the spring suns would shine again, the fall wheat would be a month or more on the way towards maturity. Somehow the country looked more rested, fresher, cleaner to Cameron than when he had last looked upon it in late August. The rain had washed the dust from the earth's face, and from the green sward that bordered the grey ribbon of the high road that led out from the city. The pastures and the hay meadows and the turnip fields were all in their freshest green, and beyond the fields the forest stood glorious in all its autumn splendour, the ash trees bright yellow, the oaks rich brown, and the maples all the colours of the rainbow. In the orchard, ah, the wonder and joy of it! Even the bare and bony limbs of the apple trees only helped to reveal the sumptuous wealth of their luscious fruit. For it was apple time in the land. The evanescent harvest apples were long since gone. The snows were past their best. The pippins were mellowing under the sharp persuasion of the nippy, frosty nights and the brave gallantry of the sunny days. In this ancient warfare between the frosty nights and the gallant sunny days the apples ripened rapidly. For the warfare could not be for long. Already in the early morning hours the vanguard of winter's fierce hosts was to be seen flaunting its hoary banners even in the very face of the gallant sun, so bravely making stand against it. But it was the time of the year in which men felt it good to be alive, for there was in the air that tang that gives speed to the blood, spring to the muscle, edge to the appetite, courage to the soul, and zest to life, the apple time of the year. It was in apple time that Cameron came back to the farm. Under compulsion of Mandy, Haley had found it necessary to drive into the city for some things for the women folk, and, being in the city, he had called for Cameron and had brought him out. Under compulsion, not at all because Haley was indifferent to the prospect of a visit from his former hired man, not alone because the fall ploughing was pressing and the threshing gang was in the neighbourhood, but chiefly because, through the channel of Dr. Martin, the little nurse, and Mandy, it had come to be known in the Haley household and in the countryside that the hired man was a great swell in the old country, and Haley's sturdy independence shrank from anything that savoured of second round a swell, as he graphically put it. But Mandy scouted this idea and waited for the coming of the expected guest with no embarrassment from the knowledge that he had been in the old country a great swell. Hence when, through a crack beside the window blind, she saw him, a poor, pale shadow, descending wearily and painfully from the buggy, the great mother heart in the girl welled with pity. She could hardly forbear rushing out to carry him bodily in her strong arms to the spare room and lay him where she had once helped to lay him the night of the tragedy some 8 weeks before. But in this matter she had learned her lesson. She remembered the little nurse and her indignant scorn of the lack of self-control. she had shown on the occasion of her last visit to the hospital. So instead of rushing forth, she clutched the curtains and forced herself to stand still, whispering to herself the while, "Oh, he will die sure, he will die sure." But when she looked upon him seated comfortably in the kitchen with a steaming glass of ginger and whiskey, her mother's unfailing remedy for anything wrong with the insides, she knew he would not die, and her joy overflowed in boisterous welcome. For 5 days they all, from Haley to Tim, gave him of their very best, seeking to hold him among them for the winter, for they had learned that his mind was set upon the West, till Cameron was ashamed, knowing that he must go. The last afternoon they all spent in the orchard. The Gravensteins, in which species of apple Haley was a specialist, were being picked, and picked with the greatest care, Cameron plucking them from the limbs and dropping them into a basket held by Mandy below. It was one of those sunny days when, after weeks of chilly absence, summer comes again and makes the world glow with warmth and kindly life, and quickens in the heart the blood's flow. Cameron was full of talk, and fuller of laughter than his wont. Indeed, he was vexed to find himself struggling to maintain unbroken the flow of laughter and of talk. But in Mandy there was neither speech nor laughter, only a quiet dignity that disturbed and rebuked him. The last tree of Gravenstein's was picked, and then there came the time of parting. Cameron, with a man's selfish desire for some token of a woman's adoration, even although he well knew that he could make no return, lingered in the farewell, hoping for some sign in the plain, quiet face, and the wonderful eyes with their new mystery, that when he had gone he would not be forgotten. But though the lips quivered pitifully, and the heavy face grew drawn and old, and the eyes glowed with a deeper fire, the words, when they came quietly, and the eyes looked steadily upon him, except that for one brief moment a fire leaped in them and quickly died down. But when the buggy, with Tim driving, had passed down the lane, behind the curtain of the spare room the girl stood looking through the crack beside the blind, with both hands pressed upon her bosom, her breath coming in sobs, her blue lips murmuring brokenly, "Good-bye, good-bye. Oh, why did you come at all? But, oh, I'm glad you came. God help me, I'm glad you came." Then, when the buggy had turned down the side lane and out of sight, she knelt beside the bed and kissed, again and again, with tender, reverent kisses, the pillow where his head had lain. End of Book 2, Chapter 8. Book 3, Chapter 1 of Corporal Cameron of the Northwest Mounted Police, A Tale of the Macleod Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathleen. Corporal Cameron of the Northwest Mounted Police, A Tale of the Macleod Trail. Book 3, Chapter 1. The Camp by the Gap. On the foothill side of the Gap, on a grassy plain bounded on 3 sides by the Bow River and on the other by ragged hills and broken timber, stood Surveyor MacIvor's camp. 3 white tents, seeming wondrously insignificant in the shadow of the mighty Rockies, but cozy enough, for on this April day the sun was riding high in the heavens in all his new spring glory, where a few days ago and for many months past the storm king with relentless rigor had raged, searching with pitiless fury these rock-ribbed hills and threatening these white tents and their dwellers with dire destruction. But threaten though he might, and pin them though he did beneath their frail canvas covers, he could not make that gang-beat retreat. MacIvor was one of the kind that takes no back trail. In the late fall he had set out to run the line through the Gap, and after many wanderings through the coulees of the foothills and after many vain attempts, he had finally made choice of his route and had brought his men, burnt black with chinook and frost and sun, hither to the Gap's mouth. Every chain length in those weary marches was a battleground. Every pillar, every picket stood a monument of victory. MacIvor's advance through the foothill country to the Gap had been one unbroken succession of fierce fights with nature's most terrifying forces, a triumphal march of heroes who bore on their faces and on their bodies the scars and laurels of the campaign. But to MacIvor and his gang it was all in the day's work. To Cameron the winter had brought an experience of a life hitherto undreamed of, but never even in its wildest blizzards did he cherish anything but gratitude to his friend Martin, who had got him him attached to MacIvor's survey party. For MacIvor was a man to tie to, as Martin said, and to Cameron he was a continual cause of wonder and admiration. He was a big man, with a big man's quiet strength, patient, fearless of men and things, reverent toward nature's forces, which it was his life's business to know, to measure, to control, and, if need be, to fight, careful of his men, whether amid the perils of the march, or amid the more deadly perils of trading post and railway construction camp. Cameron never could forget the thrill of admiration that swept his soul one night in Taylor's billiard and gambling joint, down at the post where the elbow joins the bow, when MacIvor, without bluff or bluster, took his chainman and his French-Canadian cook, the latter frothing mad with Jamaica ginger and painkiller, out of the hands of the gang of bad men from across the line who had marked them as lambs for the fleecing. It was not the courage of his big chief so much that filled Cameron with amazed respect and admiration as the calm indifference to every consideration but that of getting his men out of harm's way, and cool-headed directness of the method he employed. "Come along, boys," MacIvor had said, gripping them by their coat collars. "I don't pay you good money for this sort of thing." And so saying, he had lifted them clear from their seats, upsetting the table, ignoring utterly the roaring oaths of the discomfited gamblers. What would have been the result none could say, for one of the gamblers had whipped out his gun and with sulphurous oaths was conducting a vigorous demonstration behind the unconscious back of MacIvor, when there strolled into the room and through the crowd of men scattering to cover, a tall, slim youngster in the red jacket and pill-box cap of that world-famous body of military guardians of law and order, the Northwest Mounted Police. Not while he lived could Cameron forget the scene that followed. With an air of lazy nonchalance, the youngster strode quietly up to the desperado, flourishing his gun, and asked in a tone that indicated curiosity more than anything else, "What are you doing with that thing?" "I'll show you," roared the man in his face, continuing to pour forth a torrent of oaths. "Put it down there," said the youngster in a smooth and silky voice, pointing to a table near by. "You don't need that in this country." The man paused in his demonstration, and for a moment or two stood in amazed silence. The audacity of the youngster appeared to paralyze his powers of speech and action. "Put it down there, my man. Do you hear?" The voice was still smooth, but through the silky tones there ran a fibre of steel. Still the desperado stood gazing at him. "Quick, do you hear?" There was a sudden sharp ring of imperious, of overwhelming authority, and, to the amazement of the crowd of men who stood breathless and silent about, there followed one of those phenomena which experts in psychology delight to explain, but which no man can understand. Without a word the gambler slowly laid upon the table his gun, upon whose handle were many notches, the tally of human lives it had accounted for in the hands of this same desperado. "What is this for?" continued the young man, gently touching the belt of cartridges. "Take it off." The belt found its place beside the gun. "Now, listen," gravely continued the youngster. "I give you 24 hours to leave this post, and if after 24 hours you are found here it will be bad for you. Get out." The man, still silent, slunk out from the room. Irresistible authority seemed to go with the word that sent him forth, and rightly so, for behind that word lay the full weight of Great Britain's mighty empire. It was Cameron's first experience of the Northwest Mounted Police, that famous corps of frontier riders who for more than a quarter of a century have ridden the marches of Great Britain's territories in the far northwest land, keeping intact the Pax Britannica amid the wild turmoil of pioneer days. To the Northwest Mounted Police and to the pioneer missionary it is due that Canada has never had within her borders what is known as a wild and wicked West. It was doubtless owing to the presence of that slim youngster in his scarlet jacket and pillbox cap that MacIvor got his men safely away without a hole in his back, and that his gang were quietly finishing their morning meal this shining April day, in their camp at the Bow River in the shadow of the big white peaks that guard the gap. Breakfast over, MacIvor heaved his great form to the perpendicular. "How is the foot, Cameron?" he asked, filling his pipe preparatory to the march. "Just about fit," replied Cameron. "Better take another day," replied the chief. "You can get up wood and get supper ready. Benoit will be glad enough to go out and take your place for another day on the line." "Sure ting," cried Benoit, the jolly French-Canadian cook. "Good for my health. He's tack off my front porch here," and the cook patted affectionately the little round paunch that marred the symmetry of his figure. "You ought to get Cameron to swap jobs with you, Benny," said one of the axe men, You would be a dandy in about another month." Benoit let his eye run critically over the line of his person. "Bon, dat's true for sure. In 3-4 mont' I make de big spark on de girl, me." "You bet, Benny," cried the axeman. "You'll break 'em all up." "Sure ting," cried Benny, catching up a coal for his pipe. "Bye-bye, Cameron, au revoir. I go for tack some more slice from my Porsche." "Good-bye, Benny," cried Cameron. "It is your last chance, for tomorrow I give you back your job." "I don't want any front Porsche on me." "Ho, ho," laughed Benny scornfully, as he turned to hurry after his chief. "Dat's not moche front Porsche on you. Dat's one rail fence, clapboard." And indeed Benoit was right, for there was no Porsche or sign of one on Cameron's lean and muscular frame. The daily battle with winter's fierce frosts and blizzards, the strenuous toil, the hard food had done their work on him. Strong, firm knit, clean and sound, hard fit, he had come through his first Canadian winter. No man in the camp, not even the chief himself, could bush him in a day's work. He had gained enormously in strength lately, and though the lines of his frame still ran to angles, he had gained in weight as well. Never in the days of his finest training was he as fit to get the best out of himself as now. An injured foot had held him in camp for a week, but the injury was now almost completely repaired, and the week's change of work only served to replenish his store of snap and vim. An hour or two sufficed to put the camp in the perfect order that he knew Benoit would consider ideal, and to get all in readiness for the evening meal when the gang should return. He had the day before him, and what a day it was! Cameron lay upon a buffalo skin in front of the cook tent, content with all the world and for the moment with himself. 6 months ago he had engaged as an axeman in the surveyor's gang at $30 per month, and found, being regarded more in the light of a supernumerary and more or less of a burden than anything else. Now he was drawing double the wage as rodman, and, of all the gang, stood second to none in MacIvor's regard. In this new venture he had come nearer to making good than ever before in his life, so in full content with himself he allowed his eyes to roam over the brown grassy plain that sloped to the bow in front, and over the bow to the successive lines of hills, rounded except where the black rocks broke jagged through the turf, and upward over the rounded hills to the grey sides of the mighty masses of the mountains, and still upward to where the white peaks lost themselves in the shining blue of the sky. Behind him a coulee ran back between hills to a line of timber, and beyond the timber more hills and more valleys, and ever growing higher and deeper till they ran into the bases of the great Rockies. As Cameron lay thus luxuriating upon his buffalo skin and lazily watching the hills across the river through the curling wreaths that gracefully and fragrantly rose from his briar root, there broke from the line of timber 2 jumping deer, buck and doe, the latter slow-footed because heavy with young. Behind them in hot pursuit came a pack of yelping coyotes. The doe was evidently hard-pressed, the buck was running easily, but gallantly refusing to abandon his mate to her cowardly foes. Straight for the icy river they made, plunged in, and making the crossing, were safe from their pursuing enemy. Cameron, intent upon fresh meat, ran for MacIvor's Winchester, but ere he could buckle round him a cartridge belt and throw on his hunting jacket, the deer had disappeared over the rounded top of the nearest hill. Up the coulee he ran to the timber, and there waited, but there was no sign of his game. Cautiously he made his way through the timber and dropped into the next valley, circling westward towards the mountains. The deer, however, had completely vanished. Turning back upon his tracks, he once more pierced the thin line of timber, when just across the coulee, some 300 yards away, on the skyline, head up and sniffing the wind, stood the buck in clear view. Taking hurried aim, Cameron fired. The buck dropped as if dead. Marking the spot, Cameron hurried forward, but to his surprise found only a trail of blood. "He's badly hit, though," he said to himself. "I must get the poor chap now at all costs." Swiftly he took up the trail, but though the bloodstains continued clear and fresh he could get no sight of the wounded animal. Hour after hour he kept up the chase, forgetful of everything but his determination to bring back his game to camp. From the freshness of the stains he knew that the buck could not be far ahead, and from the footprints it was clear that the animal was going on 3 legs. "The beggar is hearing me, and so keeps out of sight," said Cameron as he paused to listen. He resolved to proceed more slowly and with greater caution, but though he followed his plan for another half hour it brought him no better success. The day was fast passing, and he could not much longer continue his pursuit. He became conscious of pain in his injured foot. He sat down to rest and to review his situation. For the first time he observed that the bright sky of the morning had become overcast with a film of hazy cloud, and that the temperature was rapidly falling. Prudence suggested that he should at once make his way back to camp, but with the instinct of the true hunter he was loath to abandon the poor wounded beast to its unhappy fate. He resolved to make one further attempt. Refreshed by his brief rest, but with an increasing sense of pain in his foot, he climbed the slight rising ground before him, cautiously pushed his way through some scrub, and there, within easy shot, stood the buck, with drooping head and evidently with strength nearly done. Cameron took careful aim. There must be no mistake this time, and fired. The buck leaped high in the air, dropped, and lay still. The first shot had broken his leg, the second had pierced his heart. Cameron hurried forward and proceeded to skin the animal. But soon he abandoned this operation. "We'll come and get him to-morrow," he muttered, "and he is better with his skin on. Meantime we'll have a steak." However, he hung a bit of skin from a pole to keep off the wolves, and selected a choice cut for the supper. He worked hurriedly, for the sudden drop in the temperature was ominous of a serious disturbance in the weather. But before he had finished he was startled to observe a large snowflake lazily flutter to the ground beside him. He glanced towards the sky and found that the filmy clouds were rapidly assuming definite shape, and that the sun had almost disappeared. Hurriedly he took his bearings and, calculating as best he could the direction of the camp, set off, well satisfied with the outcome of his expedition and filled with the pleasing anticipation of a venison supper for himself and the rest of the gang. The country was for the most part open except for patches of timber here and there, and with a clear sky the difficulty of maintaining direction would have been but slight. With the sky overcast, however, this difficulty was sensibly increased. He had not kept an accurate reckoning of his course, but from the character of the ground, he knew that he must be a considerable distance westward of the line of the camp. His training during the winter in holding a line of march helped him now to maintain his course steadily in one direction. The temperature was still dropping rapidly. Over the woods hung a dead stillness, except for the lonely call of an occasional crow, or the scream of the impudent whiskey-jack. But soon even these became silent. As he surmounted each hilltop, Cameron took his bearings afresh and anxiously scanned the sky for weather signs. In spite of himself there crept over him a sense of foreboding, which he impatiently tried to shake off. "I can't be so very far from camp now," he said to himself, looking at his watch. "It's just 4. There were 3 good hours till dark." A little to the west of his line of march stood a high hill which appeared to dominate the surrounding country, and on its top a lofty pine. "I'll just shin up that tree," said he. "I ought to get a sight of the bow from the top." In a few minutes he had reached the top of the hill, but even in those minutes the atmosphere had thickened. "Jove, it's getting dark," he exclaimed. "It can't be near sundown yet. Did I make a mistake in the time?" He looked at his watch again. It showed 4:15. "I must get a look at this country." Hurriedly he threw off his jacket and proceeded to climb the big pine, which, fortunately, was limbed to the ground. From the lofty top his eye could sweep the country for many miles around. Over the great peaks of the Rockies to the west dark masses of black cloud, shot with purple and liver-colored bars, hung like a pall. To the north a line of clear light was still visible, but over the foothills towards east and south there lay almost invisible a shimmering haze, soft and translucent, and above the haze a heavy curtain, while over the immediate landscape there shone a strange weird light, through which there floated down to earth large white snowflakes. Not a breath of air moved across the face of the hills, but still as the dead they lay in solemn oppressive silence. Far to the north Cameron caught the gleam of water. "That must be the bow," he said to himself. "I am miles too far toward the mountains. I don't like the look of that haze and that cloud bank. There is a blizzard on the move, if this winter's experience teaches me anything." He once had been caught in a blizzard, but on that occasion he was with MacIver. He was conscious now of a little clutch at his heart as he remembered that desperate struggle for breath, for life it seemed to him, behind MacIver's broad back. The country was full of stories of men being overwhelmed by the choking, drifting whirl of snow. He knew how swift at times the onfall of the blizzard could be, How long the storm could last, how appalling the cold could become. What should he do? He must think and act swiftly. That gleaming water near which his camp lay was, at the very best going, 2 hours distant. The blizzard might strike at any moment, and once it struck, all hope of advance would be cut off. He resolved to seek the best cover available and wait till the storm should pass. He had his deer meat with him and matches. Could he but make shelter, he doubted not but he could weather the storm. Swiftly he swept the landscape for a spot to camp. Half a mile away he spied a little coulee where several valleys appeared to lose themselves in thick underbrush. He resolved to make for that spot. Hurriedly he slipped down the tree, donned belt and jacket, and, picking up gun and venison, set off at a run for the spot he had selected. A puff of wind touched his cheek. He glanced up and about him. The flakes of snow were no longer floating gently down, but were slanting in long straight lines across the landscape. His heart took a quicker beat. "It is coming sure enough," he said to himself between his teeth, "and a bad one too at that." He quickened his pace to racing speed. Down the hill, across the valley, and up the next slope he ran without pause. But as he reached the top of the slope, a sound arrested him, a deep, muffled, hissing roar, and mingled with it the beating of 1,000 wings. Beyond the top of the next hill, there hung from the sky to earth the curtain thick, black, portentous, and swiftly making approach, devouring the landscape as it came and filling his ears with its muffled, hissing roar. In the coulee beyond that hill was the spot he had marked for his shelter. It was still some 300 yards away. Could he beat that roaring, hissing, portentous cloud mass? It was extremely doubtful. Down the hill he ran, slipping, skating, pitching, till he struck the bottom. Then up the opposite slope he struggled, straining every nerve and muscle. He glanced upward towards the top of the hill. Merciful heaven! There it was, that portentous cloud mass roaring down upon him. Could he ever make that top? He ran a few steps further. Then, dropping his gun, he clutched a small poplar and hung fast. A driving, blinding, choking, whirling mass of whiteness hurled itself at him, buffeting him heavily, filling eyes, ears, nose, and mouth, clutching at his arms and legs and body with 1,000 impalpable, insistent claws. For a moment or two he lost all sense of direction, all thought of advance. One instinct only he obeyed, to hold on for dear life to the swaying, quivering poplar. The icy cold struck him to the heart. His bare fingers were fast freezing. A few moments he hung, hoping for a lull in the fury of the blizzard, but lull there was none, only that choking, blinding, terrifying thing that clutched and tore at him. His heart sank within him. This, then, was to be the end of him. A vision of his own body, stark and stiff, lying under a mound of drifting snow, swiftly passed before his mind. He threw it off wrathfully. "Not yet, not just yet," he shouted in defiance into the face of the howling storm. Through the tumult and confusion of his thoughts one idea dominated. He must make the hilltop. Sliding his hands down the trunk of the little poplar, he once more found his rifle, and, laying it in the hollow of his arm, he hugged it close to his side, shoved his freezing hands into his pockets, and, leaning hard against the driving blizzard, set off towards the hilltop. A few paces he made, then turning around, leaning back upon the solid massive force of the wind till he could get breath. Again a few steps upward, and again a rest against the wind. His courage began to come back. "Aha!" he shouted at the storm. "Not yet, not yet." Gradually, and with growing courage, he fought his way to the top. At length he stood upon the storm-swept summit. "I say," he cried, heartening himself with his speech, "this is so much to the good anyway. Now for the coulee." But exactly where did it lie? Absolutely nothing could he see before him but this blinding, choking mass of whirling snow. He tried to recall the direction in relation to the hill as he had taken it from the top of the tree. How long ago that seemed! Was it minutes or hours? Downward and towards the left lay the coulee. He could hardly fail to strike it, plunging headlong into the blizzard. He fought his way once more, step by step. It was jolly well like a scrimmage, he said grimly to the storm, which began in his imagination to assume a kind of monstrous and savage personality. It heartened him much to remember his sensations in many a desperate struggle against the straining, steaming mass of muscle and bone in the old fierce football fights. He recalled, too, a word of his old captain, "Never say die. The next minute may be better." "Never say die," he cried aloud in the face of his enemy. but I wish to heaven I could get up some of that heat just now. This cold is going to be the death of me." As he spoke, he bumped into a small, bushy spruce tree. "Hello, here you are, he cried, determined to be cheerful. "Glad to meet you. Hope there are lots more of you." His hope was realized. A few more steps and he found himself in the heart of a spruce thicket. "Thank God!" he exclaimed. Then again, "Yes, thank God it is." He steadied his heart not a little to remember the picture in his mother's Bible that had so often stirred his youthful imagination of one standing in the fishing boat and bidding the storm be still. In the spruce thicket he stood some moments to regain his breath and strength. Now what next, he asked himself. Although the thicket broke the force of the wind, something must be done, and quickly. Night was coming on, and that meant an even intenser cold. His hands were numb. His hunting jacket was but slight protection against the driving wind and the bitter cold. If he could only light a fire! A difficult business in this tumultuous whirlwind and snow. He had learned something of this art, however, from his winter's experience. He began breaking from the spruce trees the dead dry twigs. Oh, for some birch bark! Like a forgotten dream it came to him that from the tree-top he had seen, above the spruce thicket, the tops of some white birch trees purpling under the touch of spring. "Let's see, those birches must be further to my left," he said, recalling their position. Painfully he forced his way through the scrubby underbrush. His foot struck hard against an obstruction that nearly threw him to the ground. It was a jutting rock, peering through the white mass before his eyes. He could make out a great black, looming mass. Eagerly he pushed forward. It was a towering slab of rock. Following it round on the lee side, he suddenly halted with a shout of grateful triumph. A great section had fallen out of the rock, forming a little cave, storm-proof and dry. "Thank God once more," he said, and this time with even deeper reverence. "Now for a fire, if I could only get some birch bark." He placed his rifle in a corner of the cave and went out on his hunt. "By Jove, I must hurry or my hands will be gone sure." Looking upwards in the shelter of the rock through the driving snow, he saw the bare tops of trees. "Birch, too, as I am alive!" he cried, and plunging through the bushes, came upon a clump of white birches. With fingers that could hardly hold the curling bark he gathered a few bunches and hurried back to the cave. Again he went forth and gathered from the standing trees an armful of dead dry limbs. "Good!" he cried aloud in triumph. "We're not beaten yet. Now for the fire and supper." He drew forth his steel matchbox with numb and shaking fingers, opened it, and stood stricken dumb. There were only 3 matches in the box. Unreasoning terror seized him. 3 chances for life! He chose a match, struck it, but in his numb and nerveless fingers the match snapped near the head. With a new terror seizing him, he took a second match and struck it. The match flared, sputtering. Eagerly he thrust the birch bark at it. Too eagerly, alas, for the bark rubbed out the tiny flame. He had 1 match left, 1 hope of life. He closed his matchbox. His hands were trembling with the cold and more with nervous fear that shook him in every limb. He could not bring himself to make the last attempt. Up and down the cave and out and in he stamped, beating his hands to bring back the blood and fighting hard to get back his nerve. "This is all rotten funk," he cried aloud, raging at himself. "I shall not be beaten." Summoning all his powers, he once more pulled out his matchbox, rubbed his birch bark fine, and, kneeling down, placed it between his knees under the shelter of his hunting jacket. Kneeling there with the matchbox in his hand, there fell upon his spirit a great calm. "Oh, God," he said quietly and with the conviction in his soul that there was one listening, "help me now." He opened the matchbox, took out the match, struck it carefully and laid it among the birch bark. For one heart-racking moment he flickered unsteadily. Then, clutching a resinous fibre of the bark, it flared up, shot out a tiny tongue to one of the heavier bunches, caught hold, sputtered, smoked, burst into flame. With a prayer still going in his heart, "God help me now," Cameron fed the flame with bits of bark and tiny twigs, adding more and more till the fire began to leap, dance, and snap, and at length, gaining strength, it roared its triumph over the grim terror so recently threatened. For the present at least the blizzard was beaten. "Now God be thanked for that," said Cameron, "for it was past my doing." End of Book 3, Chapter 1.
Book 3, Chapter 2, Corporal Cameron of the Northwest Mounted Police, A Tale of the Macleod Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anita Sloma-Martinez. Corporal Cameron of the Northwest Mounted Police, Book 3, Chapter 2. On the wings of the storm. Shivering and hungry and fighting with sleep, Cameron stamped up and down his cave, making now and then excursions into the storm to replenish his fire. On sharpened sticks, slices of venison were cooking for his supper. Outside, the storm raged with greater violence than ever, and into the cave the bitter cold penetrated, effectually neutralizing the warmth of the little fire, for the wood was hard to get, and a larger fire he could not afford. He looked at his watch and was amazed to find it only 5 o'clock. How long could he maintain this fight? His heart sank at the prospect of the long night before him. He sat down upon the rock close beside his cooking venison, and in a few moments was fast asleep. He awoke with a start and found that the fire had crept along a jutting branch and had reached his fingers. He sprang to his feet. The fire lay in smoldering embers, for the sticks were mere brushwood. A terrible fear seized him. His life depended upon the maintaining of this fire. Carefully he assembled the embers and nursed them into bright flame. At all costs he must keep awake. A further excursion into the woods for fuel thoroughly roused him from his sleep. Soon his fire was blazing brightly again. Consulting his watch, he found that he must have slept half an hour. He determined that in order to keep himself awake and to provide against the growing cold, he would lay in a stock of firewood, and so he began a systematic search for fallen trees that he might drag to his shelter. As he was setting forth upon his search, he became aware of a new sound mingling with the roaring of the storm about him, a soft, pounding, rhythmic sound. With every nerve strained, he listened. It was like the beating of hoofs. He ran out into the storm, and holding his hands to his ears, bent forward to listen. Faintly over the roaring of the blizzard, and rising and falling with it, there came the sound of singing. "Am I mad?" he said to himself, beating his head with his hands. He rushed into the cave, threw upon the fire all the brushwood he had gathered, until it sprang up into a great glare, lighting up the cave and its surroundings. Then he rushed forth once more to the turn of the rock. The singing could now be plainly heard. "3 cheers for the red, white! Get on there, you variously colored and multitudinously cursed brutes! 3 cheers for the red! Hi there! Look out, little thunder! They are off to the left!" "Hello!" yelled Cameron at the top of his voice. "Hello there!" "Whoa!" yelled a voice sharply. The sound of hoof-beats ceased, and only the roaring of the blizzard could be heard. "Hello!" cried Cameron again. "Who are you?" But only the gale answered him. Again and again he called, but no voice replied. Once more he rushed into the cave, seized his rifle, and fired a shot into the air. Crack! Crack! 2 bullets spat against the rock over his head. "Hold on there, you fool!" yelled Cameron, dodging back behind the rock. "What are you shooting at? Hello there!" Still there was no reply. Long he waited, till desperate with anxiety lest his unknown visitors should abandon him, he ran forward once more beyond the ledge of the rock, shouting, "Hello! Hello! Don't shoot! I'm coming out to you!" At the turn of the rocky ledge he paused, concentrating his powers to catch some sound other than the dull boom and hiss of the blizzard. Suddenly at his side something moved. "Put up your hands, quick!" A dark shape with arm thrust straight before it loomed through the drift of snow. "Oh, I say," began Cameron. "Quick!" said the voice, with a terrible oath, "or I drop you where you stand." "All right," said Cameron, lifting up his hands with his rifle high above his head. but hurry up. I can't stand this long. I am nearly frozen as it is." The man came forward, still covering him with his pistol. He ran his free hand over Cameron's person. "How many of you?" he asked in a voice sharp and crisp. "I am all alone, but hurry up. I am about all in." "Lead on to your fire," said the stranger, "but if you want to live, no monkey work. I've got you lined." Cameron led the way to the fire. The stranger threw a swift glance around the cave, then, with eyes still holding Cameron, he whistled shrilly on his fingers. Almost immediately, it seemed to Cameron, there came into the light another man who proved to be an Indian, short, heavily built, with a face hideously ugly, and rendered more repulsive by the small, red-rimmed, bloodshot eyes that seemed to Cameron to peer like gimlets into his very soul. At a word of command, the Indian possessed himself of Cameron's rifle and stood at the entrance. "Now," said the stranger, "talk quick. Who are you? How did you come here? Quick, and to the point." "I am a surveyor," said Cameron briefly. "McIver's gang. I was left at camp to cook, saw a deer, wounded it, followed it up, lost my way. The storm caught me, but thank God I found this cave, and with my last match lit the fire. I was trying to cook my venison when I heard you coming." The gray-brown eyes of the stranger never left Cameron's face while he was speaking. "You're a liar," he said with cold insolence when Cameron had finished his tale. "You look to me like a blank horse thief or whiskey trader." Faint as he was with cold and hunger, the deliberate insolence of the man stirred Cameron to sudden rage. The blood flooded his pale face. "You coward!" he cried in a choking voice, gathering himself to spring at the man's throat. But the stranger only laughed, and stepping backward, spoke a word to the Indian behind him. Before he could move, Cameron found himself covered by the rifle, with the malignant eye of the Indian behind it. "Hold on, Little Thunder, drop it," said the stranger with a slight laugh. Reluctantly the rifle came down. "All right, Mr. Surveyor," said the stranger with a good-natured laugh. "Pardon my abruptness. I was merely testing you. One cannot be too careful in these parts nowadays, when the woods are full of horse thieves and whiskey runners. Oh, come on," he continued, glancing at Cameron's face. "I apologize. So you're lost, eh? Hungry too? Well, so am I, and though I was not going to feed just yet, we may as well grub together. Bring the cattle into shelter here," he said to Little Thunder. "They will stand right enough, and get busy with the grub." The Indian grunted a remonstrance. "Oh, that's all right," replied the stranger. "Hand it over." He took Cameron's rifle from the Indian and set it in the corner. "Now get a move on. We have no time to waste." So saying, he hurried out himself into the storm. In a few minutes Cameron could hear the blows of an axe, and soon the stranger appeared with a load of dry wood with which he built up a blazing fire. He was followed shortly by the Indian, who from a sack drew out bacon, hardtack, and tea, and with cooking utensils produced from another sack, speedily prepared supper. "Pile in," said the stranger to Cameron, passing him the pan in which the bacon and venison had been fried. "Pass the tea, Little Thunder. No time to waste. We've got to hustle." Cameron was only too eager to obey these orders, and in the generous warmth of the big fire and under the stimulus of the boiling tea, his strength and nerve began to come back to him. For some minutes he was too intent on satisfying his ravenous hunger to indulge in conversation with his host, but as his hunger became appeased, he began to give his attention to the man who had so mysteriously blown in upon him out of the blizzard. There was something fascinating about the lean, clean-cut face, with its firm lines about the mouth and chin, and its deep-set brown-gray eyes that glittered like steel or shone like limpid pools of light according to the mood of the man. They were extraordinary eyes. Cameron remembered them like dagger points behind the pistol, and then like kindly lights in a dark window when he had smiled. Just now, as he sat eating with eager haste, the eyes were staring forward into the fire out of deep sockets, with a far-away, reminiscent, kindly look in them. The lumberman's heavy skin-lined jacket and the overalls tucked into boots could not hide the athletic lines of the lithe, muscular figure. Cameron looked at his hands with their long, sinewy fingers. The hands of a gentleman, thought he. What is his history, and where does he come from? London's my home, said the stranger, answering Cameron's mental queries. Name, Raven. Richard Colebrook Raven. Dick for short. Rancher, horse and cattle trader. East Kootenai. At present running in a stock of goods and horses, and caught like yourself in this beastly blizzard. My name's Cameron, and I'm from Edinburgh a year ago, replied Cameron briefly. Edinburgh? Knew it 10 years ago. Quiet old town. Quaint folk. Never know what they are thinking about you. Cameron smiled. How well he remembered the calm, detached, critical, but uncurious gaze with which the dwellers of the modern Athens were wont to regard mere outsiders. I know, he said. I came from the north myself. The stranger had apparently forgotten him, and was gazing steadily into the fire. Suddenly, with extraordinary energy, he sprang from the ground where he had been sitting. Now, he cried, en avant! Where to? Asked Cameron, rising to his feet. East Kootenai, all the way, and hustle's the word. Not me, said Cameron. I must get back to my camp. If you will kindly leave me some grub and some matches, I shall be all right, and very much obliged. MacIver will be searching for me tomorrow. Ha! Burst forth the stranger in vehement expletive. Searching for you, eh? He stood for a few moments in deep thought, then spoke to the Indian a few words in his own language. That individual, with a fierce glance towards Cameron, grunted a gruff reply. No, no, said Raven, also glancing at Cameron. Again the Indian spoke, this time with insistent fierceness. No, no, you cold-blooded devil, replied the trader. No, but, he added with emphasis, we will take him with us. Pack. Here, bring in coat, mitts, socks, Little Thunder, and move quick, do you hear? His voice rang out in imperious command. Little Thunder, growling though he might, no longer delayed, but dived into the storm, and in a few moments returned bearing a bag from which he drew the articles of clothing desired. But I am not going with you, said Cameron firmly. I cannot desert my chief this way. It would give him no end of trouble. Leave me some matches, and, if you can spare it, a little grub, and I shall do finely. Get these things on, replied Raven, and quit talking. Don't be a fool. We simply can't leave you behind. If you only knew the alternative, you'd— Cameron glanced at the Indian. The eager, fierce look on that hideous face startled him. We will send you back all safe in a few days, continued the trader with a smile. Come, don't delay. March is the word. I won't go, said Cameron resolutely. I'll stay where I am. All right, you fool, replied Raven with a savage oath. Take your medicine, then. He nodded to the Indian. With a swift gleam of joy in his red-rimmed eyes, the Indian reached swiftly for Cameron's rifle. Nope, too much noise, said Raven, coolly finishing the packing. A swift flash of a knife in the firelight, and the Indian hurled himself upon the unsuspecting Cameron. But quick as was the attack, Cameron was quicker. Gripping the Indian's uplifted wrist with his left hand, he brought his right with terrific force upon the point of his assailant's chin. The Indian spun round like a top and pitched out into the dark. Neatly done, cried the trader with a great oath and a laugh. Hold on, Little Thunder, he continued, as the Indian reappeared, knife in hand. He'll come now. Quiet, you beast. Ah, would you? He seized by the throat and wrist the Indian, who, frothing with rage and snarling like a wild animal, was struggling to reach Cameron again. Down, you dog, do you hear me? With a twist of his arms, he brought the Indian to his knees and held him as he might a child. Quite suddenly, the Indian grew still. Good, said Raven. Now no more of this. Pack up. Without a further word or glance at Cameron, Little Thunder gathered up the stuff and vanished. "Now," continued the trader, "you perhaps see that it would be wise for you to come along without further delay." "All right," said Cameron, trembling with indignant rage. "But remember, you'll pay for this." The trader smiled kindly upon him. "Better get these things on," he said, pointing to the articles of clothing upon the cave floor. "The blizzard is gathering force, and we have still some hours to ride. But," he continued, stepping close to Cameron and looking him in the eyes, "there must be no more nonsense. You can see my man is somewhat short in temper, and indeed mine is rather brittle at times." For a single instant a smile curled the firm lips and half-closed the steely eyes of the speaker, and noting the smile and the steely gleam in the gray-brown eyes, Cameron hastily decided that he would no longer resist. Warmed and fed and protected against the blizzard, but with his heart full of indignant wrath, Cameron found himself riding on a wretched cayuse before the trader, whose horse could but dimly be seen through the storm, but which from his antics appeared to be possessed of 1,000 demons. "Steady, Nighthawk, old boy. We'll get 'em moving after a bit," said his master, soothing the kicking beast. "Aha! That was just a shade violent," he remonstrated, as the horse with a scream rushed open-mouthed at a blundering pony and sent him scuttling forward in wild terror after the bunch already disappearing down the trail, following Little Thunder upon his bronco. The blizzard was now in their back, and though its force was thereby greatly lessened, the black night was still thick with whirling snow, and the cold grew more intense every moment. Cameron could hardly see his pony's ears, but loping easily along the levels, scrambling wildly up the hills, and slithering recklessly down the slopes, the little brute followed without pause the cavalcade in front. How they kept the trail Cameron could not imagine, but with the instinct of their breed the ponies never faltered. Far before in the black blinding storm could be heard the voice of Little Thunder, rising and falling in a kind of singing chant, a chant which Cameron was afterwards to know right well. "Hi-yi, hi-ya, hi-hi, hi, hi-yi, hi-ya, hi-hi, hi." Behind him came the trader, riding easily his demon-spirited bronco, and singing in full baritone the patriotic ode dear to Britishers the world over. "Three cheers for the red, white, and blue! 3 cheers for the red, white, and blue! The Army and Navy forever! 3 cheers for the red, white, and blue!" As Cameron went pounding along through the howling blizzard, half asleep upon his loping, scrambling, slithering pony, with the ki-yi, hi-ya of Little Thunder wailing down the storm from before him, and the martial notes of the trader behind him demanding cheers for Her Majesty's naval and military forces, he seemed to himself to be in the grip of some ghastly nightmare which, try as he might, he was unable to shake off. The ghastly unreality of the nightmare was dispelled by the sudden halt of the bunch of ponies in front. "All off!" cried the trader, riding forward upon his bronco, which, apparently quite untired by the long night ride, danced forward through the bunch, gaily biting and slashing as he went. "All off! Get them into the bunkhouse there, Little Thunder. Come along, Mr. Cameron. We have reached our camp. Take off the bridle and blanket and let your pony go." Cameron did as he was told, and, guided by the sound of the trader's voice, made his way to a low log building, which turned out to be the deserted grub house of an old lumber camp. "Come along," cried the trader heartily. "Welcome to 50 Mile Camp. Its accommodation is somewhat limited, but we can at least offer you a bunk, grub, and fire, and these on a night like this are not to be despised." He fumbled around in the dark for a few moments, and found and lit a candle stuck in an empty bottle. "There," he cried in a tone of genial hospitality and with a kindly smile. "Get a fire on here, and make yourself at home. Nighthawk demands my attention for the present. Don't look so glum, old boy," he added, slapping Cameron gaily on the back. "The worst is over." So saying, he disappeared into the blizzard, singing at the top of his voice in the cheeriest possible tones. The Army and Navy forever, 3 cheers for the red, white, and blue. And leaving Cameron sorely perplexed as to what manner of man this might be, who one moment could smile with all the malevolence of a fiend, and again could welcome him with all the generous and genial hospitality he might show to a loved and long-lost friend. End of Book 3, Chapter 2.
Book 3, Chapter 3 of Corporal Cameron of the Northwest Mounted Police, A Tale of the Macleod Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. Corporal Cameron of the Northwest Mounted Police. Book 3, Chapter 3, The Stones. The icy cold woke Cameron as the gray light came in through the dirty windows and the cracks between the logs of the grub house. Already, Little Thunder was awake and busy with the fire in the cracked and rusty stove. Cameron lay still and watched. Silently, swiftly, the Indian moved about his work till the fire began to roar and the pot of snow on the top began to melt. Then the traitor awoke. With a single movement he was out upon the floor. "All hands awake," he shouted. "Aha, Mr. Cameron. Good sleep, eh? Slept like a bear myself. Now grub and off. Still blowing, eh? Well, so much the better. There is a spot 30 miles on where we will be snug enough. How's breakfast, Little Thunder? This is our only chance today, so don't spare the grub." Cameron made but slight reply. He was stiff and sore with the cold and the long ride of the day before. This, however, he minded but little. If he could only guess what lay before him. He was torn between anxiety and indignation. He could hardly make himself believe that he was alive and in his waking senses. 24 hours ago he was breakfasting with MacIver and his gang in the camp by the Bow. Now he was 20 or 30 miles away in the heart of the mountains and practically a prisoner in the hands of as bloodthirsty a looking Indian as he had ever seen, and a man who remained to him an inexplicable mystery. Who and what was this man? He scanned his face in the growing light. Strength, daring, alertness, yes, and kindliness he read in the handsome brown, lean face of the stranger, lit by its gray-brown hazel eyes and set off with brown, wavy hair which the absence of a cap now for the first time revealed. "He looks all right," Cameron said to himself. And yet when he recalled the smile that had curled these thin lips and half-closed these hazel eyes in the cave the night before, and when he thought of that murderous attack of his Indian companion, he found it difficult wholly to trust the man who was at once his rescuer and his captor. In the days of the early '80s, there were weird stories floating about through the western country of outlaw Indian traders whose chief stock for barter was a concoction which passed for whiskey, but the ingredients of which were principally high wines and tobacco juice, with a little molasses to sweeten it and a touch of bluestone to give it bite. Men of reckless daring were these traders, resourceful and relentless. For a bottle of their hellfire fluid, they would buy a buffalo hide, a pack of beaver skins, or a cayuse from an Indian without hesitation or remorse. With a keg or two of their deadly brew, they would approach a tribe and strip it bare of a year's catch of furs. In the fierce fights that often followed, the Indian, poorly armed and half dead with the poison he had drunk, would come off second best, and many a wretched native was left to burn and blister upon the plains or among the coulees at the foothills to mark the trail of the whiskey runners. In British territory, all this style of barter was of course unlawful. The giving, selling, or trading of any sort of intoxicant to the Indians was absolutely prohibited. But it was a land of vast and mighty spaces, and everywhere were hiding places where armies could be safely disposed, and therefore there was small chance for the enforcement of the laws of the Dominion. There was little risk to the whiskey runners, and indeed, however great the risk, the immense profits of their trade would have made them willing to take it. Hence, all through the western plains, the whiskey runners had their way to the degradation and demoralization of the unhappy natives, and to the rapid decimation of their numbers. Horse thieves, too, and cattle rustlers, operating on both sides of the line, added to the general confusion and lawlessness that prevailed and rendered the lives and property of the few pioneer settlers insecure. It was to deal with this situation that the Dominion government organized and dispatched the Northwest Mounted Police to Western Canada. Immediately upon the advent of this famous corps, matters began to improve. The open ravages of the whiskey runners ceased, and these daring outlaws were forced to carry on their fiendish business by midnight marches and through the secret trails and coulees of the foothills. The profits of the trade, however, were still great enough to tempt the more reckless and daring of these men. Cattle rustling and horse stealing still continued, but on a much smaller scale. To the whole country, the advent of the police proved an incalculable blessing, but to the Indian tribes especially was this the case. The natives soon learned to regard the police officers as their friends. In them they found protection from the unscrupulous traders who had hitherto cheated them without mercy or conscience, as well as from the whiskey runners through whose devilish activities their people had suffered irreparable loss. The administration of the law by the officers of the police with firm and patient justice put an end also to the frequent and bloody wars that had prevailed previously between the various tribes, till by these wild and savage people the red coat came to be regarded with mingled awe and confidence, a terror to evil-doers and a protection to those that did well. To which class did this man belong? This Cameron was utterly unable to decide. With this problem vexing his mind, he ate his breakfast in almost complete silence, making only monosyllabic replies to the trader's cheerful attempts at conversation. Suddenly, with disconcerting accuracy, the trader seemed to read his mind. "Now, Mr. Cameron," he said, pulling out his pipe, "we will have a smoke and a chat. Fill up." He passed Cameron his little bag of tobacco. "Last night things were somewhat strained," he continued. "Frankly, I confess I took you at first for a whiskey runner and a horse thief, and having suffered from these gentlemen considerably, I was taking no chances." "Why force me to go with you, then?" asked Cameron angrily. "Why, for your good. There is less danger both to you and to me with you under my eye," replied the trader with a smile. "Yet your man would have murdered me?" "Well, you see, Little Thunder is one of the blood tribe, and rather swift with his knife at times, I confess. Besides, his family has suffered at the hands of the whiskey runners. He is a chief, and he owes it to these devils that he is out of a job just now. You may imagine he is somewhat touchy on the point of whiskey traders." "It was you set him on me," said Cameron, still wrathful. "No, no," said the trader, laughing quietly. "That was merely to startle you out of your, unreasonable obstinacy. You must believe me, it was the only thing possible that you should accompany us, for if you were a whiskey runner, then it was better for us that you should be under guard, and if you were a surveyor, it was better for you that you should be in our care. Why, man, this storm may go for 3 days, and you would be stiff long before anyone could find you. No, no, I confess our measures may have seemed somewhat, abrupt, but believe me, they were necessary, and in a day or two you will acknowledge that I am in the right of it. Meantime, let's trust each other, and there is my hand on it, Cameron." There was no resisting the frank smile, the open manner of the man, and Cameron took the offered hand with a lighter heart than he had known for the last 12 hours. "Now then, that's settled," cried the trader, springing to his feet. "Cameron, you can pack this stuff together while Little Thunder and I dig out our bunch of horses. They will be half frozen, and it will be hard to knock any life into them." It was half an hour before Cameron had his packs ready, and, there being no sign of the trader, he put on his heavy coat, mitts, and cap, and fought his way through the blizzard, which was still raging in full force, to the bunkhouse, a log building about 30 feet long and half as wide, in which were huddled the horses and ponies to the number of about 20. 8 of the ponies carried pack saddles, and so busy were Raven and the Indian with the somewhat delicate operation of assembling the packs that he was close upon them before they were aware. Boxes and bags were strewn about in orderly disorder, and on one side were several small kegs. As Cameron drew near, the Indian, who was the first to notice him, gave a grunt. "What the blank are you doing here?" cried Raven with a string of oaths, flinging a buffalo robe over the kegs. "My word, you startled me," he added with a short laugh. "I haven't got used to you yet. All right, Little Thunder, get these boxes together. Bring that gray cayuse here, Cameron, the one with the rope on near the door." This was easier said than done, for the half-broken brute snorted and plunged till Cameron, taking a turn of the rope round his nose, forced him up through the trembling, crowding bunch. "Good," said the trader. You are all right. You didn't learn to rope a cayuse in Edinburgh, I guess. Here's his saddle. Cinch it on." While Cameron was engaged in carrying out these orders, Little Thunder and the trader were busy roping boxes and kegs into pack loads with a skill and dexterity that could only be the result of long practice. "Now then, Cameron, we'll load some of this molasses on your pony." So saying, Raven picked up one of the kegs. "Hello, Little Thunder, this keg's leaking. It's lost the plug, as I'm a sinner." Sure enough, from a small auger hole, golden syrup was streaming over the edge of the keg. "I am certain I put that plug in yesterday," said Raven. "Must have been knocked out last night. Fortunately, it stood right end up, or we should have lost the whole keg." While he was speaking, he was shaping a small stick into a small plug, which he drove tight into the keg. "That will fix it," he said. "Now then, put these boxes on the other side. That will do. Take your pony toward the door and tie him there. Little Thunder and I will load the rest and bring them up." In a very short time, all the remaining goods were packed into neat loads and lashed upon the pack ponies in such a careful manner that neither box nor keg could be seen outside the cover of blankets and buffalo skins. "Now then," cried Raven, "boots and saddles. We will give you a better mount today," he continued, selecting a stout-built sorrel pony. "There you are. And a dandy he is, sure-footed as a goat and easy as a cradle. Now then, Nighthawk, we shall just clear out this bunch." As he spoke, he whipped the blanket off his horse. Cameron could not forbear an exclamation of wonder and admiration as his eyes fell upon Raven's horse. And not without reason, for Nighthawk was as near perfection as anything in horse flesh of his size could be. His coal-black satin skin, his fine flat legs, small delicate head, sloping hips, round and well-ribbed barrel, all showing his breed. Rolling up the blanket, Raven strapped it to his saddle, and flinging himself astride his horse, gave a yell that galvanized the wretched, shivering, dispirited bunch into immediate life and activity. "Get out the packers there, Little Thunder. Hurry up. Don't be all day. Cameron, fall behind with me." Little Thunder seized the leading line of the first packer, leapt astride his own pony, and pushed out into the storm. But the rest of the animals held back and refused to face the blizzard. The traditions of the cayuse are unheroic in the matter of blizzards, and are all in favor of turning tail to every storm that blows. But Nighthawk soon overcame their reluctance, whether traditional or otherwise. With a fury nothing less than demoniacal, he fell upon the animals next him and inspired them with such terror that, plunging forward, they carried the bunch crowding through the door. It was no small achievement to turn some 20 shivering, bulky, stubborn cayuses and broncos out of their shelter and swing them through the mazes of the old lumber camp into the trail again. But with Little Thunder breaking the trail and chanting his encouraging refrain in front, and the trader and his demonic stallion dynamically bringing up the rear, this achievement was effected without the straying of a single animal. Raven was in great spirits, singing, shouting, and occasionally sending Nighthawk open-mouthed in a fierce charge upon the laggards, hustling the long, straggling line onwards through the whirling drifts without pause or falter. Occasionally he dropped back beside Cameron, who brought up the rear, bringing a word of encouragement or approval. "How do they ever keep the trail?" asked Cameron on one of these occasions. "Little Thunder does the trick. He is the greatest tracker in this country, unless it is his cayuse, which has a nose like a bloodhound's, and will keep the trail through 3 feet of snow. The rest of the bunch follow. They are afraid to do anything else in a blizzard like this." So hour after hour, upward along mountainsides, for by this time they were far into the Rockies, and down again through thick standing forests in the valleys, across ravines and roaring torrents which the warm weather of the previous days had released from the glaciers, and over benches of open country, where the grass lay buried deep beneath the snow, they pounded along. The clouds of snow ever whirling about Cameron's head and in front of his eyes hid the distant landscape and engulfed the head of the cavalcade before him. Without initiative and without volition, but in a dreamy haze, he sat his pony to which he entrusted his life and fortune and waited for the will of his mysterious companion to develop. About midday, Nighthawk danced back out of the storm ahead and dropped in beside Cameron's pony. "A Chinook comin'," said Raven. "Getting warmer, don't you notice?" "No, I didn't notice, but now that you call attention to it, I do feel a little more comfortable," replied Cameron. "Sure thing. Rain in an hour." "An hour? In 6, perhaps." "In less than an hour," replied Raven. "The Chinook will be here. We're riding into it. It blows down through the pass before us, and it will lick up this snow in no time. You'll see the grass all about you before 3 hours are past." The event proved the truth of Raven's prediction. With incredible rapidity, the temperature continued to rise. In half an hour, Cameron discarded his mitts and unbuttoned his skin-lined jacket. The wind dropped to a gentle breeze, swinging more and more into the southwest, and before the hour was gone, the sun was shining fitfully again, and the snow had changed into a drizzling rain. The extraordinary suddenness of these atmospheric changes only increased the sense of phantasmic unreality with which Cameron had been struggling during the past 36 hours. As the afternoon wore on, the air became sensibly warmer. The moisture rose in steaming clouds from the mountain sides. The snow ran everywhere in gurgling rivulets. The rivulets became streams, the streams rivers, and the mountain torrents which they had easily forded earlier in the day threatened to sweep them away. The trader's spirits appeared to rise with the temperature. He was in a high glee. It was as if he had escaped some imminent peril. "We will make it all right," he shouted to Little Thunder, as they paused for a few moments in a grassy glade. "Can we make the forks before dark?" Little Thunder's grunt might mean anything, but to this trader it expressed doubt. "On then," he shouted. "We must make these brutes get a move on. They'll feed when we camp." So saying, he hurled his horse upon the straggling bunch of ponies that were eagerly snatching mouthfuls of grass from which the Chinook had already melted the snow. Mercilessly and savagely the trader, with whip and voice and charging stallion, hustled the wretched animals into the trail once more. And through the long afternoon, with unceasing and brutal ferocity, he belabored the faltering, stumbling, half-starved creatures, till from sheer exhaustion they were like to fall upon the trail. It was a weary business and disgusting, but the demon spirit of Nighthawk seemed to have passed into his master, and with an insistence that knew no mercy, together they battered that wretched bunch up and down the long slopes, till at length the merciful night fell upon the straggling, stumbling cavalcade, and made a rapid pace impossible. At the head of a long slope, Little Thunder came to an abrupt halt, rode to the rear, and grunted something to his chief. "What?" cried Raven in a startled voice. "Stonies? Where?" Little Thunder pointed. "Did they see you?" This insult Little Thunder disdained to notice. "Good," replied Raven. "Stay here, Cameron. We will take a look at them." In a very few minutes he returned, an eager tone in his voice, an eager gleam in his eyes. "Stonies!" he exclaimed, "and a big camp, on their way back from their winter's trapping. Old MacDougall himself in charge, I think. Do you know him?" "I have heard of him," said Cameron, and his tone indicated his reverence for the aged pioneer Methodist missionary who had accomplished such marvels during his long years of service with his Indian flock, and had gained such a wonderful control over them. "Yes, he is all right," replied Raven, answering his tone. "He is a shrewd old boy, though. Looks mighty close after the trading end. Well, we will perhaps do a little trade ourselves, but we won't disturb the old man," he continued, as if to himself. "Come and take a look at them." Little Thunder had halted at a spot where the trail forked. One part led to the right down the long slope of the mountain, the other to the left, gradually climbing toward the top. The Stonies had come by the right-hand trail and were now camped off the trail on a little sheltered bench further down the side of the mountain and surrounded by a scattering group of tall pines. Through the misty night their camp fires burned cheerily, lighting up their lodges. Around the fires could be seen groups of men squatted on the ground, and here and there among the lodges the squaws were busy, evidently preparing the evening meal. At one side of the camp could be distinguished a number of tethered ponies, and near them others quietly grazing. But though the camp lay only a few hundred yards away and on a lower level, not a sound came up from it to Cameron's ears except the occasional bark of a dog. The Indians are a silent people and move noiselessly through nature's solitudes as if in reverence for her sacred mysteries. "We won't disturb them," said Raven in a low tone. "We'll slip past quietly." "They come from Morleyville, don't they?" inquired Cameron. "Yes." "Why not visit the camp?" exclaimed Cameron eagerly. "I am sure Mr. MacDougall would be glad to see us, and why could not I go back with him? My camp is right on the trail to Morleyville." Raven stood silent, evidently perplexed. "Well," he replied hesitatingly, "we shall see later. Meanwhile, let's get into camp ourselves, and no noise, please." His voice was low and stern. Silently, and as swiftly as was consistent with silence, Little Thunder led his band of pack horses along the upper trail, the trader and Cameron bringing up the rear with the other ponies. For about half a mile they proceeded in this direction, Then turning sharply to the right, they cut across through the straggling woods, and so came upon the lower trail, beyond the encampment of the Stonies and well out of sight of it. "We camp here," said Raven briefly. "But remember, no noise." "What about visiting their camp?" inquired Cameron. "There is no immediate hurry." He spoke a few words to Little Thunder in Indian. "Little Thunder thinks they may be Blackfeet. We can't be too careful. Now let's get grub." Cameron made no reply. The trader's hesitating manner awakened all his former suspicions. He was firmly convinced the Indians were Stonies, and he resolved that come what might he would make his escape to their camp. Without unloading their packs, they built their fire upon a large flat rock, and there, crouching about it, for the mists were chilly, they had their supper. In undertones, Raven and Little Thunder conversed in the Indian speech. The gay, careless air of the trader had given place to one of keen, purposeful determination. There was evidently serious business on foot. Immediately after supper, Little Thunder vanished into the mist. "We may as well make ourselves comfortable," said Raven, pulling a couple of buffalo skins from a pack and giving one to Cameron. "Little Thunder has gone to reconnoiter." He threw some sticks upon the fire. "Better go to sleep," he suggested. "We shall probably visit the camp in the morning if they should prove to be Stonies." Cameron made no reply, but lying down upon his buffalo skin pretended to sleep, though with the firm resolve to keep awake. But he had passed through an exhausting day, and before many minutes had passed he fell into a doze. From this he awoke with a start, his ears filled with the sound of singing. Beyond the fire, Raven lay upon his face, apparently sound asleep. The singing came from the direction of the Indian camp. Noiselessly he rose and stole up the trail to a point from which the camp was plainly visible. A wonderful scene lay before his eyes. A great fire burned in the center of the camp, and round the fire the whole band of Indians was gathered with their squaws in the background. At the center of the circle stood a tall man with a venerable beard, apparently reading. After he had read, the sound of singing once more rose upon the night air. "Stonies, all right," said Cameron exultantly to himself. "And at evening prayers, too, by Jove." He remembered hearing MacIver tell how the Stonies never went on a hunting expedition without their hymn books and never closed a day without their evening worship. The voices were high-pitched and thin, but from that distance they floated up soft and sweet. He could clearly distinguish the music of the old Methodist hymn, the words of which were quite familiar to him. "There is a fountain filled with blood, drawn from Emmanuel's veins, and sinners plunged beneath that flood lose all their guilty stains." Over and over again, with strange, wild cadences of their own invention, the worshippers wailed forth the refrain, "Lose all their guilty stains." Then, all kneeling, they went to prayer. Over all, the misty moon struggling through the broken clouds cast a pale and ghostly light. It was, to Cameron, with his old-world religious conventions and traditions, a weirdly fascinating but intensely impressive scene. Afar beyond the valley appeared in dim outline the great mountains, with their heads thrust up into the sky. Nearer at their bases gathered the pines, at first in solid, gloomy masses, then, as they approached, in straggling groups, and at last singly, like tall sentinels on guard. On the grassy glade, surrounded by the sentinel pines, the circle of dusky worshippers, kneeling about their campfire, lifted their faces heavenward and their hearts Godward in prayer. And as upon those dusky faces the firelight fell in fitful gleams, so upon their hearts, dark with the superstitions of 100 generations, there fell the gleams of the torch held high by the hands of their dauntless ambassador of the blessed gospel of the grace of God. With mingled feelings of reverence and of pity, Cameron stood gazing down upon this scene, resolved more than ever to attach himself to this camp whose days closed with evening prayer. "Impressive scene," said a mocking voice in his ear. Cameron started. A sudden feeling of repulsion seized him. "Yes," he said gravely, "an impressive scene in my eyes at least, and I should not wonder if in the eyes of God as well." "Who knows?" said Raven gruffly, as they both turned back to the fire. End of Book 3, Chapter 3.
Book 3, Chapter 4 of Corporal Cameron of the Northwest Mounted Police, A Tale of the Macleod Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Corporal Cameron of the Northwest Mounted Police, Book 3, Chapter 4. the dull red stain. The minutes passed slowly. The scene in the camp of the Stoneys that he had just witnessed drove all sleep from Cameron. He was firmly resolved that at the first opportunity he would make his break for liberty, for he was now fully aware that though not confessedly, he was none the less really a prisoner. As he lay intently thinking, forming and discarding plans of escape, 2 Indians, followed by Little Thunder, walked quietly within the circle of the firelight, and with a nod and a grunt towards Raven sat down by the fire. Raven passed his tobacco bag, which, without a word, they accepted, and, filling their pipes, they gravely began to smoke. "White Cloud," grunted Little Thunder, waving his hand to the first Indian. "Big Chief, him," pointing to the second Indian. "White Cloud brother." "My brothers had good hunting this year," said Raven. The Indians grunted for reply. "Your packs are heavy?" Another grunt made answer. "We have much goods," continued Raven, "but the time is short. Come and see." Raven led them out into the dark towards the pack horse, Little Thunder remaining by the fire. From the darkness Cameron could hear Raven's voice in low tones, and the Indians' guttural replies mingled with unusual laughter. When they returned, the change in their appearance was plainly visible. Their eyes were gleaming with an unnatural excitement. Their grave and dignified demeanor had given place to an eager, almost childish excitement. Cameron did not need the whiff that came to him from their breath to explain the cause of this sudden change. The signs were to him only too familiar. "My brothers will need to hurry," said Raven. "We move when the moon is high." "Good," replied White Cloud. "Go, quick." He waved his hand toward the dark. "Come." He brought it back again. "Heap quick." Without further word they vanished, silent as the shadows that swallowed them up. "Now, then, Cameron, we have big business on foot. Up and give us a hand. Little Thunder, take the bunch down the trail a couple of miles and come back." Selecting one of the pack ponies, he tied it to a pine tree, and the others he hurried off with Little Thunder down the trail. "Going to do some trading, are you?" inquired Cameron. "Yes, if the price is right, though I'm not too keen," replied Raven, throwing himself down beside the fire. "What are you after? Furs?" "Yes, furs mostly. Anything they have to offer." "What do you give in exchange?" Raven threw him a sharp glance, but Cameron's face was turned toward the fire. "Oh, various articles. Wearing apparel, tobacco, finery. Molasses, too. They are very fond of molasses." "Molasses?" echoed Cameron, with a touch of scorn. "It was not molasses they had tonight. Why did you give them whiskey?" he asked boldly. Raven started. His eyes narrowed to 2 piercing points. "Why, that's my business, my friend. I keep a flask to treat my guests occasionally. Have you any objection? It is against the law, I understand, and mighty bad for the Indians." "Against the law?" echoed Raven in childlike surprise. "You don't tell me." "So the mounted police declare," said Cameron, turning his eyes upon Raven's face. "The mounted police?" exclaimed Raven, pouring forth a flood of oaths. "That, for the mounted police," he said, snapping his fingers. "But," replied Cameron, "I understood you very especially to object to the operations of the whiskey runners." "Whiskey runners? Who's speaking of whiskey runners?" "I'm talking of the approved method of treating our friends in this country. And if the police should interfere between me and my friends, they would be carrying things a little too far. But all the same," he continued, hastily checking himself, "the police are all right. They put down a lot of lawlessness in this country. But I may as well say to you here, Mr. Cameron," he continued, "that there are certain things it is best not to see, or, having seen, to speedily forget. As he spoke these words his eyes narrowed again to two great points that seemed to bore right through to Cameron's brain. "This man is a very devil," thought Cameron to himself. "I was a fool not to see it before." But to the traitor he said, "There are some things I would rather not see and some things I cannot forget." Before another hour had passed the Stonies reappeared, this time on ponies. The traitor made no move to meet them. He sat quietly smoking by the fire. Silently the Indians approached the fire and threw down a pack of furs. "Huh," said White Cloud. "Good, ver good." He opened his pack and spread out upon the rock with impressive deliberation its contents. And good they were, even to Cameron's uncultured eye. Wolfskins and bear, cinnamon and black, beaver, fox, and mink, as well as some magnificent specimens of mountain goat and sheep. "Good, good, big, fine, heap good," White Cloud continued to exclaim as he displayed his collection. Raven turned them over carelessly, feeling the furs, examining and weighing the pelts. Then going to the pack horse he returned and spread out upon the rock beside the furs the goods which he proposed to offer in exchange. And a pitiful display it was, gaudy calicoes and flimsy flannels, the brilliance of whose color was only equaled by the shoddiness of the material. Cheap domestic blankets, half wool, half cotton, prepared especially for the Indian trade. These, with beads and buttons, trinkets, whole strings of brass rings, rolls of tobacco, bags of shot and powder, pot metal knives, and other articles, all bearing the stamp of glittering fraud, constituted his stock for barter. The Indians made strenuous efforts to maintain an air of dignified indifference, but the glitter in their eyes betrayed their eagerness. White Cloud picked up a goat skin, heavy with its deep silky fur and with its rich splendor covered over the glittering mass of Raven's cheap and tawdry stuff. "Good trade," said White Cloud. "Him," pointing to the skin, and, turning it back, "him," laying his hand upon the goods beneath. Raven smiled carelessly, pulled out a flask from his pocket, took a drink and passed it to the others, desperately struggling to suppress his eagerness and to maintain his dignified bearing. White Cloud seized the flask and, drinking long and deep, passed it to his brother. "Have a drink, Cameron," said Raven, as he received his flask again. "No," said Cameron shortly, "and I would suggest to your friends that they complete the trade before they drink much more." "My friend here says this is no good," said Raven to the Indians, tapping the flask with his finger. "He says no more drink." White Cloud shot a keen, inquiring glance at Cameron, but he made no reply other than to stretch out his hand for Raven's flask again. Before many minutes the efficacy of Raven's methods of barter began to be apparent. The Indians lost their grave and dignified demeanor. They became curious, eager, garrulous, and demonstrative. With childish glee they began examining more closely Raven's supply of goods, trying on the rings, draping themselves in the gaudy calicoes and flannels. At length Raven rolled up his articles of barter and set them upon one side. "How much?" he said. White Cloud selected the goatskin, laid upon it some half-dozen beaver and mink, and a couple of foxes, and rolling them up in a pile laid them beside Raven's bundle. The trader smiled and shook his head. "No good, no good." So saying, he took from his pack another flask and laid it upon his pile. Instantly the Indian increased his pile by a bearskin, a gray wolf, and a mountain goat. Then, without waiting for Raven's words, he reached for the flask. "No, not yet," said Raven quietly, laying his hand down upon the flask. The Indian with gleaming eyes threw on the pile some additional skins. "Good," said Raven, surrendering the flask. Swiftly the Indian caught it up and, seizing the cork in his teeth, bit it off close to the neck of the flask. Snatching his knife from his pocket with almost frantic energy, he proceeded to dig out the embedded cork. "Here," said Raven, taking the flask from him, "let me have it." From his pocket he took a knife containing a corkscrew, and with this he drew the cork and handed the flask back to the Indian. With shameless, bestial haste the Indian placed the bottle to his lips, and after a long pull passed it to his waiting brother. At this point Raven rose as if to close the negotiations and took out his own flask for a final drink, but found it empty. "Aha!" he exclaimed, turning the empty flask upside down. At once the Indian passed him his flask. Raven, however, waved him aside and, going to his pack, drew out a tin oil can which would contain about a gallon. From this with great deliberation he filled his flask. "Huh?" exclaimed the Indian, pointing to the can. "How much?" Raven shook his head. "No sell, for me," he answered, tapping himself on the breast. "How much?" said the Indian fiercely. Still Raven declined to sell. Swiftly the Indian gathered up the remaining half of his pack of furs and, throwing them savagely at Raven's feet, seized the can. Still Raven refused to let it go. At this point the soft padding of a loping pony was heard coming up the trail, and in a few minutes Little Thunder silently took his place in the circle about the fire. Cameron's heart sank within him, for now it seemed as if his chance of escape had slipped from him. Raven spoke a few rapid words to Little Thunder, who entered into conversation with the Stonies. At length White Cloud drew from his coat a black fox skin. In spite of himself Raven uttered a slight exclamation. It was indeed a superb pelt, with savage hate in every line of his face and in every movement of his body. The Indian flung the skin upon the pile of furs, and without a "by your leave," seized the can and passed it to his brother. At this point Raven, with a sudden display of reckless generosity, placed his own flask upon the Indian's pile of goods. "Ask them if they want molasses," said Raven to Little Thunder. "No," grunted the Indian contemptuously, preparing to depart. "Ask them, Little Thunder." Immediately as Little Thunder began to speak the contemptuous attitude of the Stonies gave place to one of keen interest and desire. After some further talk, Little Thunder went to the pack pony, returned bearing a small keg and set it on the rock beside Raven's pile of furs. Hastily the Stonies consulted together, White Cloud apparently reluctant, the brother recklessly eager to close the deal. Finally, with a gesture White Cloud put an end to the conversation, stepped out hastily into the dark and returned leading his pony into the light. Cutting asunder the lashings with his knife, he released a bundle of furs and threw it down at Raven's feet. "Same ting, good," he said. But Raven would not look at the bundle and proceeded to pack up the spoils of his barter. Earnestly the Stonies appealed to Little Thunder, but in vain. Angrily they remonstrated, but still without result. At length Little Thunder pointed to the pony and without hesitation White Cloud placed the bridle rein in his hands. Cameron could contain himself no longer. Suddenly rising from his place he strode to the side of the Indians and cried, "Don't do it! Don't be such fools! This is no good," he said, kicking the keg. "What would Mr. McDougall say? Come, I go with you. Take back these furs." He stepped forward to seize the second pack. Swiftly Little Thunder leaped before him, knife in hand, and crouched to spring. The Stonies had no doubt as to his meaning. Their hearts were filled with black rage against the unscrupulous traitor, but their insane thirst for the fire-water swept from their minds every other consideration but that of determination to gratify this mad lust. Unconsciously they ranged themselves beside Cameron, their hands going to their belts. Quietly Raven spoke a few rapid words to Little Thunder, who, slowly putting up his knife, made a brief but vigorous harangue to the Stonies, the result of which was seen in the doubtful glances which they cast upon Cameron from time to time. "Come on," cried Cameron again.
laying his hand upon the nearest Indian. "Let's go to your camp. Take your furs. He is a thief, a robber, a bad man, all that," sweeping his hand towards Raven's goods. "No good, this, kicking the keg. Bad, kill you." These words they could not entirely understand, but his gestures were sufficiently eloquent and significant. There was an ugly gleam in Raven's eyes and an ugly curl to his thin lips, but he only smiled. "Come," he said, waving his hand toward the furs. "Take them away. Tell them we don't want to trade, Little Thunder." He pulled out his flask, slowly took a drink, and passed it to Little Thunder, who greedily followed his example. "Tell them we don't want to trade at all," insisted Raven. Little Thunder volubly explained the trader's wishes. "Goodbye," said Raven, offering his hand to White Cloud. "Good friends," he added, once more passing him his flask. "Don't," said Cameron, laying his hand again upon the Indian's arm. For a single instant White Cloud paused. "Huh?" grunted Little Thunder in contempt. Big Chief scared. Quickly the Stony shook off Cameron's hand, seized the flask and, putting it to his lips, drained it dry. "Come," said Cameron to the other Stony, "come with me." Raven uttered a warning word to Little Thunder. The Indians stood for some moments uncertain, their heads bowed upon their breasts. Then White Cloud, throwing back his head and looking Cameron full in the face, said, good man, me no go." "Then I go alone," cried Cameron, springing off into the darkness. As he turned, his foot caught the pile of wood brought for the fire. He tripped and stumbled almost to the ground. Before he could recover himself, Little Thunder, swift as a wildcat, leaped upon his back with his ever-ready knife in his upraised hand. But before he could strike, Cameron had turned himself and throwing the Indian off, had struggled to his feet. "Hold there!" cried Raven with a terrible oath, flinging himself upon the struggling pair. A moment or two the Stonies hesitated. Then they too seized Cameron, and between them all, they bore him fighting to the ground. Keep back!" cried Raven in a terrible voice to Little Thunder, who, knife in hand, was dancing round, seeking an opportunity to strike. "Will you lie still, or shall I knock your head in?" said Raven to Cameron through his clenched teeth, with one hand on his throat and the other poising a revolver over his head. Cameron gave up the struggle. "Speak, and quick!" cried Raven, his face working with passion, his voice thick and husky, his breath coming in quick gasps from the fury that possessed him. "All right," said Cameron. "Let me up. You have beaten me this time." Raven sprang to his feet. "Let him up," he said. "Now, then, Cameron, give me your word you won't try to escape." "No, I will not. I'll see you hanged first," said Cameron. Raven deliberately drew his pistol and said slowly, "I have saved your life twice already, but the time is past for any more trifling. Now you've got to take it." At this Little Thunder spoke a word, pointing toward the camp of the Stonies. Raven hesitated. Then with an oath he strode toward Cameron, and thrusting his pistol in his face, said in tones of cold and concentrated rage, "Listen to me, you fool. Your life is hanging by a hair trigger that goes off with a feather touch. I give you one more chance. Move hand or foot, and the bullet in this gun will pass neatly through your eye. So help me God Almighty." He spoke to Little Thunder, still keeping Cameron covered with his gun. The Indian slipped quietly behind Cameron and swiftly threw a line over his shoulders and, drawing it tight, bound his arms to his side. Again and again he repeated this operation till Cameron stood swathed in the coils of the rope like a mummy, inwardly raging, not so much at his captor, but at himself and his stupid bungling of his break for liberty. His helpless and absurd appearance seemed to restore Raven's good humor. "Now, then," he said, turning to the Stonies and resuming his careless air. "We will finish our little business. Sit down, Mr. Cameron," he continued, with a pleasant smile. "It may be less dignified, but it is much more comfortable." Once more he took out his flask and passed it round, forgetting to take it back from his Indian visitors, who continued to drink from it in turn. "Listen," he said, "I give you all you see here for your furs and a pony to pack them. That is my last word. Quick, yes or no. Tell them no more trifling. Little Thunder. The moon is high. We start in 10 minutes." There was no further haggling. The Indians seemed to recognize that the time for that was past. After a brief consultation they grunted their acceptance and proceeded to pack up their goods, but with no good will. More vividly than any in the company they realized the immensity of the fraud that was being perpetrated upon them. They were being robbed of their whole winter's kill and that of some of their friends as well. But they were helpless in the grip of their mad passion for the trader's firewater, disgusted with themselves and filled with black rage against the man who had so pitilessly stripped them bare of the profits of a year's toil and privation. How gladly would they have put their knives into his back! But they knew his sort by only too bitter experience, and they knew that at his hands they need expect no pity. "Here," cried Raven, observing their black looks, "a present for my brothers." He handed them each a roll of tobacco, and a present for their squaws, adding a scarlet blanket apiece to their pack. Without a word of thanks they took the gifts and, loading their stuff upon their remaining pony, disappeared down the trail. "Now, Little Thunder, let's get out of this, for once their old man finds out he will be hot foot on our trail." With furious haste they fell to their packing. Cameron stood aghast at the amazing swiftness and dexterity with which the packs were roped and loaded. When all was complete the trader turned to Cameron in gay good humor. "Now, Mr. Cameron, will you go passenger or freight?" Cameron made no reply. "In other words, shall we pack you on your pony or will you ride like a gentleman, giving me your word not to attempt to escape? Time presses, so answer quick. Give me 24 hours. Give me your word for 24 hours, after which you can go when you like." "I agree," said Cameron shortly. "Cut him loose, Little Thunder." Little Thunder hesitated. "Quick, you fool! Cut him loose. I know a gentleman when I see him. He's tied tighter than with ropes. It is a great pity," he continued, addressing Cameron in a pleasant conversational tone as they rode down the trail together, "that you should have made an ass of yourself for those brutes. Bah! What odds? Old McDougal or someone else would get their stuff sooner or later. Why not I? Come, cheer up. You are jolly well out of it, for, God knows, you may live to look death in the face many a time. But never while you live will you be so near touching the old sport as you were a few minutes ago. Why I have interfered to save you these 3 times blessed if I know. Many a man's bones have been picked by the coyotes in these hills for a fraction of the provocation you have given me, not to speak of Little Thunder, who is properly thirsty for your blood. But take advice from me." Here he leaned over towards Cameron and touched him on the shoulder, while his voice took a sterner tone. "Don't venture on any further liberties with him." Suddenly Cameron's rage blazed forth. "Now perhaps you will listen to me," he said in a voice thrilling with passion. "First of all, keep your hands off me. As for your comrade and partner in crime, I fear him no more than I would a dog, and like a dog I shall treat him if he dares to attack me again. As for you, you are a coward and a cad. You have me at a disadvantage, but put down your guns and fight me on equal terms, and I will make you beg for your life." There was a gleam of amused admiration in Raven's eyes. "By Jove, it would be a pretty fight, I do believe. and one I should greatly enjoy. At present, however, time is pressing, and therefore that pleasure we must postpone. Meantime, I promise you that when it comes it will be on equal terms." "I ask no more," said Cameron. There was no further conversation, for Raven appeared intent on putting as large a space as possible between himself and the camp of the Stoneys. The discovery of the fraud he knew would be inevitable, and he knew, too, that George McDougall was not the man to allow his flock to be fleeced with impunity. So before the grey light of morning began to steal over the mountain tops, Raven, with his bunch of ponies and his loot, was many miles forward on his journey. But the endurance even of broncos and cayuses has its limit, and their desperate condition from hunger and fatigue rendered food and rest imperative. The sun was fully up when Raven ordered a halt, and in a sunny valley, deep with grass, unsaddling the wearied animals, he turned them loose to feed and rest, apparently careless of danger and highly contented with their night's achievement. He and his Indian partner abandoned themselves to sleep. Cameron, too, though his indignation and chagrin prevented sleep for a time, was finally forced to yield to the genial influences of the warm sun and the languid airs of the spring day, and, firmly resolving to keep awake, he fell into dreamless slumber. The sun was riding high noon when he was awakened by a hand upon his arm. It was Raven. "Hush," he said, "not a word. Mount, and quick." Looking about, Cameron observed that the pack horses were ready loaded, and Raven standing by his bronco ready to mount. Little Thunder was nowhere to be seen. "What's up?" said Cameron. For answer, Raven pointed up the long sloping trail down which they had come. There 3 horsemen could be seen riding hard, but still distant more than half a mile. "Saw them 3 miles away, luckily enough," said Raven. "Where's Little Thunder?" inquired Cameron. "Oh, rounding up the bunch," answered Raven carelessly, waving his hand toward the valley. "Those men are coming some," he added, swinging into his saddle. As he spoke, a rifle shot shattered the stillness of the valley. The first of the riders threw up his hands, clutched wildly at the vacant air, and pitched headlong out of the saddle. "Good God! What's that?" gasped Cameron. The other 2 wheeled in their course. Before they could turn, a second shot rang out, and another of the riders fell upon his horse's neck, clung there for a moment, then gently slid to the ground. The third, throwing himself over the side of his pony, rode back for dear life. A third and a fourth shot were heard, but the fleeing rider escaped unhurt. "What does that mean?" again asked Cameron, weak and sick with horror. "Mount!" yelled Raven with a terrible oath and flourishing a revolver in his hand. "Mount quick!" His face was pale, his eyes burned with a fierce glare, while his voice rang with the blast of a bugle. "Lead those pack horses down that trail!" he yelled, thrusting the line into Cameron's hand. "Quick, I tell you!" Crack! Crack! Twice a bullet sang savagely past Cameron's ears. "Quicker!" shouted Raven, circling round the bunch of ponies with wild cries and oaths like a man gone mad. Again and again the revolver spat wickedly, and here and there a pony plunged recklessly forward, nicked in the ear by one of those venomous singing pellets. Helpless to defend himself and expecting every moment to feel the sting of a bullet somewhere in his body, Cameron hurried his pony with all his might down the trail, dragging the pack animals after him. In huddled confusion the terrified brutes followed after him in a mad rush, for hard upon their rear, like a beast devil-possessed, Nighthawk pressed, biting, kicking, squealing, to the accompaniment of his rider's oaths and yells and pistol shots. Down the long sloping trail to the very end of the valley the mad rush continued. There the ascent checked the fury of the speed and forced a quieter pace. But through the afternoon there was no weakening of the pressure from the rear till the evening shadows and the frequent falling of the worn-out beasts forced a slackening of the pace and finally a halt. Sick with horror and loathing, Cameron dismounted and unsaddled his bronco. He had hardly finished this operation when Little Thunder rode up upon a strange pony, leading a beautiful white bronco behind. Cameron could not repress an exclamation of disgust as the Indian drew near him. "Beautiful beast that," said Raven carelessly, pointing to the white pony. Cameron turned his eyes upon the pony and stood transfixed with horror. "My God!" he exclaimed. "Look at that!" Across the beautiful white shoulders and reaching down clear to the fetlock there ran a broad stain, dull red and horrible. Then through his teeth, hard clenched together, these words came forth: "Some day, by God's help, I shall wipe out that stain." The traitor shrugged his shoulders carelessly, but made no reply. End of Book 3, Chapter 4. Book 3, Chapter 5 of Corporal Cameron of the Northwest Mounted Police, A Tale of the Macleod Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Corporal Cameron of the Northwest Mounted Police. Book 3, Chapter 5. Sergeant Crisp. The horror of the day followed Cameron through the night and awoke with him next morning. Every time his eyes found the Indian his teeth came together in a grinding rage as he repeated his vow, "Some day I shall bring you to justice, so help me God." Against Raven somehow he could not maintain the same heat of rage. That he was a party to the murder of the Stoneys there was little reason to doubt. But as all next day they lay in the sunny glade resting the ponies, or went loping easily along the winding trails making ever towards the southwest, the traitor's cheerful face, his endless tales, and his invincible good humor stole from Cameron's heart, in spite of his firm resolve, the fierceness of his wrath. But the resolve was none the less resolute that one day he would bring this man to justice. As they journeyed on, the woods became more open and the trees larger. Midday found them resting by a little lake, from which a stream flowed into the upper reaches of the Columbia River. "We shall make the Crow's Nest Trail by tomorrow night," said Raven, "where we shall part, not to your very great sorrow, I fancy, either." The evening before Cameron would have said, "No, but to my great joy," and it vexed him that he could not bring himself to say so today with any great show of sincerity. There was a charm about this man that he could not resist. "And yet," continued Raven, allowing his eyes to rest dreamily upon the lake, "in other circumstances I might have found in you an excellent friend, and a most rare and valuable find that is." "That it is," agreed Cameron, thinking of his old football captain. "But one cannot make friends with it is an ugly word, I know," said Raven. "But, after all, what is a bunch of furs more or less to those Indians?" "Furs?" exclaimed Cameron in horror. "What are the lives of these men?" "Oh," replied Raven carelessly, "these Indians are always getting killed one way or another. It is all in the day's work with them. They pick each other off without query or qualm. Besides, Little Thunder has a grudge of very old standing against the Stoneys, whom he heartily despises, and he doubtless enjoys considerable satisfaction from the thought that he has partially paid it. It will be his turn next, like as not, for they won't let this thing sleep. Or perhaps mine," he added after a pause. "The man is doubtless on the trail at this present minute who will finally get me." "Then why expose yourself to such a fate?" said Cameron. "Surely in this country a man can live an honest life and prosper." "Honest life? I doubt it. What is an honest life? Does any Indian trader lead an honest life? Do the Hudson Bay traders, or I.G. Baker's people, or any of them, do the honest thing by the Indian they trade with? In the long run, it is a question of the police. What escapes the police is honest. The crime, after all, is in getting caught. Oh, that is too old, said Cameron. You know you are talking rot. Quite right, it is rot, assented Raven. The whole business is rot. Vanity of vanities, saith the preacher. Oh, I know the book, you see. I was not born an outlaw. The gray-brown eyes had in them a wistful look. Bah, he exclaimed, springing to his feet and shaking himself. The sight of your Edinburgh face and the sound of your Edinburgh speech and your old country ways and manners have got on my recollection works, and I believe that accounts for you being alive today, old man. He whistled to his horse. Nighthawk came trotting and whinnying to him. I have one friend in the world, old boy, he said, throwing his arm over the black, glossy neck and searching his pocket for a biscuit. And even you, he added bitterly, I fear do not love me for naught. Saddling his horse, he mounted and calling Little Thunder to him, said, Take the bunch on as far as the big canyon and wait there for me. I am going back a bit. It is better to be sure than sorry. Cameron, your best route lies with us. Your 24 hours patrol is already up. Tomorrow, perhaps tonight, I shall put you on the Macleod trail. You are a free man, but don't try to make any breaks when I am gone. My friend here is extremely prompt with his weapons. Farewell. Get a move on, Little Thunder. Cameron will bring up the rear. He added some further words in the Indian tongue, his voice taking a stern tone. Little Thunder grunted a surly and unwilling acquiescence, and, waving his hand to Cameron, the trader wheeled his horse up the trail. In spite of himself, Cameron could not forbear a feeling of pity and admiration as he watched the lithe, upright figure swaying up the trail, his every movement in unison with that of the beautiful demon he bestrode. But with all his pity and admiration, he was none the less resolved that he would do what in him lay to bring these two to justice. This ugly devil at least shall swing, he said to himself as he turned his eyes upon Little Thunder getting his pack ponies out upon the trail. This accomplished, the Indian, pointing onward, said gruffly, You go in front, me back. Not much, cried Cameron. You heard the orders from your chief. You go in front, I bring up the rear. I do not know the trail. Huh, trail good, grunted Little Thunder, the red-rimmed eyes gleaming malevolently. You go front, me back. He waved his hand impatiently toward the trail. Following the direction of his hand, Cameron's eyes fell upon the stock of his own rifle protruding from a pack upon one of the ponies. For a moment the protruding stock held his eyes fascinated. Huh, said the Indian, noting Cameron's glance, and slipping off his pony. In an instant both men were racing for the pack and approaching each other at a sharp angle. Arrived at striking distance, the Indian leaped at Cameron with his knife, as was his wont, ready to strike. The appearance of the Indian springing at him seemed to set some of the gray matter in Cameron's brain moving along old tracks. Like a flash he dropped to his knees in an old football tackle, caught the Indian by the legs and tossed him high over his shoulders. Then, springing to his feet, he jerked the rifle free from the pack and stood waiting for Little Thunder's attack. But the Indian lay without sound or motion. Cameron used his opportunity to look for his cartridge belt, which, after a few minutes' anxious search, he discovered in the pack. He buckled the belt about him, made sure his Winchester held a shell, and stood waiting. That he should be waiting thus with the deliberate purpose of shooting down a fellow human being filled him with a sense of unreality. But the events of the last 48 hours had created an entirely new environment, and with extraordinary facility his mind had adjusted itself to this environment. and though 2 days before he would have shrunk in horror from the possibility of taking a human life, he knew as he stood there that at the first sign of attack he should shoot the Indian down like a wild beast. Slowly Little Thunder raised himself to a sitting posture and looked about in dazed surprise. As his mind regained its normal condition, there deepened in his eyes a look of cunning hatred. With difficulty he rose to his feet and stood facing Cameron. Cameron waited quietly, watching his every move. "You go in front," at length commanded Cameron, "and no nonsense. Mind you," he added, tapping his rifle, "or I shoot quick." The Indian might not have understood all Cameron's words, but he was in no doubt as to his meaning. It was characteristic of his race that he should know when he was beaten, and stoically accept defeat for the time being. Without further word or look, he led off his pack ponies, while Cameron took his place at the rear. But progress was slow. Little Thunder was either incapable of rapid motion or suddenly indifferent to any necessity for it. Besides, there was no demoniacal dynamic forcing the beasts on from the rear. They had not been more than 3 hours on the trail when Cameron heard behind him the thundering of hoofs. Glancing over his shoulder, he saw coming down upon him Raven, riding as if pursued by 1,000 demons. The condition of his horse showed that the race had been long and hard. His black satin skin was dripping as if he had come through a river. His eyes were bloodshot and starting from his head. His mouth was wide open, and from it, in large clots, the foam had fallen upon his neck and chest. Past Cameron and down upon Little Thunder Raven rushed like a whirlwind, yelling with wild oaths the while. "Get on! Get on! What are you loafing about here for?" A few vehement directions to the Indian, and he came thundering back upon Cameron. "What have you been doing?" he cried with an oath. "Why are you not miles on? Get on! Move! Move! Move!" At every yell he hurled his frenzied bronco upon the ponies which brought up the rear, and in a few minutes had the whole cavalcade madly careering down the sloping trail. Wilder and wilder grew the pace. Turning a sharp corner round a jutting rock, a pack pony stumbled and went crashing 50 feet to the rock below. "On! On!" yelled Raven, emptying his gun into the struggling animal as he passed. More and more difficult became the road until at length it was impossible to keep up the pace. "We cannot make it! We cannot make it!" muttered Raven with bitter oaths. "Oh, the cursed fools! Another 2 miles would do it." At length they came to a spot where the trail touched a level bench. "Halt!" yelled the traitor, as he galloped to the head of the column. A few minutes he spent in rapid and fierce consultation with Little Thunder, and then came raging back. "We are going to get this bunch down into the valley there," he shouted, pointing to the thick timber at the bottom. "I do not expect your help, but I ask you to remain where you are for the present, and let me assure you this is no moment for trifling." With extraordinary skill and rapidity, Little Thunder managed to lead first the pack ponies and then the others, one by one, at intervals, off the trail as they went onward, taking infinite pains to cover their tracks at the various points of departure. While this was being done, the traitor stood shouting directions and giving assistance with a fury of energy that seemed to communicate itself to the very beasts. But the work was one of great difficulty and took many minutes to accomplish. "Half an hour more, just half an hour, 15 minutes, he kept muttering. Just a short 15 minutes and all would be well. As the last pony disappeared into the woods, Raven turned to Cameron and with a smile said quietly, "There, that's done. Now you are free. Here we part. This is your trail. It will take you to Macleod. I am sorry, however, that owing to a change in circumstances for which I am not responsible, I must ask you for that rifle." With the swiftness of a flash of light he whipped his gun into Cameron's face. "Don't move," he said, still smiling. "This gun of mine never fails. Quick, don't look round. Yes, Those hoofbeats are our friends the police. Quick, it is your life or mine. I'd hate to kill you, Cameron. I give you one chance more." There was no help for it, and Cameron, with his heart filled with futile fury, surrendered his rifle. "Now ride in front of me a little way. They have just seen us, but they don't know that we are aware of their presence. Ride, ride, a little faster." Nighthawk rushed upon Cameron's lagging pony. "There, that's better." A shout fell upon their ears. "Go right along," said Raven quietly. "Only a few minutes longer, then we part. I have greatly enjoyed your company." Another shout. "Aha!" said Raven, glancing round. "It is, I verily believe it is, my old friend, Sergeant Crisp. Only two of them, by Jove! If we had only known we need not have hurried." Another shout, followed by a bullet that sang over their heads. "Ah, this is interesting. Too interesting by half. Well, here goes for you, Sergeant." He wheeled as he spoke, turning swiftly in his saddle. Cameron saw him raise his rifle. "Hold up, you devil!" he shouted, throwing his pony across the black bronco's track. The rifle rang out. The police horse staggered, swayed, and pitched to the earth, bringing his rider down with him. "Ah, Cameron, that was awkward of you," said Raven gently. "However, it is perhaps as well. Good-bye, old man. Tell the sergeant not to follow. Trails hereabout are dangerous and good police sergeants are scarce. Again, farewell." He swung his bronco off the trail and, waving his hand, with a smile, disappeared into the thick underbrush. "Hold up your hands!" shouted the police officer, who had struggled upright and was now swaying on his feet and covering Cameron with his carbine. "Hurry, hurry!" cried Cameron, springing from his pony and waving his hands wildly in the air. "Come on, you can get him." "Stand where you are and hold up your hands," cried the sergeant. Cameron obeyed, shouting meanwhile wrathfully, "Oh, come on, you bully fool! You are losing him. Come on, I tell you." "Keep your hands up or I'll shoot," cried the sergeant sternly. "All right," said Cameron, holding his hands high, "but for God's sake hurry up." He ran towards the sergeant as he spoke, with his hands still above his head. "Halt!" shouted the sergeant, as Cameron came near. "Constable Burke, arrest that man." "Oh, come, get it over," cried Cameron in a fury of passion. "Arrest me, of course, but if you want to catch that chap you'll have to hurry. He cannot be far away." "Ah, indeed, my man," said the sergeant pleasantly. "He is not far away. No, he's a murderer and a thief, and you can catch him if you hurry." "Ah, very good, Constable Burke. Tie this man up to your saddle and we'll take a look round." "How many might there be in your gang?" inquired the sergeant. "Tell the truth now, it will be the better for you." "One," said Cameron impatiently. "A chap calling himself Raven." "Raven, eh?" exclaimed Sergeant Crisp with a new interest. "Raven, by Jove!" "Yes, and an Indian. Little Thunder he called him." "Little Thunder! Jove, what a find!" exclaimed the sergeant. "Yes," continued Cameron eagerly. "Raven is just ahead in the woods there alone, and the Indian is further back, with a bunch of ponies down in the river bottom." "Oh, indeed, very interesting. And so Raven is all alone in the scrub there, waiting doubtless to give himself up," said Sergeant Crisp with fine sarcasm. "Well, we are not yet on to your game, young man, but we will not just play up to that lead yet awhile." In vain Cameron raged and pleaded and stormed and swore, telling his story in incoherent snatches, to the intense amusement of Sergeant Crisp and his companion. At length Cameron desisted, swallowing his rage as best he could. "Now, then, we shall move on. The pass is not more than an hour away. We will put this young man in safe keeping in return for Mr. Raven and his interesting friend." For a moment he stood looking down upon his horse. "Poor old chap," he said. "We have gone many a mile together on Her Majesty's errands. If I have done my duty as faithfully as you have done yours, I need not fear my record. Take his saddle and bridle off, Burke. We've got one of the gang. Some day we shall come up with Mr. Raven himself." "Yes," said Cameron with passionate bitterness, "and that might be today if you had only listened to me. Why, man," he shouted with reviving rage, "we three could take him even yet." "Ah," said Sergeant Crisp, "so we could." "You had him in your hands today," said Cameron, "but like a fool you let him go. But some day, so help me God, I shall bring these murderers to justice." "Ah," said Sergeant Crisp again. "Good, very good indeed. Now, my man, march." End of Book 3, Chapter 6. Book 3, Chapter 6 of Corporal Cameron of the Northwest Mounted Police, A Tale of the Macleod Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Corporal Cameron of the Northwest Mounted Police, Book 3, Chapter 6. A Day in the Macleod Barracks. "What's this?" Sergeant Crisp, the commissioner, a tall, slight, and soldier-like man, keen-eyed and brisk of speech, rapped out his words like a man intent on business. "One of a whiskey gang, sir? Dick Raven's, I suspect. And the charge? Whiskey trading, theft, and murder." The commissioner's face grew grave. "Murder? Where did you find him?" "Kootenai Trail, sir. Got wind of him at Calgary. Followed up the clue past Morleyville, then along the Kootenai Trail. A blizzard came on, and we feared we had lost them. We fell in with a band of Stoney Indians. Found that the band had been robbed and 2 of their number murdered." "2 murdered?" The commissioner's voice was stern. "Yes, sir. Shot down in cold blood. We have the testimony of an eyewitness. We followed the trail and came upon 2 of them. My horse was shot. One of them escaped. This man we captured." The commissioner sat pondering. Then with disconcerting swiftness he turned upon the prisoner. "Your name?" "Cameron, sir." "Where from?" "I was working in MacIver's camp near Morleyville. I went out shooting, lost my way in a blizzard. Was captured by a man who called himself Raven." "Wait," said the commissioner sharply. "Bring me that file." The orderly brought a file from which the commissioner selected a letter. His keen eyes rapidly scanned the contents and then ran over the prisoner from head to foot. Thereupon, without a moment's hesitation, he said curtly, "Release the prisoner." "But, sir," began Sergeant Crisp, with an expression of utter bewilderment and disgust upon his face. "Release the prisoner," repeated the commissioner sharply. "Mr. Cameron, I deeply regret this mistake. Under the circumstances it could hardly have been avoided. You were in bad company, you see. I am greatly pleased that my men have been of service to you. We shall continue to do all we can for you. In the meantime I am very pleased to have the pleasure of meeting you." He passed the letter to Sergeant Crisp. "I have information about you from Morleyville, you see. Now tell us all about it." It took Cameron some moments to recover his wits, so dumbfounded was he at the sudden change in his condition. "Well, sir," he began, "I hardly know what to say." Sit down, Mr. Cameron. Take your time," said the commissioner. "We are somewhat hurried these days, but you must have had some trying experiences." Then Cameron proceeded with his tale. The commissioner listened with keen attention, now and then arresting him with a question or a comment. When Cameron came to tell of the murder of the Stoneys his voice shook with passion. "We will get that Indian some day," said the commissioner. "Never fear. What is his name? Little Thunder, Raven called him. And I would like to take a hand in that too, sir, said Cameron eagerly. You would, eh? Said the Commissioner with a sharp look at him. Well, we'll see. Little Thunder, he repeated to himself, bring that record book. The orderly laid a canvas-covered book before him. Little Thunder, eh? He repeated, turning the leaves of the book. Oh, yes, I thought so. Blood Indian, formerly chief, supplanted by Red Crow, got into trouble with whiskey traders. Yes, I remember. He is at his old tricks. This time, however, he has gone too far. We will get him. Go on, Mr. Cameron. When Cameron had concluded his story, the Commissioner said to the orderly sharply, Send me Inspector Dixon. In a few moments, Inspector Dixon appeared, a tall, slight man, with a gentle face and kindly blue eyes. Inspector Dixon, how are we for men? Can you spare 2 or 3 to round up a gang of whiskey traders and to run down a murderer? We are on the track of Raven's bunch, I believe. We are very short-handed at present, sir. This half-breed trouble in the north is keeping our Indians all very restless. We must keep in touch with them. Yes, I know. By the way, how are the Bloods just now? They are better, sir, but the Blackfeet are restless and uneasy. There are a lot of runners from the east among them. How is old Crowfoot behaving? Crowfoot himself is apparently all right so far, but of course no man can tell what Crowfoot is thinking. That's right enough, replied the Commissioner. By the way, sir, it was Crowfoot's son that got into that trouble last night with that Macleod man. The old chief is in town, too. In fact, is outside just now and quite worked up over the arrest. Well, we will settle this Crowfoot business in a few minutes. Now, about this Raven gang. You cannot go yourself with a couple of men. He is an exceedingly clever rascal. The inspector enumerated the cases immediately pressing. Well, then, at the earliest possible moment we must get after this gang. Keep this in mind, Inspector Dixon. That Indian I consider an extremely dangerous man. He is sure to be mixed up with this half-breed trouble. He has very considerable influence with a large section of the Bloods. I shouldn't be surprised if we should find him on their reserve before very long. Now then, bring me in young Crowfoot. The inspector saluted and retired, followed by Sergeant Crisp, whose face had not yet regained its normal expression. Mr. Cameron, said the Commissioner, if you care to remain with me for the morning, I shall be glad to have you. The administration of justice by the police may prove interesting to you. Later on we shall discuss your return to your camp. Cameron expressed his delight at being permitted to remain in the courtroom, not only that he might observe the police methods of administering justice, but especially that he might see something of the great Blackfeet chief, Crowfoot, of whom he had heard much since his arrival in the West. In a few minutes Inspector Dixon returned, followed by a constable leading a young Indian, handcuffed. With these entered Jerry, the famous half-breed interpreter, and last of all the father of the prisoner, old Crowfoot, tall, straight, stately. One swift searching glance the old chief flung round the room, and then, acknowledging the Commissioner's salute with a slight wave of the hand and a grunt, and declining the seat offered him, he stood back against the wall and there viewed the proceedings with an air of haughty defiance. The Commissioner lost no time in preliminaries. The charge was read and explained to the prisoner. The constable made his statement. The young Indian had got into an altercation with a citizen of Macleod, and on being hard-pressed had pulled the pistol which was laid upon the desk. There was no defence. The interpreter, however, explained, after conversation with the prisoner, that drink was the cause. At this point the old chief's face swiftly changed. Defiance gave place to disgust, grief, and rage. The Commissioner, after carefully eliciting all the facts, gave the prisoner an opportunity to make a statement. This being declined, the Commissioner proceeded gravely to point out the serious nature of the offence,
to emphasize the sacredness of human life and declare the determination of the government to protect all Her Majesty's subjects, no matter what their race or the color of their skin. He then went on to point out the serious danger which the young man had so narrowly escaped. "Why, man," exclaimed the Commissioner, "you might have committed murder." Here the young fellow said something to the interpreter. There was a flicker of a smile on the half-breed's face. "He say dat pistol he no good. He can't shoot. He not loaded." The Commissioner's face never changed a line. He gravely turned the pistol over in his hand, and truly enough the rusty weapon appeared to be quite innocuous except to the shooter. "This is an extremely dangerous weapon. Why, it might have killed yourself, if it had been loaded. We cannot allow this sort of thing. However, since it was not loaded, we shall make the sentence light. I sentence you to 1 month's confinement." The interpreter explained the sentence to the young Indian, who received the explanation without the movement of a muscle or the flicker of an eyelid. The constable touched him on the shoulder and said, "Come." Before he could move, old Crowfoot, with 2 strides, stood before the constable, and waving him aside with a gesture of indescribable dignity, took his son in his arms and kissed him on either cheek. Then, stepping back, he addressed him in a voice grave, solemn, and vibrant with emotion. Jerry interpreted to the court. "I have observed the big chief. This is good medicine. It is good that wrong should suffer. All good men are against wickedness. My son, you have done foolishly. You have darkened my eyes. You have covered my face before my people. They will ask, 'Where is your son?' My voice will be silent. My face will be covered with shame. I shall be like a dog kicked from the lodge. My son, I told you to go only to the store. I warned you against bad men and bad places. Your ears were closed. You were wiser than your father. Now we both must suffer. You here shut up from the light of the sky, I in my darkened lodge. But," he continued, turning swiftly upon the Commissioner, "I ask my father why these bad men who sell whiskey to the poor Indian are not shut up with my son. My son is young. He is like the hare in the woods. He falls easily into the trap. Why are not these bad men removed?" The old chief's face trembled with indignant appeal. "They shall be," said the Commissioner, smiting the desk with his fist, "this very day." "It is good," continued the old chief with great dignity. Then, turning again to his son, he said, and his voice was full of grave tenderness, "Now, go to your punishment. The hours will be none too long if they bring you wisdom." Again he kissed his son on both cheeks and, without a look at any other, stalked haughtily from the room. "Inspector Dixon," sharply commanded the Commissioner, "find out the man that sold that whiskey and arrest him at once." Cameron was profoundly impressed with the whole scene. He began to realize as never before the tremendous responsibilities that lay upon those charged with the administration of justice in this country. He began to understand, too, the secret of the extraordinary hold that the police had upon the Indian tribes, and how it came that so small a force could maintain the Pax Britannica over 300,000 square miles of unsettled country, the home of hundreds of wild adventurers and of thousands of savage Indians, utterly strange to any rule or law except that of their own sweet will. "This police business is a big affair," he ventured to say to the Commissioner when the courtroom was cleared. "You practically run the country." "Well," said the Commissioner modestly, "we do something to keep the country from going to the devil. We see that every man gets a fair show." "It is great work," exclaimed Cameron. "Yes, I suppose it is," replied the Commissioner. "We don't talk about it, of course. Indeed, we don't think of it. But," he continued, "that blue book there could tell a story that would make the old empire not too ashamed of the men who ride the line and patrol the ranges in this far outpost." He opened the big canvas-bound book as he spoke and turned the pages over. "Look at that for a page," he said, and Cameron glanced over the entries. What a tale they told! Fire fighting! Yes, said the Commissioner. That saved a settler's wife and child. A prairie fire. The house was lost, but the constable pulled them out and got rather badly burned in the business. Cameron's finger ran down the page. Sick man transported to post. That, commented the superintendent, was a journey of over 200 miles by dog sleighs in winter. Saved the man's life. And so the record ran. Cattle thieves arrested. Whiskey smugglers captured. Stolen horses recovered. Insane man brought to post. That was rather a tough case, said the Commissioner. Meant a journey of some 800 miles with a man. A powerful man, too. Raving mad. How many of your men on that journey? Inquired Cameron. Oh, just one. The fellow got away twice, but was recaptured and finally landed. Got better too, but the constable was all broken up for weeks afterwards. Man, that was great, exclaimed Cameron. What a pity it should not be known. Oh, said the Commissioner lightly, it's all in the day's duty. The words thrilled Cameron to the heart. All in the day's duty. The sheer heroism of it, the dauntless facing of nature's grimmest terrors, the steady patience, the uncalculated sacrifice. The thought of all that lay behind these simple words held him silent for many minutes, as he kept turning over the leaves. As he sat thus turning the leaves and allowing his eye to fall upon those simple but eloquent entries, a loud and strident voice was heard outside. "Wall, I tell you, I want to see him right now. I ain't come 200 miles for nothin'. I mean business, I do." The orderly's voice was heard in reply. "I ain't got no time to wait. I want to see your chief of police right now." Again the orderly's voice could be distinguished. "In court, is he? Wall, you hurry up and tell him J.B. Cadwallader of Lone Pine, Montana, an American citizen, wants to see him right smart." The orderly came in and saluted. "A man to see you, sir," he said. "An American. What business?" "Horse stealing case, sir." "Show him in." In a moment the orderly returned, followed by, not one, but 3 American citizens. "Good day, Judge. My name's J.B. Cadwallader, Lone Pine, Montana. I—" "Take off your hat in the court," said the orderly sharply. Mr. Cadwallader slowly surveyed the orderly with an expression of interested curiosity in his eyes, removing his hat as he did so. "Say, you're pretty swift, ain't ya? You might give a feller a show to git in his interductions," said Mr. Cadwallader. "I was just goin' to introduce to you, Judge, these gentlemen from my own state, District Attorney Hiram S. Sy and Mr. Rufus Rames, rancher." The Commissioner duly acknowledged the introduction, standing to receive the strangers with due courtesy. "Now, Judge, I want to see your chief of police. I've got a case for him. I have the honor to be the Commissioner. What can I do for you?" "Well, Judge, we don't want to waste no time, neither yours nor ours. The fact is some of your Indians have been rustlin' hosses from us for some time back. We don't mind a cayuse now and then, but when it comes to a whole bunch of valuable hosses, there's where we kick, and we ain't goin' to stand fur it. And we want them hosses restored, and what's more, we want them copper snakes strung up." "How many horses have you lost?" "How many? Jupiter! 30 or 40 for all I know. They've been rustlin' 'em for a year back." "Why didn't you report before?" "Why, we thought we'd git 'em ourselves, and if we had, we wouldn't 'a' troubled ya, and I guess they wouldn't 'a' troubled us much longer. But they are so slick, so slick." "Mr. Cadwallader, we don't allow any profanity in this courtroom," said the Commissioner in a quiet voice. "Eh? Who's givin' you profanity? I don't mean no profanity. I'm talking about them "Stop, Mr. Cadwallader," said the Commissioner. "We must end this interview if you cannot make your statements without profanity."
This is Her Majesty's Court of Justice, and we cannot tolerate any unbecoming language. Wall, I'll be—" "Pardon me, Mr. Commissioner," said Mr. Hiram S. Sly, interrupting his friend and client. "Perhaps I may make a statement. We've lost some 20 or 30 horses." "31," interjected Mr. Rames quietly. "31!" burst in Mr. Cadwallader indignantly. "That's only one little bunch, and," continued Mr. Sly, "we have traced them right up to the blood reserve. More than that, Mr. Rames has seen the horses in the possession of the Indians, and we want your assistance in recovering our property." "Yes, by gum!" exclaimed Mr. Cadwallader, "and we want them consarned redskin thieves strung up." "You say you have seen the stolen horses on the blood reserve, Mr. Rames?" inquired the Commissioner. Mr. Rames, who was industriously chewing a quid of tobacco, ejected, with a fine sense of propriety and with great skill and accuracy, a stream of tobacco juice out of the door before he answered, "I seen 'em." "When did you lose your horses?" Mr. Rames considered the matter for some moments, chewing energetically the while. Then, having delivered himself with the same delicacy and skill as before of his surplus tobacco juice, made laconic reply, 18 days ago." "Did you follow the trail immediately yourselves?" "No, Jim Eberts." "Jim Eberts?" "Foreman," said Mr. Rames, who seemed to regard conversation in the light of an interference with the more important business in which he was industriously engaged. "But you saw the horses yourself on the blood reserve?" "Followed up and seen 'em." "How long since you saw them there, Mr. Rames?" "2 days." "You are quite sure about the horses?" "Sure." "Call Inspector Dixon," ordered the Commissioner. Inspector Dixon appeared and saluted. "We have information that a party of Blood Indians have stolen a band of horses from these gentlemen from Montana, and that these horses are now on the blood reserve. Take a couple of men and investigate, and if you find the horses, bring them back." "Couple of men!" ejaculated Mr. Cadwallader breathlessly. "A couple of 100, you mean, General." "What for?" "Why, to surround them. They're Indians." The regulations of the courtroom considerably hampered Mr. Cadwallader's fluency of speech. "It is not necessary at all, Mr. Cadwallader. Besides, we have only some 80 men all told at this post. Our whole force in the territories is less than 500 men." "500 men? You mean for this state, General? Alberta?" "No, sir, for all Western Canada, all west of Manitoba." "How much territory do you cover?" inquired the astonished Mr. Cadwallader. "We regularly patrol some 300,000 square miles, besides taking an occasional expedition into the far north." "And how many Indians?" "About the same number as you have, I imagine, in Montana and Dakota. In Alberta, about 9,000." "And less than 500 police? Say, General, I take off my hat. 10,000 Indians? By the holy poker! And 500 police? How in Cain do you keep down the devils?" "We don't try to keep them down. We try to take care of them." "Guess you've hit it," said Mr. Rames, dexterously squirting out of the door. "Jeer-Rupiter! Say, General, some day they'll massacre ye, sure," said Mr. Cadwallader, a note of anxiety in his voice. "Oh, no, they are a very good lot on the whole." "Good! We've got a lot of good Indians, too, but they're all underground." 500 men! Jeer-Rupiter! Say, Sly, how many soldiers does Uncle Sam have on this job?" "Well, I can't say altogether, but in Montana and Dakota I happen to know we have about 4,000 regulars." "Say, figure that out, will you?" continued Mr. Cadwallader. "Allowed 4 times the territory, about the same number of Indians, and about 1/8 the number of police. Say, General, I take off my hat again. Put it there. You Canucks have got the trick sure. Easier to care for 'em than kill 'em, I guess," said Mr. Rames casually. "But, say, General," continued Mr. Cadwallader, "you ain't goin' to send for them hosses with no 3 men?" "I'm afraid we cannot spare any more." "Jupiter, General!" exclaimed Mr. Cadwallader. "I'll wait outside the reserve till this picnic's over. Say, General, let's have 25 men at least. What do you say, Inspector Dixon? Will 2 men be sufficient?" "We'll try, sir," replied the inspector. "How soon can you be ready?" "In a quarter of an hour." "Jupiter!" muttered Mr. Cadwallader to himself, as he followed the inspector out of the room. "I say, Commissioner, will you let me in on this thing?" said Cameron. "Do you mean that you want to join the force?" inquired the Commissioner, letting his eye run approvingly up and down Cameron's figure. "There is MacIver, sir," began Cameron. "Oh, I could fix that all right," replied the Commissioner. "We want men, and we want men like you. We have no vacancy among the officers, but you could enlist as a constable, and there is always opportunity to advance." "It is a great service," exclaimed Cameron. "I'd like awfully to join." "Very well," said the Commissioner promptly. "We will take you. You are physically sound, wind, limb, eyesight, and so forth?" "As far as I know, perfectly fit," replied Cameron. Once more Inspector Dixon was summoned. "Inspector Dixon, Mr. Cameron wishes to join the force. We will have his application taken and filled in later, and we will waive examination for the present. Will you administer the oath?" "Cameron, stand up," commanded the inspector sharply. With a little thrill at his heart Cameron stood up, took the Bible in his hand, and repeated after the inspector the words of the oath. "I, Alan Cameron, solemnly swear that I will faithfully, diligently, and impartially execute and perform the duties required of me as a member of the Northwest Mounted Police Force, and will well and truly obey and perform all lawful orders and instructions which I shall receive as such, without fear, favor, or affection of or toward any person. So help me God. Now then, Cameron, I congratulate you upon your new profession. The inspector will see about your outfit, and later you will receive instructions as to your duties. Meantime, take him along with you, Inspector, and get those horses." It was a somewhat irregular mode of procedure, but men were sorely needed at the Macleod post, and the Commissioner had an eye that took in not only the lines of a man's figure, but the qualities of his soul. "That chap will make good, or I am greatly mistaken," he said to the inspector as Cameron went off with the orderly to select his uniform. "Well set up, chap," said the inspector. "We'll try him out tonight. Come now, don't kill him. Remember, other men have something else in them besides whalebone and steel, if you have not." In half an hour the inspector, Sergeant Crisp, and Cameron, with the 3 American citizens, were on their way to the Blood Reserve. Cameron had been given a horse from the stable. All afternoon and late into the evening they rode, then camped, and were early upon the trail the following morning. Cameron was half dead with the fatigue from his experiences of the past week, but he would have died rather than have hinted at weariness. He was not a little comforted to notice that Sergeant Crisp, too, was showing signs of distress, while District Attorney Sly was evidently in the last stages of exhaustion. Even the steel and whalebone combination that constituted the frame of the inspector appeared to show some slight signs of wear. But all feeling of weariness vanished when the inspector, who was in the lead, halted at the edge of a wide sweeping valley and, pointing far ahead, said, "The Blood Reserve. Their camp lies just beyond that bluff." "Say, Inspector, hold up!" cried Mr. Cadwallader as the inspector set off again. "Ain't you goin' to sneak up on 'em like?" "Sneak up on them? No, of course not," said the inspector curtly. "We shall ride right in." "Say, Rames," said Mr. Cadwallader, "a hole would be a blame nice thing to find just now." "Do you think there will be any trouble?" inquired Mr. Hiram Sly of Sergeant Crisp. Trouble? Perhaps so, replied Crisp, as if to him it were a matter of perfect indifference. We'll never git them hosses, said Rames, but we've got to stay with the chief, I guess. And so they followed Inspector Dixon down into the valley, where in the distance could be seen a number of horses and cattle grazing. They had not ridden far along the valley bottom when Mr. Cadwallader spurred up upon the inspector and called out excitedly, "I say, Inspector, them's our hosses right there. Say, let's run 'em off." "Can you pick them out?" inquired the inspector, turning in his saddle. "Every last one," said Rames. "Very well, cut them out and get them into a bunch," said the inspector. "I see there are some Indians herding them apparently. Pay no attention to them, but go right along with your work." "There's one of 'em off to give tongue," cried Mr. Cadwallader excitedly. "Bring him down, Inspector, bring him down, quick! Here, let me have your rifle." Hurriedly he snatched at the inspector's carbine. "Stop!" cried the inspector in sharp command. "Now, attention! We are on a somewhat delicate business. A mistake might bring disaster. I am in command of this party, and I must have absolute and prompt obedience. Mr. Cadwallader, it will be at your peril that you make any such move again. Let no man draw a gun until ordered by me. Now, then, cut out those horses and bunch them together." "Jeer Rupiter, he's a hull brigade himself," said Mr. Cadwallader in an undertone, dropping back beside Mr. Sly. "Wall, here goes for the bunch." But though both Mr. Cadwallader and Mr. Rames, as well as Sergeant Crisp and the inspector, were expert cattlemen, it took some little time and very considerable manoeuvring to get the stolen horses bunched together and separated from the rest of the animals grazing in the valley. And by the time this was accomplished, Indian riders had appeared on every side, gradually closing in upon the party. It was clearly impossible to drive off the bunch through that gradually narrowing cordon of mounted Indians without trouble. "Now, what's to be done?" said Mr. Cadwallader, nervously addressing the inspector. "Forward!" cried the inspector in a loud voice. "Towards the corral ahead there." This movement nonplussed the Indians, and in silence they fell in behind the party who, going before, finally succeeded in driving the bunch of horses into the corral. "Sergeant Crisp, you and Constable Cameron remain here on guard. I shall go and find the chief. Here," he continued, addressing a young Indian brave who had ridden up quite close to the gate of the corral, "lead me to your chief, Red Crow." The absence alike of all hesitation or fear, and of all bluster in his tone and bearing, apparently impressed the young brave, for he wheeled his pony and set off immediately at a gallop, followed by the inspector at a more moderate pace. Quickly the Indians gathered about the corral and the group at its gate. With every passing minute their numbers increased, and as their numbers increased, so did the violence of their demonstration. The three Americans were placed next the corral, Sergeant Crisp and Cameron being between them and the excited Indians. Cameron had seen Indians before about the trading posts, a shy, suspicious, and subdued lot of creatures they had seemed to him, but these were men of another breed, with their lean, lithe, muscular figures, their clean, copper skins, their wild, fierce eyes, their haughty bearing. Those others were poor beggars seeking permission to exist. These were men, proud, fearless, and free. "Jove, what a team one could pick out of the bunch," said Cameron to himself, as his eye fell upon the clean, bare limbs, and observed their graceful motions. But to the Americans they were a hateful and fearsome sight. Indians with them were never anything but a menace to be held in check, or a nuisance to be got rid of. Louder and louder grew the yells, and wilder the gesticulations as the savages worked themselves up into a fury. Suddenly, through the yelling, careering, gesticulating crowd of Indians, a young brave came tearing at full gallop and, thrusting his pony close up to the sergeant's, stuck his face into the officer's and uttered a terrific war whoop. Not a line of the sergeant's face nor a muscle of his body moved except that the near spur slightly touched his horse's flank and the fingers tightened almost imperceptibly upon the bridle rein. Like a flash of light the sergeant's horse wheeled, and with a fierce squeal let fly 2 wicked heels hard upon the pony's ribs. In sheer terror and surprise the little beast bolted, throwing his rider over his neck and finally to the ground. Immediately a shout of jeering laughter rose from the crowd, who greatly enjoyed their comrade's discomfiture, except that the sergeant's face wore a look of pleased surprise. He simply maintained his attitude of calm indifference. No other Indian, however, appeared ready to repeat the performance of the young brave. At length the inspector appeared, followed by the chief, Red Crow. "Tell your people to go away," said the inspector as they reached the corral. "They are making too much noise." Red Crow addressed his braves at some length. "Open the corral," ordered the inspector, "and get those horses out on the trail." For a few moments there was silence. Then, as the Indians perceived the purpose of the police, on every side there rose wild yells of protest, and from every side a rush was made toward the corral. But Sergeant Crisp kept his horse on the move in a series of kicks and plunges that had the effect of keeping clear a wide circle about the corral gate. "Touch your horse with the spur and hold him tight," he said quietly to Cameron. Cameron did so, and at once his horse became seemingly as unmanageable as the sergeant's, plunging, biting, kicking. The Indian ponies could not be induced to approach. The uproar, however, only increased. Guns began to go off. Bullets could be heard whistling overhead. Red Crow's voice apparently could make no impression upon the maddened crowd of Indians. A minor chief, Whitehorse by name, having whirled in behind the sergeant, seized hold of Mr. Cadwallader's bridle and began to threaten him with excited gesticulations. Mr. Cadwallader drew his gun. "Let go that line, you redskin!" he roared, flourishing his revolver. In a moment, with a single plunge, the inspector was at his side and, flinging off the Indian, shouted, "Put up that gun, Mr. Cadwallader, quick!" Mr. Cadwallader hesitated. "Sergeant Crisp, arrest that man!" The inspector's voice rang out like a trumpet. His gun covered Mr. Cadwallader. "Give me that gun," said the sergeant. Mr. Cadwallader handed over his gun. "Let him go," said the inspector to Sergeant Crisp. "He will probably behave." The Indians had gathered close about the group. Whitehorse, in the center, was talking fast and furious and pointing to Mr. Cadwallader. "Get the bunch off, Sergeant," said the inspector quietly. "I will hold them here for a few minutes." Quietly the sergeant backed out of the circle, leaving the inspector and Mr. Cadwallader with Whitehorse and Red Crow in the midst of the crowding, yelling Indians. "Whitehorse say this man steal Bull Back's horses last fall," shouted Red Crow in the inspector's ear. "Too much noise here," said the inspector, moving toward the Indian camp and away from the corral and drawing the crowd with him. "Tell your people to be quiet, Red Crow. I thought you were the chief." Stung by the taunt, Red Crow raised his rifle and fired into the air. Then, standing high in his stirrups, he held up his hand and called out a number of names. Instantly 10 men rode to his side. Again Red Crow spoke. The 10 men rode out again among the crowd. Immediately the shouting ceased. "Good," said the inspector. "I see my brother is strong. Now, where is Bull Back?" The chief called out a name. There was no response. "Bull Back not here," he said. "Then listen, my brother," said the inspector earnestly. "This man," pointing to Mr. Cadwallader, "waits with me at the fort 2 days to meet Whitehorse, Bull Back, and any Indians who know about this man, and what is right will be done. I have spoken. Farewell." He gave his hand to Chief Red Crow. "My brother knows," he added, "the police do not lie." So saying, he wheeled his horse and, with Mr. Cadwallader before him, rode off after the others of the party. who had by this time gone some distance up the trail. For a few moments hesitation held the crowd. Then with a loud cry White Horse galloped up and again seized Mr. Cadwallader's bridle. Instantly the inspector covered him with his gun. "Hold up your hands, quick," he said. The Indian dropped the bridle rein. The inspector handed his gun to Mr. Cadwallader. "Don't shoot till I speak or I shoot you," he said sternly. Mr. Cadwallader took the gun and covered the Indian. In a twinkling White Horse found himself with handcuffs on his wrists and his bridle line attached to the horn of the inspector's saddle. "Now give me that gun, Mr. Cadwallader, and here, take your own. But wait for the word. Forward!" He had not gone a pace till he was surrounded by a score of angry and determined Indians with levelled rifles. For the first time the inspector hesitated. Through the line of levelled rifles Chief Red Crow rode up, and in a grave but determined voice said, "My brother is wrong, White Horse, Chief. My young men not let him go." "Good," said the inspector, promptly making up his mind. "I let him go now. In 2 days I come again and get him. The police never lie." So saying, he released White Horse, and without further word, and disregarding the angry looks and levelled rifles, rode slowly off after his party. On the edge of the crowd he met Sergeant Crisp. "Thought I'd better come back, sir. It looked rather ugly for a minute," said the sergeant. "Ride on," said the inspector. "We will get our man tomorrow. Steady, Mr. Cadwallader. Not too fast." The inspector slowed his horse down to a walk, which he gradually increased to an easy lope, and so brought up with Cameron and the others. Through the long evening they pressed forward till they came to the Kootenay River, having crossed which they ventured to camp for the night. After supper the inspector announced his intention of riding on to the fort for reinforcements, and gave his instructions to the sergeant. "Sergeant Crisp," he said, "you will make an early start and bring in the bunch tomorrow morning. Mr. Cadwallader, you remember you are to remain at the fort 2 days, so that the charges brought by White Horse may be investigated." "What!" exclaimed Mr. Cadwallader. "Wait for them devils? Say, inspector, you don't mean that." "You heard me promise the Indians," said the inspector. "Why, yes, mighty smart, too. But say, you were just jossing, weren't you?" "No, sir," replied the inspector. "The police never break a promise to white man or Indian." Then Mr. Cadwallader cut loose for a few moments. He did not object to waiting any length of time to oblige a friend, but that he should delay his journey to answer the charges of an Indian, variously and picturesquely described, was to him an unthinkable proposition. "Sergeant Crisp, you will see to this," said the inspector quietly as he rode away. Then Mr. Cadwallader began to laugh, and continued laughing for several minutes. "By the holy poker, Sly! At last!" he exclaimed. "It's a joke. It's a regular John Bull joke." "Yes," said Mr. Sly, while he cut a comfortable chew from his black plug. "Good joke, too, but not on John. I guess that's how 500 police hold down, no, take care of, 20,000 redskins." And the latest recruit to Her Majesty's Northwest Mounted Police straightened up till he could feel the collar of his tunic catch him on the back of the neck, and was conscious of a little thrill running up his spine as he remembered that he was a member of that same force. End of Book 3, Chapter 6.
Book 3, Chapter 7 of Corporal Cameron of the Northwest Mounted Police, A Tale of the Macleod Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. Corporal Cameron of the Northwest Mounted Police, Book 3, Chapter 7, The Making of Braves. It was to Cameron an extreme satisfaction to ride with some 20 of his comrades behind White Horse, who, handcuffed and with bridle reins tied to those of 2 troopers, accompanied by Chief Red Crow, Bull, Back, and others of their tribe, made ignominious and crestfallen entry into the fort next day. It was hardly less of a satisfaction to see Mr. Cadwallader exercise himself considerably in making defense against the charges of Bull, Back, and his friends. The defense was successful, and the American citizens departed to Lone Pine, Montana, with their recovered horses and with a new and higher regard for both the executive and administrative excellence of Her Majesty's Northwest Mounted Police officers and men. Chief Red Crow, too, returned to his band with a chastened mind, it having been made clear to him that a chief who could not control his young braves was not the kind of a chief the Great White Mother desired to have in command of her Indian subjects. White Horse also, after 3 months' sojourn in the cooling solitude of the police guard-room, went back to his people a humbler and a wiser brave. The horse-stealing, however, went merrily on, and the summer of 1884 stands in the records of the police as the most trying period of their history in the Northwest up to that date. The booming upon the eastern and southern boundaries of Western Canada of the incoming tide of humanity, hungry for land, awakened ominous echoes in the little primitive settlements of half-breed people and throughout the reservations of the wild Indian tribes as well. Everywhere, without warning and without explanation, the surveyors, flags, and posts made appearance. Wild rumors ran through the land till every fluttering flag became the symbol of dispossession and every gleaming post an emblem of tyrannous disregard of a people's rights. The ancient aboriginal inhabitants of the western plains and woods, too, had their grievances and their fears. With phenomenal rapidity, the buffalo had vanished from the plains, once black with their hundreds of thousands. With the buffalo vanished the Indian chief's source of support, their food, their clothing, their shelter, their chief article of barter. Bereft of these and deprived at the same time of the supreme joy of existence, the chase, bitten with cold, starved with hunger, fearful of the future, they offered fertile soil for the seeds of rebellion. A government more than usually obsessed with stupidity, as all governments become at times, remained indifferent to appeals, deaf to remonstrances, blind to danger signals, till through the remote and isolated settlements of the vast West and among the tribes of Indians, hunger-bitten and fearful for their future, a spirit of unrest, of fear, of impatience of all authority, spread like a secret plague from Prince Albert to the Crow's Nest, and from the Cypress Hills to Edmonton. A violent recrudescence of whiskey smuggling, horse stealing, and cattle rustling made the work of administering the law throughout this vast territory one of exceeding difficulty, and one calling for promptitude, wisdom, patience, and courage, of no ordinary quality. Added to all this, the steady advance of the railroad into the new country, with its huge construction camps, in whose wake followed the lawless hordes of whiskey smugglers, tin-horn gamblers, thugs, and harlots, very materially added to the dangers and difficulties of the situation for the police. For the first month after enlistment, Cameron was kept in close touch with the fort and spent his hours under the polishing hands of the drill sergeant. From 5 in the morning till 10 at night, the day's routine kept him on the grind. Hard work it was, but to Cameron a continuous delight. For the first time in his life he had a job that seemed worth a man's while, and one the mere routine of which delighted his soul. He loved his horse and loved to care for him, and most of all loved to ride him. Among his comrades he found congenial spirits, both among the officers and the men. Though discipline was strict, there was an utter absence of anything like a spirit of petty bullying, which too often is found in military service. For in the first place, the men were in very many cases the equals, and sometimes the superiors of the officers both in culture and in breeding. And further, and very specially, the nature of the work was such as to cultivate the spirit of true comradeship. When officer and man ride side by side through rain and shine, through burning heat and frost 40 below, when they eat out of the same pan and sleep in the same dugout, when they stand back to back in the midst of a horde of howling savages, rank comes to mean little, and manhood much. Between Inspector Dixon and Cameron a genuine friendship sprang up, and after his first month was in, Cameron often found himself the comrade of the inspector in expeditions of special difficulty where there was a call for intelligence and nerve. The reports of these expeditions that stand upon the police record have as little semblance of the deeds achieved as have stark and grinning skeletons in the medical student's private cupboard to the living, moving bodies they once were. The records of these deeds are the bare bones. The flesh and blood, the life and color are to be found only in the memories of those who were concerned in their achievement. But even in these bony records there are to be seen frequent entries in which the names of Inspector Dixon and Constable Cameron stand side by side. For the inspector was a man upon whom the commissioner and the superintendent delighted to load their more dangerous and delicate cases, and it was upon Cameron, when it was possible, that the inspector's choice for a comrade fell. It was such a case as this that held the commissioner and Superintendent Crawford in anxious consultation far into a late September night. When the consultation was over, Inspector Dixon was called in, and the result of this consultation laid before him. "We have every reason to believe, as you well know, Inspector Dixon," said the commissioner, "that there is a secret and widespread propagandum being carried on among our Indians, especially among the Piegans, Bloods, and Blackfeet, with the purpose of organizing rebellion in connection with the half-breed discontent in the territories to the east of us. Real, you know, has been back for some time, and we believe his agents are busy on every reservation at present. This outbreak of horse-stealing and whiskey smuggling in so many parts of the country at the same time is a mere blind to a more serious business, the hatching of a very wide conspiracy. We know that the Crees and the Assiniboines are negotiating with the half-breeds. Big Bear, Beardy, and Little Pine are keen for a fight. There is some very powerful and secret influence at work among our Indians here. We suspect that the ex-chief of the Bloods, Little Thunder, is the head of this organization. A very dangerous and very clever Indian he is, as you know. We have a charge of murder against him already, and if we can arrest him and one or two others, it would do much to break up the gang, or at least to hold in check their organization work. We want you to get quietly after this business, visit all the reservations, obtain all information possible, and when you are ready, strike. You will be quite unhampered in your movements, and the whole force will cooperate with you if necessary. We consider this an extremely critical time, and we must be prepared. Take a man with you. Make your own choice." "I expect we know the man the inspector will choose," said Superintendent Crawford with a smile. "Who is that?" asked the commissioner. "Constable Cameron, of course." "Ah, yes, Cameron. You remember I predicted he would make good. He has certainly fulfilled my expectation." "He is a good man," said the inspector quietly. "Oh, come, Inspector, you know you consider him the best all-round man at this post," said the superintendent. "Well, you see, sir, he is enthusiastic for the service. He works hard and likes his work." "Right you are," exclaimed the superintendent. "In the first place, he is the strongest man on the force. Then he is a dead shot, a good man with a horse, and has developed an extraordinary gift in tracking. And besides, he is perfectly straight." "Is that right, Inspector?" "Yes," said the inspector very quietly, though his eyes were gleaming at the praise of his friend. "He is a good man, very keen, very reliable, and of course afraid of nothing." The superintendent laughed quietly. "You want him then, I suppose?" "Yes," said the inspector, "if it could be managed." "I don't know," said the commissioner. "That reminds me." He took a letter from the file. "Read that," he said. "Second page there. It is a private letter from Superintendent Strong at Calgary." The inspector took the letter and read at the place indicated. "Another thing. The handling of these railroad construction gangs is no easy matter. We are pestered with whiskey smugglers, gamblers, and prostitutes till we don't know which way to turn. As the work extends into the mountains, and as the camps grow in numbers, the difficulty of control is very greatly increased. I ought to have my force strengthened. Could you not immediately spare me at least 8 or 10 good men? I would like that chap Cameron, the man, you know, who caught the half-breed Lewis in the Sarcee camp and carried him out on his horse's neck. A very fine bit of work. Inspector Dixon will tell you about him. I had it from him. Could you spare Cameron? I would recommend him at once as a sergeant." The inspector handed back the letter without comment. "Well," said the commissioner. "Cameron would do very well for the work," said the inspector, "and he deserves a promotion." "What was that Sarcee business, Inspector?" inquired the commissioner. "That must have been when I was down east." "Oh," said the inspector, "it was a very fine thing indeed of Cameron. Lewis the Breed had been working the Bloods. We got on his track and headed him up in the Sarcee camp. He is rather a dangerous character and is related to the Sarcees. We expected trouble in his arrest. We rode in and found the Indians, to the number of 150 or more, very considerably excited. They objected strenuously to the arrest of the half-breed. Constable Cameron and I were alone. We had left a party of men further back over the hill. The half-breed brought it upon himself. He was rash enough to make a sudden attack upon Cameron. That is where he made his mistake. Before he knew where he was, Cameron slipped from his horse, caught him under the chin with a very nice left-hander that laid him neatly out, swung him onto his horse, and was out of the camp before the Indians knew what had happened. The inspector does not tell you, said Superintendent Crawford, how he stood off that bunch of Sarcees and held them where they were till Cameron was safe with his man over the hill. But it was a very clever bit of work, and, if I may say it, deserves recognition. I should like to give you Cameron if it were possible, said the commissioner. But this railroad business is one of great difficulty, and Superintendent Strong is not the man to ask for assistance unless he is in pretty desperate straits. An unintelligent or reckless man would be worse than useless. How would it do, suggested the superintendent, to allow Cameron in the meantime to accompany the inspector? Then later we might send him to Superintendent Strong. Reporting this arrangement to Cameron a little later, the inspector inquired, "How would you like to have a turn in the mountains? You would find Superintendent Strong a fine officer." "I desire no change in that regard," replied Cameron, "but curiously enough, I have a letter this very mail that has a bearing upon this matter. Here it is. It is from an old college friend of mine, Dr. Martin." The inspector took the letter and read, "I have got myself used up to great devotion to scientific research. Hence, I am accepting an offer from the railroad people for work in the mountains. I leave in a week. Think of it! The muck and the ruck, the execrable grub, and worse drink. I shall have to work my passage on hand cars and doubtless by tie pass. My hands will lose all their polish. However, there may be some fun and likely some good practice. I see they are blowing themselves up at a great rate. Then, too, there is the prospective joy of seeing you, of whom quite wonderful tales have floated east to us. I am told you are in direct line for the position of the High Chief Muckamuck of the force. Look me up in Superintendent Strong's division. I believe he is the bulwark of the empire in my district. A letter from the old burg across the pond tells me your governor is far from well. Awful sorry to hear it. It is rough on your sister, to whom, when you write, remember your humble servant. I am bringing out 2 nurses with me, both your devotees. Look out for squalls. If you get shot up, see that you select a locality where the medical attendance and nursing are A1. It would be awfully good to see the old boy, said Cameron as he took the letter from the inspector. He is a decent chap and quite up to date in his profession. What about the nurses? Inquired the inspector gravely. Oh, I don't know them. Never knew but one. A good, bright little soul she was. Saw me through a typhoid trip. Little too clever sometimes, he added, remembering the day when she had taken her fun out of the slow-footed, slow-minded farmer's daughter. Well, said the inspector, we shall possibly come across them in our roundup. This is a rather big game, a very big game, and one worth playing. A bigger game it turned out than any of the players knew, bigger in its immediate sweep and in its nationwide issues. For 3 months they swept the plains, haunting the reservations at unexpected moments. But though they found not a few horses and cattle whose obliterated brands seemed to warrant confiscation, and though there were signs for the instructed eye of evil doings in many an Indian camp, yet there was nothing connected with the larger game upon which the inspector of police could lay his hand. Among the bloods there were frequent sun dances where many braves were made, and much firewater drunk with consequent bloodletting. Red Crow deprecated these occurrences, but confessed his powerlessness to prevent the flow of either firewater or of blood. A private conversation with the inspector left with the chief some food for thought, however, and resulted in the cropping of the mane of White Horse, of whose comings and goings the inspector was insistently curious. On the Blackfeet reservation they ran into a great powwow of chiefs from far and near, to which old Crowfoot invited the representatives of the Great White Mother with impressive cordiality. An invitation, however, which the inspector, such was his strenuous hunt for stolen horses, was forced regretfully to decline. "Too smooth, old boy, too smooth," was the inspector's comment as they rode off. There are doings there without doubt. Did you see the Cree and the Assiniboine? I could not pick them out, said Cameron, but I saw Louis the Breed. Ah, you did. He needs another term at the police sanitarium. They looked in upon the Sarcees and were relieved to find them frankly hostile. They had not forgotten the last visit of the inspector and his friend. That's better, remarked the inspector as they left the reservation. Neither the hostile Indian nor the noisy Indian is dangerous. When he gets smooth and quiet, watch him, like old Crowfoot. Sly old boy he is. But he will wait till he sees which way the cat jumps. He is no leader of lost causes. At Morleyville they breathed a different atmosphere. They felt themselves to be among friends. The hand of the missionary here was upon the helm of government, and the spirit of the missionary was the spirit of the tribe. Any trouble? Inquired the inspector. We have a great many visitors these days, said the missionary, and some of our young men don't like hunger, and the offer of a full feast makes sweet music in their ears. Any sun dances? No, the sun dances are all past. Our people are no longer pagans. Good man, was the inspector's comment as they took up the trail again toward the mountains. And with quite a sufficient amount of wisdom of the serpent in his guileless heart, we need not watch the Stonies. Here's a spot at least where religion pays. And a mighty good thing for us, just now, added the inspector. These Stonies in the old days were perfect devils for fighting. They are a mountain people, and for generations kept the passes against all comers. But MacDougall has changed all that. Leaving the reservation, they came upon the line of the railway. There lies my old trail, said Cameron, and my last camp was only about 2 miles west of here. It was somewhere here that Raven fell in with you? No, some 10 miles off the line, down the old Kootenai trail. Ah, said the inspector, it might not be a bad idea to beat up that same old trail. It is quite possible that we might fall in with your old friends. It would certainly be a great pleasure, replied Cameron, to conduct Mr. Raven and his Indian friend over this same trail as they did me some 9 months ago. We will take a chance on it, said the inspector. We lose time going back the other way. Upon the site of McIvor's survey camp, they found camped a large construction gang. Between the lines of tents, for the camp was ordered in streets like a city, they rode till they came to the headquarters of the police, and inquired for the superintendent. The superintendent had gone up the line, the sergeant informed them, following the larger construction gangs. The sergeant and 2 men had some 50 miles of line under patrol, with some 10 camps of various kinds on the line and in the woods, and in addition they had the care of that double stream of humanity flowing in and flowing out without ceasing, day or night. As the inspector stepped inside the police tent, Cameron's attention was arrested by the sign "Hospital" upon a large double-roofed tent set on a wooden floor and guyed with more than ordinary care. Wonder if old Martin is anywhere about, he said to himself as he rode across to the open door. Is Dr. Martin in? He inquired of a Chinaman who appeared from a tent at the rear. Doc Martin go way long to lane. When will he come back? Demanded Cameron. Dunno. See missy woman. So saying, he disappeared into the tent while Cameron waited. You wish to see the doctor? He has gone west. Oh, Wyatt. Cameron was off his horse, standing with his hat in one hand, the other outstretched toward the speaker. Why, it cannot be. It is my patient. The little nurse had his hand in both of hers. Oh, you great big monster soldier, do you know how fine you look? No, replied Cameron, but I do know how perfectly fine you look. Well, don't devour me. You look dangerous. I should truly love one little bite. Oh, Mr. Cameron, stop, you terrible man, right in the open street. The little nurse's cheeks flamed red as she quickly glanced about her. What would Dr. Martin say? Dr. Martin? Cameron laughed. Besides, I couldn't help it. Oh, I am so glad. Thank you, said Cameron. I am so glad to see you. They told us you would be coming to join us, and now they are gone. What a pity. They will be so disappointed. Who, pray, will be thus blighted? Oh, the doctor, and, here her eyes danced mischievously, the other nurse, of course. But you will be going west? No, south today and in a few minutes. Here comes the inspector. May I present him? The little nurse's snapping eyes glowed with pleasure as they ran over the tall figure of the inspector and rested upon his fine, clean-cut face. The inspector had just made his farewell to the sergeant, preparatory to an immediate departure, but it was a full half-hour before they rose from the dainty tea table where the little nurse had made them afternoon tea from her own dainty tea set. "Makes me think of home," said the inspector with a sigh as he bent over the little nurse's hand in gratitude. "My first real afternoon tea in 10 years." "Poor man," said the nurse. "Come again." "Ah, if I could." "But you are coming?" said the little nurse to Cameron as he held her hand in farewell. "I heard the doctor say you were coming, and we are quite wild with impatience over it." Cameron looked at the inspector. "I had thought of keeping Cameron at Macleod," said the latter, "but now I can hardly have the heart to do so." "Oh, you needn't look at me so," said the little nurse with a saucy toss of her head. "He wouldn't bother himself about me, but there is another. No, I won't tell him," and she laughed gaily. Cameron stood mystified. "Another? There is old Martin, of course, but there is no other." The little nurse laughed, this time scornfully. "Old Martin, indeed. He is making a shameless pretense of ignorance, Inspector Dixon." "Disgraceful bluff, I call it," cried the inspector. "Who can it be?" said Cameron. "I really don't know any nurse. Of course, it can't be Mandy. Miss Haley?" He laughed a loud laugh, almost of derision, as he made the suggestion. "Ah, he's got it!" cried the nurse, clapping her hands, as if he ever doubted. "Good heavens!" exclaimed Cameron. "You don't mean to tell me that Mandy— What is poor Mandy doing here? Cooking?" "Cooking, indeed!" exclaimed the nurse. "Cooking, indeed! Just let the men in this camp, from John here," indicating the Chinaman at the rear of the tent, "to the sergeant yonder, hear you by the faintest tone indicate anything but adoration for Nurse Haley, and you will need the whole police force to deliver you from their fury." "Good heavens!" said Cameron in an undertone. "A nurse! With those hands!" He shuddered. "I mean, of course, you know, she's awfully good-hearted and all that, but as a nurse, you know, she's impossible." The little nurse laughed long and joyously. "Oh, this is fun! I wish Dr. Martin could hear you. You forget, sir, that for 1.5 years she has had the benefit of my example and tuition." "Think of that, Cameron," murmured the inspector reproachfully, but Cameron only shook his head. "Good-bye," he said. "No, I don't think I pine for mountain scenery. Remember me to Martin and to Nurse Haley." "Good-bye," said the little nurse. "I have a good mind to tell them what you said. I may. Just wait, though. Some day you will very humbly beg my pardon for that slight upon my assistant." "Slight? Believe me, I meant none. I would be an awful cad if I did. But, well, you know as well as I do that good soul as Mandy is, she is in many ways impossible." "Do I?" Again the joyous laugh pealed out. "Well, well, come back and see." And waving her hand, she stood to watch them down the trail. "Jolly little girl," said the inspector, as they turned from the railway tote road down the coulee into the Kootenai trail. "But who is this other?" "Oh," said Cameron impatiently, "I feel like a beastly cad. She's the daughter of the farmer where I spent a summer in Ontario. A good, simple-hearted girl, but awfully, well, crude, you know. And yet—" Cameron's speech faded into silence, for his memory played a trick upon him, and again he was standing in the orchard on that sunny autumn day, looking into a pair of wonderful eyes, and remembering the eyes, he forgot his speech. "Ah, yes," said the inspector, "I understand." "No, you don't," said Cameron almost rudely. "You would have to see her first. By Jove!" He broke into a laugh. "It is a joke with a vengeance," and relapsed into silence that lasted for some miles. That night they slept in the old lumber camp, and the afternoon of the second day found them skirting the crow's nest. "We've had no luck this trip," growled the inspector, for now they were facing toward home. "Listen," said Cameron, pulling up his horse sharply. Down the pass the faraway beat of a drum was heard. It was the steady throb of the tom-tom, rising and falling with rhythmic regularity. "Sundance," said the inspector, as near to excitement as he generally allowed himself. "Pygans." "Where?" said Cameron. "In the Sundance Canyon," answered the inspector. "I believe in my soul we shall see something now. Must be 2 miles off. Come on." Though late in December, the ground was still unfrozen, and the new-made government trail gave soft footing to their horses. And so, without fear of detection, they loped briskly along till they began to hear, rising above the throb of the tom-tom, the weird chant of the Indian sun-dancers. "They are right down in the canyon," said the inspector. "I know the spot well. We can see them from the top. This is their most sacred place, and there is doubtless something big going on." They left the main trail, and dismounting, led their horses through the scrubby woods, which were thick enough to give them cover without impeding very materially their progress. Within 100 yards of the top, they tied their horses in the thicket and climbed the slight ascent. Crawling on hands and knees to the lip of the canyon, they looked down upon a scene seldom witnessed by the eyes of white men. The canyon was a long, narrow valley, whose rocky sides, covered with underbrush, rose some 60 feet from a little plain about 50 yards wide. The little plain was filled with the Indian encampment. At one end a huge fire blazed. At the other, and some 50 yards away, the lodges were set in a semicircle, reaching from side to side of the canyon, and in front of the lodges were a mass of Indian warriors, squatting on their hunkers, beating time, some with tom-toms, others with their hands, to the weirdly monotonous chant that rose and fell in response to the gesticulations of one who appeared to be their leader. In the center of the plain stood a post, and round this 2 circles of dancers leaped and swayed. In the outer circle, the men, with clubs and rifles in their hands, recited with pantomimic gestures their glorious deeds in the war or in the chase. The inner circle presented a ghastly and horrid spectacle. It was composed of younger men, naked and painted, some of whom were held to the top of the post by long thongs of buffalo hide, attached to skewers thrust through the muscles of the breast or back. Upon these thongs they swayed and threw themselves in frantic attempts to break free. With others the skewers were attached by thongs to buffalo skulls, stones, or heavy blocks of wood, which, as they danced and leaped, tore at the bleeding flesh. Round and round the post the naked painted Indians leaped, lurching and swaying from side to side in their desperate efforts to drag themselves free from those tearing skewers, while round them, from the dancing circle and from the mass of Indians squatted on the ground, rose the weird, maddening, savage chant to the accompaniment of their beating hands and throbbing drums. "This is a big dance," said the inspector, subduing his voice to an undertone, though in the din there was little chance of his being heard. "See, many braves have been made already," he added, pointing to a place on one side of the fire where a number of forms could be seen, some lying flat, some rolling upon the earth, but all apparently more or less in a stupor. Madder and madder grew the drums, higher and higher rose the chant. Now and then an old warrior from the squatting circle would fling his blanket aside, and, waving his rifle high in the air, would join with loud cries and wild gesticulations the outer circle of dancers. "It is a big thing, this," said the inspector again. "No squaws, you see, and all in war paint. They mean business. We must get closer." Cameron gripped him by the arm. "Look," he said, pointing to a group of Indians standing at a little distance beyond the lodges. "Little Thunder and Raven." "Yes, by Jove," said the inspector. "And White Horse, and Lewis the Breed, and Rainy Cloud of the Blackfeet. A couple of Sarcee chaps I see, too, some Pygans and Bloods. The rest are Crees and Assiniboines. The whole bunch are here. Jove, what a killing if we could get them. Let's work nearer. Who is that speaking to them?" "That's Raven," said Cameron, "and I should like to get my hands on him." "Steady now," said the inspector. "We must make no mistake." They worked along the top of the ravine, crawling through the bushes, till they were immediately over the little group of which Raven was at the center. Raven was still speaking, the half-breed interpreting to the Crees and the Assiniboines, and now and then, as the noise from the chanting, drumming Indians subsided, the policeman could catch a few words. After Raven had finished, Little Thunder made reply, apparently in strenuous opposition. Again Raven spoke, and again Little Thunder made reply. The dispute waxed warm. Little Thunder's former attitude towards Raven appeared to be entirely changed. The old subservience was gone. The Indian stood now as a chief among his people, and as such was recognized in that company. He spoke with a haughty pride of conscious strength and authority. He was striving to bring Raven to his way of thinking. At length Raven appeared to throw down his ultimatum. "No," he cried, and his voice rang up clear through the din. "You are fools. You are like little partridges trying to frighten the hunter. The great white mother has soldiers like the leaves of the trees. I know, for I have seen them. Do not listen to this man," pointing to Little Thunder. "Anger has made him mad. The police, with their big guns, will blow you to pieces like this." He seized a bunch of dead leaves, ground them in his hands, and puffed the fragments in their faces. The half-breed and Little Thunder were beside themselves with rage. Long and loud they harangued the group about them. Only a little of their meaning could the inspector gather, but enough to let him know that they were looking down upon a group of conspirators, and that plans for a widespread rebellion were being laid before them. Through the harangues of Little Thunder and Louis the half-breed, Raven stood calmly regarding them, his hands on his hips. He knew well, as did the men watching from above, that all that stood between him and death were those same two hands and the revolvers in his belt, whose butts were snugly nosing up to his fingers. Little Thunder had too often seen those fingers close and do their deadly work while an eyelid might wink, to venture any hasty move. "Is that all?" said Raven at last. Little Thunder made one final appeal, working himself up to a fine frenzy of passion. Then Raven made a reply. "Listen to me," he said. "It is all folly, mad folly. And besides," and here his voice rang out like a trumpet, "I am for the Queen, God bless her." His figure straightened up. His hands dropped on the butts of his guns. "By Jove!" exclaimed Cameron. "Isn't that great?" "Very fine indeed," said the inspector softly. Both men's guns were lined upon the conspirators. Then the half-breed spoke, shrugging his shoulders in contempt. "Let him go. Bah, no good." He spat upon the ground. Raven stood as he was for a few moments, smiling. "Goodbye, all," he said. "Bonjour, Louis. Let no man move. Let no man move. I never need to shoot at a man twice. Little Thunder knows. And don't follow," he added. "I shall be waiting behind the rocks." He slowly backed away from the group, turned in behind a sheltering rock, then swiftly began to climb the rocky sides of the canyon. The moment he was out of sight, Little Thunder dodged in behind the ledges, found his rifle, and making a wide detour, began to climb the side of the ravine at an angle which would cut off Raven's retreat. All this took place in full view of the two watchers above. "Let's get that devil," said the inspector, but Cameron was already gone. Swiftly along the lip of the canyon, Cameron ran and worked his way down the side till he stood just over the sloping ledge upon which the Indian was crouched and waiting. Along this lodge came the unconscious Raven, softly whistling to himself his favorite air, 3 cheers for the red, white, and blue. There was no way of warning him. 3 steps more and he would be within range. The inspector raised his gun and drew a bead upon the crouching Indian. "Wait," whispered Cameron. "Don't shoot. It will bring them all down on us." Gathering himself together as he spoke, he vaulted clear over the edge of the rock and dropped fair upon the shoulders of the Indian below, knocking the breath completely out of him and bearing him flat to the rock. Like a flash, Cameron's hand was on the Indian's throat so that he could make no outcry. A moment later, Raven came into view. Swifter than light, his guns were before his face and leveled at Cameron. "Don't shoot," said the inspector quietly from above. "I have you covered." Perilous as the situation was, Cameron was conscious only of the humorous side of it and burst into a laugh. "Come here, Raven," he said, "and help me tie up this fellow." Slowly, Raven moved forwards. "Why, by all the gods, if it isn't our long-lost friend Cameron," he said softly, putting up his guns. "All right, old man," he added, nodding up at the inspector. "Now what's all this?" "What? Little Thunder? So. Then I fancy I owe my life to you, Cameron." Cameron pointed to Little Thunder's gun. Raven stood looking down upon the Indian, who was recovering his wind and his senses. His face suddenly darkened. "You treacherous dog! Well, now we are nearly quits. Once you saved my life, now you would have taken it." Meantime, Cameron had handcuffed Little Thunder. "Up," he said, prodding him with his revolver, "and not a sound." Keeping within cover of the bushes, they scrambled up the ravine side. As they reached the top, the Indian with a mighty wrench tore himself from Cameron's grip and plunged into the thicket. Before he had taken a second step, however, the inspector was upon him like a tiger and bore him to the ground. "Will you go quietly?" said the inspector, "or must we knock you on the head?" He raised his pistol over the Indian as he spoke. "I go," grunted the Indian solemnly. "Come then," said the inspector, "we'll give you one chance more. Where's your friend?" he added, looking about him. But Raven was gone. "I am just as glad," said Cameron, remembering Raven's declaration of allegiance a few moments before. "He wasn't too bad a chap after all. We have this devil anyhow." "Quick now," said the inspector. "We have not a moment to lose. This is an important capture. How the deuce are we to get him to the fort, I don't know." Through the bushes they hurried their prisoner, threatening him with their guns. When they came to their horses, they were amazed to find Little Thunder's pony beside their own, and on the inspector's saddle a slip of paper upon which, in the fading light, they found inscribed, "One good turn deserves another, with Mr. Raven's compliments." "By Jove, he's a trump," said the inspector. "I'd like to get him, but all the same." And so they rode off to the fort. End of Book 3, Chapter 7. Book 3, Chapter 8 of Corporal Cameron of the Northwest Mounted Police, A Tale of the Macleod Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. Corporal Cameron of the Northwest Mounted Police. Book 3, Chapter 8, Nurse Haley. The railway construction had reached the Beaver, and from Laggan westward the construction gangs were strewn along the line in straggling camps. Straggling because, though the tents of the railway men were set in orderly precision, the crowds of camp followers spread themselves hither and thither in disorderly confusion around the outskirts of the camp. To Cameron, who for a month had been attached to Superintendent Strong's division, the life was full of movement and color. The two constables and Sergeant Ferry found the duty of keeping order among the navies, but more especially among the outlaw herd that lay in wait to fling themselves upon their monthly pay like wolves upon a kill, sufficiently arduous to fill to repletion the hours of the day and often of the night. The hospital tent where the little nurse reigned supreme became to Cameron and to the sergeant, as well, a place of refuge and relief. Nurse Haley was in charge further down the line. The post had just come in, and with it a letter for Constable Cameron. It was from Inspector Dixon. "You will be interested to know," it ran, "that when I returned from Strand off 2 days ago, I found that Little Thunder, who had been waiting here for his hanging next month, had escaped. How was a mystery to everybody, but when I learned that a stranger had been at the fort and had called upon the superintendent with a tale of horse stealing, had asked to see Little Thunder and identified him as undoubtedly the thief, and had left that same day, riding a particularly fine black bronco, I made a guess that we had been honored by a visit from your friend Raven. That guess was confirmed as correct by a little note which I found waiting me from this same gentleman, explaining Little Thunder's absence as being due to Raven's unwillingness to see a man go to the gallows who had once saved his life, but conveying the assurance that the Indian was leaving the country for good and would trouble us no more. The superintendent, who seems to have been captured by your friend's charm of manner, does not appear to be unduly worried, and holds the opinion that we are well rid of Little Thunder. But I venture to hold a different opinion, namely, that we shall yet hear from that Indian brave before the winter is over. Things are quiet on the reservations, altogether too quiet. The Indians are so exceptionally well behaved that there is no excuse for arresting any suspects, so White Horse, Rainy Cloud, those Piegan champs, and the rest of them are allowed to wander about at will. The country is full of Indian and half-breed runners, and nightly powwows are the vogue everywhere. Old Crowfoot, I am convinced, is playing a deep game, and is simply waiting the fitting moment to strike. How is the little nurse? Present my duty to her, and to that other nurse over whom hangs so deep a mystery." Cameron folded up his letter and imparted some of the news to the sergeant. "That old Crowfoot is a deep one, sure enough," said Sergeant Ferry. "It takes our chief here to bring him to time. Superintendent Strong has the distinction of being the only man that ever tamed old Crowfoot. Have you never heard of it? No? Well, of course, we don't talk about these things. I was there, though, and for cold iron nerve I never saw anything like it. It was a bad half-breed," continued Sergeant Ferry, who, when he found a congenial and safe companion, loved to spin a yarn, "a bad half-breed who had been arrested away down the line, jumped off the train, and got away to the Blackfeet. The commissioner happened to be in Calgary and asked the superintendent himself to see about the capture of this desperado. So with a couple of us mounted and another driving a buckboard, we made for Chief Crowfoot's encampment. It was a black night and raining a steady drizzle. We lay on the edge of the camp for a couple of hours in the rain, and then at early dawn we rode in. It took the superintendent about 2 minutes to locate Crowfoot's tent, and leaving us outside, he walked straight in. There was our man, as large as life, in the place of honor beside old Crowfoot. The interpreter, who was scared to death, afterwards told me all about it. "I want this man," said the superintendent, hardly waiting to say a good day to the old chief. Crowfoot was right up and ready for a fight. The superintendent, without ever letting go the half-breed's shoulder, set out the case. Meantime, the Indians had gathered in hundreds about the tent outside, all armed, and wild for blood, you bet. I could hear the superintendent making his statement. All at once he stopped, and out he came with his man by the collar, old Crowfoot after him in a fury, but afraid to give the signal of attack. The Indians were keen to get at us, but the old chief had his men in hand all right. "Don't think you will not get justice," said the superintendent. "You come yourself and see. Here's a pass for you on the railroad, and for any 3 of your men. But let me warn you that if one hair of my men is touched, it will be a bad day for you, Crowfoot, and for your band." He bundled his man into the buckboard and sent him off. The superintendent and I waited on horseback in parley with old Crowfoot till the buckboard was over a hill. Such a half hour I never expect to see again. I felt like a man standing over an open keg of gunpowder with a lighted match. Any moment a spark might fall, and then goodbye. And it is this same nerve of his that holds down these camps along this line. Here we are with 25 men from Lagan to Beaver keeping order among 2,500 railroad navvies. Not a bad lot, and 2,500 others, the scum, the very devil's scum from across the line, and not a murder all these months. Whiskey, of course, but all under cover. I tell you, he's put the fear of death on all that tin horn bunch that hang around these camps. "There doesn't seem to be much trouble just now," remarked Cameron. "Trouble? There may be the biggest kind of trouble any day. Some of these contractors are slow in their pay. They expect men to wait a month or 2. That makes them mad, and the tin horn bunch keeps stirring up trouble. Might be a strike any time, and then look out. But our chief will be ready for them. He won't stand any nonsense, you bet." At this point in the sergeant's rambling yarn, the door was flung open, and a man called breathlessly, "Man killed!" "How was that?" cried the sergeant, springing to buckle on his belt. "An accident. Car ran away, down the dump." "They are altogether too flip with those cars," growled the sergeant. "Come on." They ran down the road and toward the railroad dump where they saw a crowd of men. The sergeant, followed by Cameron, pushed his way through and found a number of navvies frantically tearing at a pile of jagged blocks of rock under which could be seen a human body. It took only a few minutes to remove the rocks and to discover lying there a young man, a mere lad, from whose mangled and bleeding body the life appeared to have fled. As they stood about him, a huge giant of a man came tearing his way through the crowd, pushing men to right and left. "Let me see him," he cried, dropping on his knees. "Oh, Jack, lad, they have done for you this time." As he spoke, the boy opened his eyes, looked upon the face of his friend, smiled, and lay still. Then the sergeant took command. "Is the doctor back? Does anyone know?" "No, he's up the line yet. He is coming in on number 7. "Well, we must get this man to the hospital. Here, you," he said, touching a man on the arm. "Run and tell the nurse we are bringing a wounded man." They improvised a stretcher and laid the mangled form upon it, the blood streaming from wounds in his legs and trickling from his pallid lips. "Here, 2 men are better than 4. Cameron, you take the head, and you," pointing to Jack's friend, "take his feet. Steady now. I'll just go before. This is a ghastly sight." At the door of the hospital tent, the little nurse met them, pale but ready for service. "Oh, my poor boy," she cried when she saw the white face. "This way, Sergeant," she added, passing into a smaller tent at one side of the hospital. "Oh, Mr. Cameron, is that you? I am glad you are here." "Has Nurse Haley come?" inquired the sergeant. "Yes, she came in last night, thank goodness. Here on this table, Sergeant. Oh, I wish the doctor were here. Now, we must lift him on to this stretcher. Ah, here's Nurse Haley," she added in a relieved voice. And before Cameron was aware, a girl in a nurse's uniform stood by him and appeared quietly to take command. "Here, Sergeant," she said. "Two men, take his feet." She put her arm under the boy's shoulder and gently and with apparent ease, assisted by the others, lifted him to the table. "A little further. There. Now you are easier, aren't you?" she said, smiling down into the lad's face. Her voice was low and soft and full-toned. "Yes, thank you," said the boy, biting back his groans and with a pitiful attempt at a smile. "You're fine now, Jack. You'll soon be fixed up now," said his friend. "Yes, Pete, I'm all right, I know." "Oh, I wish the doctor were here," groaned the little nurse. "What about a hypo?" inquired Nurse Haley quietly. Yes, give him one." Cameron's eyes followed the firm, swift-moving fingers as they deftly gave the hypodermic. "Now we must get this bleeding stopped," she said. "Get them all out, Sergeant, please," said the little nurse. "One or two will do to help us. You stay, Mr. Cameron." At the mention of his name, Nurse Haley, who had been busy preparing bandages, dropped them, turned, and for the first time looked Cameron in the face. "Is it you?" she said softly, and gave him her hand. And, as more than once before, Cameron found himself suddenly forgetting all the world. He was looking into her eyes, blue, deep, wonderful. It was only for a single moment that his eyes held hers, but to him it seemed as if he had been in some far-away land. Without a single word of greeting, he allowed her to withdraw her hand. Wonder, and something he could not understand, held him dumb. For the next half-hour he obeyed orders, moving as in a dream, assisting the nurses in their work, and in a dream he went away to his own quarters and thence out and over the dump and along the tote road that led through the straggling shacks and across the river into the forest beyond. But of neither river nor forest was he aware. Before his eyes there floated an elusive vision of masses of fluffy golden hair above a face of radiant purity, of deft fingers moving in swift and sure precision as they wound the white rolls of bandages around bloody and broken flesh, of two round capable arms whose lines suggested strength and beauty, of a firm-knit, pliant body that moved with easy, sinuous grace, of eyes. But ever at the eyes he paused, forgetting all else, till, recalling himself, he began again, striving to catch and hold that radiant, bewildering, elusive vision. This was a sufficiently maddening process, but to relate that vision of radiant, efficient strength and grace to the one he carried of the farmer's daughter with her dun-colored, straggling hair, her muddy complexion, her stupid face, her clumsy, grimy hands and heavy feet, her sloppy figure, was quite impossible. After long and strenuous attempts, he gave up that struggle. "Mandy!" he exclaimed aloud to the forest trees. "That Mandy! What's gone wrong with my eyes, or am I clean off my head? I will go back," he said with sudden resolution, "and take another look." Straight back he walked to the hospital, but at the door he paused. Why was he there? He had no excuse to offer, and without excuse he felt he could not enter. He was acting like a fool. He turned away, and once more sought his quarters, disgusted with himself that he should be disturbed by the thought of Mandy Haley, or that it should cause him a moment's embarrassment to walk into her presence with or without excuse. Determinedly he set himself to regain his one-time attitude of mind toward the girl. With little difficulty he recalled his sense of superiority, his kindly pity, his desire to protect her crude simplicity from those who might do her harm. With a vision of that Mandy before him, the drudge of the farm, the butt of Perkins' jokes, the object of pity for the neighborhood, he could readily summon up all the feelings he had at one time considered it the correct and rather fine thing to cherish for her. But for this young nurse, so thoroughly furnished and fit, and so obviously able to care for herself, these feelings would not come. Indeed, it made him squirm to remember how in his farewell in the orchard he had held her hand in gentle pity for her foolish and all too evident infatuation for his exalted and superior self. His groan of self-disgust he hastily merged into a cough, for the sergeant had his eyes upon him. Indeed, the sergeant did not help his state of mind, for he persisted in executing a continuous fugue of ecstatic praise of Nurse Haley in various keys and tempos. Her pluck, her cleverness, her skill, her patience, her jolly laugh, her voice, her eyes. To her eyes the sergeant ever kept harking back as to the main motif of his fugue, till Cameron would have dearly loved to chuck him and his fugue out of doors. He was saved from deeds of desperate violence by a voice at the door. "Letter for Miss MaryAnn." "Hello, Cameron," exclaimed the sergeant, handing him the note. "You're in luck." There was no mistaking the jealousy in the sergeant's voice. "Oh, hang it," said Cameron as he read the note. "What's up?" "Tea." "Who?" inquired the sergeant eagerly. "Me. I say, you go in my place." The sergeant swore at him frankly and earnestly. All right, John," said Cameron rather ungraciously. "You come?" inquired the Chinaman. "Yes, I'll come." "All right," said John, turning away with his message. "Confound the thing," growled Cameron. "Oh, come, you needn't put up any bluff with me, you know," said the sergeant. But Cameron made no reply. He felt he was not ready for the interview before him. He was distinctly conscious of a feeling of nervous embarrassment, which to a man of experience is disconcerting and annoying. He could not make up his mind as to the attitude which it would be wise and proper for him to assume toward Nurse Haley. Why not resume relations at the point at which they were broken off in the orchard that September afternoon 1.5 years ago? Why not? Mandy was apparently greatly changed, greatly improved. Well, he was delighted at the improvement, and he would frankly let her see his pleasure and approval. There was no need for embarrassment. Pshaw! Embarrassment? He felt none. And yet, as he stood at the door of the nurse's tent, he was disquieted to find himself nervously wondering what in the thunder he should talk about. As it turned out, there was no cause for nervousness on this score. The little nurse and the doctor, Nurse Haley being on duty, kept the stream of talk rippling and sparkling in an unbroken flow. Whenever a pause did occur, they began afresh with Cameron and his achievements, of which they strove to make him talk. But they ever returned to their own work among the sick and wounded of the camps, and as often as they touched this theme, the pivot of their talk became Nurse Haley, till Cameron began to suspect design and become wrathful. They were talking at him and were taking a rise out of him. He would show them their error. He at once became brilliant. In the midst of his scintillation, he abruptly paused and sat listening. Through the tent walls came the sound of singing, low-toned, rich, penetrating. He had no need to ask about that voice. In silence they looked at him and at each other. "We're going home, no more to roam, no more to sin and sorrow, no more to wear the brow of care. We're going home tomorrow. We're going home, we're going home, we're going home tomorrow." Softer and softer grew the music. At last the voice fell silent. Then Nurse Haley appeared, radiant, fresh, and sweet as a clover field with the morning dew upon it, but with a light as of another world upon her face. With the spell of her voice, of her eyes, of her radiant face upon him, Cameron's scintillation faded and snuffed out. He felt like a boy at his first party, and enraged at himself for so feeling. How bright she was! How pure her face under the brown gold hair! How dainty the bloom upon her cheek, and that voice of hers, and the firm lithe body with curving lines of budding womanhood, grace in every curve and movement. The Mandy of old faded from his mind. Have I seen you before? And where? And how long ago? And what's happening to me? With these questions he vexed his soul while he strove to keep track of the conversation between the three. A call from the other tent summoned Nurse Haley. "Let me go instead," cried the little nurse eagerly. But light-footed as a deer, Mandy was already gone. When the tent flap had fallen behind her, Cameron pushed back his plate, leaned forward upon the table, and looking the little nurse full in the face, said, "Now, it's no use carrying this on. What have you done to her?" And the little nurse laughed her brightest and most joyous laugh. "What has she done to us, you mean?" "No. Come now, take pity on a fellow. I left her, well, you know what, and now, how has this been accomplished?" "Soul, my boy," said the doctor emphatically, "and the hairdresser, and—" But Cameron ignored him. "Can you tell me?" he said to the nurse. "Well, as a nurse, is she quite impossible?" "Oh, spare me," pleaded Cameron. "I acknowledge my sin and my folly is before me. But tell me, how was this miracle wrought?" "What do you mean exactly? Specify." "Oh, hang it! Well, beginning at the top, there's her hair." "Her hair?" "Yes. Then her complexion, her grace of form, her style, her manner. Oh, confound it! Her hands, everything." "Well," said the little nurse with deliberation, "let's begin at the top. Her hair? A hairdresser explains that. Her complexion? A little treatment, massage, with some help from the doctor. Her hands? Again, treatment and release from brutalizing work. Her figure? Well, that depends, though we don't acknowledge it always, to a certain extent on, well, things and how you put them on." "Nurse," said the doctor gravely, "you're all off. The transformation is from within, and is explained, as I have said, by one word, soul. The soul has been set free, has been allowed to break through. That is all. Why, my dear fellow," continued the doctor with rising enthusiasm, "when that girl came to us we were in despair, and for 3 months she kept us there, pursuing us, hounding us with questions. Never saw anything like it. One telling was enough, though. Her eyes were everywhere, her ears open to every hint, but it was her soul, like a bird imprisoned and beating for the open air. The explanation is, as I have said just now, soul. Intense, flaming, unquestionable soul. And, I must say it, the dressmaker, the hairdresser, and the rest, directed by our young friend here," pointing to the little nurse, "why, she had us all on the job. We all became devotees of the Haley cult." "No," said the nurse, "it was herself." "Isn't that what I have been telling you?" said the doctor impatiently. "Soul, soul, soul. A soul somehow on fire." And with that Cameron had to be content. Yes, a soul it was, at one time dormant and enwrapped within its coarse integument. Now, touched into life by some divine fire, it had, through its own subtle power, transformed that coarse integument into its own pure gold. What was that fire? What divine touch had kindled it? And more important still, was that fire still aglow? Or, having done its work, had it, for lack of food, flickered and died out? With these questions Cameron vexed himself for many days, nor found an answer. End of Book 3, Chapter 8. Book 3, Chapter 9 of Corporal Cameron of the Northwest Mounted Police, A Tale of the Macleod Trail. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by K. Hand. Corporal Cameron of the Northwest Mounted Police, Book 3, Chapter 9, Corporal Cameron. Jack Green did not die. Every morning for a fortnight, Constable Cameron felt it to be his duty to make inquiry. The sergeant, it may be added, performing the same duty with equal diligence in the afternoon, and every day the balance, which trembled evenly for some time between hope and fear, continued to dip more and more decidedly toward the former. "He's going to live, I believe," said Dr. Martin one day, "and he owes it to the nurse." The doctor's devotion to and admiration for Nurse Haley began to appear to Cameron unnecessarily pronounced. "She simply would not let him go," continued the doctor. "She nursed him, sang to him her old Come All Ye songs and Methodist hymns. She spun him barnyards and orchard idylls, and always continued in our next, till the chap simply couldn't croak for wanting to hear the next." At times Cameron caught through the tent walls snatches of those songs and yarns and idylls. At times he caught momentary glimpses of the bright young girl who was pouring the vigor of her life into the lad fighting for his own. But these snatches and glimpses only exasperated him. There was no opportunity for any lengthened and undisturbed converse, for on the one hand the hospital service was exacting beyond the strength of doctors and nurses, and on the other there was serious trouble for Superintendent Strong and his men in the camps along the line, for a general strike had been declared in all the camps, and no one knew at what minute it might flare up into a fierce riot. It was indeed exasperating to Cameron. The relations between himself and Nurse Haley were unsatisfactory, entirely unsatisfactory. It was clearly his duty, indeed he owed it to her and to himself, to arrive at some understanding, to establish their relations upon a proper and reasonable basis. He was at very considerable pains to make it clear, not only to the sergeant, but to the cheerful little nurse, and to the doctor as well, that as her oldest friend in the country, it was incumbent upon him to exercise a sort of kindly protectorate over Nurse Haley. In this, it is to be feared, he was only partially successful. The sergeant was obviously and gloomily incredulous of the purity of his motives. The little nurse arched her eyebrows and smiled in a most annoying manner, while the doctor pendulated between good-humored tolerance and mild sarcasm. It added not a little to Cameron's mental disquiet that he was quite unable to understand himself. Indeed, through these days he was engaged in conducting a bit of psychological research, with his own mind as laboratory, and his mental phenomena as the materia for his investigation. It was a most difficult and delicate study, and one demanding both leisure and calm, and Cameron had neither. The brief minutes he could snatch from Her Majesty's service were necessarily given to his friends in the hospital, and as to the philosophic calm necessary to research work, a glimpse through the door of Nurse Haley's golden head bending over a sick man's cot, a snatch of song in the deep mellow tones of her voice, a touch of her strong, firm hand, a quiet, steady look from her deep, deep eyes, any one of these was sufficient to scatter all his philosophic determinings to the winds, and leave his soul a chaos of confused emotions. Small wonder, then, that 20 times a day he cursed the luck that had transferred him from the comparatively peaceful environment of the police post at Fort Macleod to the maddening whirl of conflicting desires and duties attendant upon the service in the railroad construction camps. A letter from his friend Inspector Dixon accentuated the contrast. "Great doings, my boy," wrote the inspector, evidently under the spell of overmastering excitement. "We have Little Thunder again in the toils, this time to stay, and we owe this capture to your friend Raven. A week ago Mr. Raven coolly walked into the fort and asked for the superintendent. I was down at the stables at the time. As he was coming out, I ran to him and immediately shouted, 'Hands up!' 'Ah, Mr. Inspector,' said my gentleman as cool as ice, 'delighted to see you again.' 'Stand where you are,' I said, and knowing my man, and determined to take no chances, I ordered 2 constables to arrest him. At this the superintendent appeared. 'Ah, Inspector,' he said, 'there is evidently some mistake here.' 'There is no mistake, Superintendent,' I replied. 'I know this man. He is wanted on a serious charge.' 'Kindly step this way, Mr. Raven,' said the superintendent, 'and you, Inspector, I have something of importance to say to you.' And by Jove, it was important. Little Thunder had broken his pledge to Raven to quit the rebellion business, and had perfected a plan for a simultaneous rising of Blackfeet, Bloods, Piegans, and Sarcees next month. Raven had stumbled upon this, and had deliberately put himself in the power of the police to bring this information. 'I am not quite prepared,' he said, 'to hand over this country to a lot of bally half-breeds and bloody savages.' Together, the superintendent and he had perfected a plan for the capture of the heads of the conspiracy. 'As to that little matter of which you were thinking, Inspector Dixon,' said my chief, 'I think, if you remember, we have no definite charge laid against Mr. Raven, who has given us, by the way, very valuable information upon which we must immediately act. We are also to have Mr. Raven's assistance.' Well, we had a glorious hunt, and by Jove, that man Raven is a wonder. He brought us right to the bunch, walked in on them, cool and quiet, pulled 2 guns, and held them till we all got in place. There will be no rebellion among these tribes this year, I am confident. And though it does not appear in the records, that it is none the less true that to the influence of missionary MacDougall among the Stonies, and to the vigilance of the Northwest Mounted Police, it was due that, during the rebellion of '85, Canada was spared the unspeakable horrors of an Indian war. It was this letter that deepened the shadow upon Cameron's face and sharpened the edge on his voice as he looked in upon his hospital friends one bright winter morning. 'You are quite unbearable,' said the little nurse after she had listened to his grumbling for a few minutes, 'and you are spoiling us all.' 'Spoiling you all?' 'Yes, especially me and Nurse Haley.' 'Nurse Haley?' 'Yes, you are disturbing her peace of mind.' 'Disturbing her? Me?' A certain satisfaction crept into Cameron's voice. Nothing is so calculated to restore the poise of the male mind as a consciousness of power to disturb the equilibrium of one of the imperious sex. "And you must not do it," continued the little nurse. "She has far too much to bear now." "And haven't I been telling you that?" said Cameron savagely. "She never gets off. Night and day she's on the job. I tell you, I won't. It should not be allowed." Cameron was conscious of a fine glow of fraternal interest in this young girl. "For instance, a day like this. Look at these white mountains, and that glorious sky, and this wonderful air, and not a breath of wind. What a day for a walk! It would do her, it would do you all a world of good." "Wait," cried the little nurse, who had been on duty all night. "I'll tell her what you say." Apparently it took some telling, for it was a full precious quarter of an hour before they appeared again. "There, now, you see the effect of your authority. She would not budge for me, but, well, there she is. Look at her." There was no need for this injunction. Cameron's eyes were already fastened upon her, and she was worth any man's while to look at in her tramping costume of toque and blanket coat. Tall she looked beside the little nurse, lithe and strong, her close-fitting Hudson Bay blanket coat revealing the swelling lines of her budding womanhood. The dainty white toque perched upon the masses of gold-brown hair accentuated the girlish freshness of her face. At the nurse's words, she turned her eyes upon Cameron, and upon her face, pale with long night watches, a faint red appeared. But her eyes were quiet and steady and kind. Too quiet and too kind for Cameron, who was looking for other signals. There was no sign of disturbance in that face. "Come on," he said impatiently. "We have only 1 hour." "Oh, what a glorious day!" cried Nurse Haley, drawing a deep breath and striding out like a man to keep pace with Cameron. "And how good of you to spare me the time." "I've been trying to get you alone for the last 2 weeks," said Cameron. 2 weeks? Yes, for a month I wanted to talk to you." "To talk with me? About what?" About everything. About yourself." "Me?" "Yes. I don't understand you. You have changed so tremendously." "Oh," exclaimed the girl, "I am so glad you have noticed that. Have I changed much?" "Much? I should say so. I find myself wondering if you are the Mandy I used to know at all." "Oh," she exclaimed, "I am so glad. You see, I needed to change so much." "But how has it happened?" exclaimed Cameron. "It is a miracle to me." "How a miracle?" For a few moments they walked on in silence, the tote road leading them into the forest. After a time the nurse said softly, "It was you who began it." "I?" "Yes, you, and then the nurse. Oh, I can never repay her. The day that you left, that was a dreadful day. The world was all black. I could not have lived, I think, many days like that. I had to go into town, and I couldn't help going to her. Oh, how good she was to me that day, how good! She understood at once. She made me come for a week to her, and then for all together. That was the beginning. Then I began to see how foolish I had been." "Foolish?" "Yes, wildly foolish. I was like a mad thing, but I did not know then, and I could not help it." "Help what?" "Oh, everything. But the nurse showed me. She showed me." "Showed you?" "Showed me how to take care of myself, to take care of my body, of my dress, of my hair. Oh, I remember well," she said with a bright little laugh. "I remember that hairdresser. Then the doctor came and gave me books and made me read and study, and then I began to see. Oh, it was like a fire, a burning fire within me. And the doctor was good to me, so very patient, till I began to love my profession, to love it at first for myself, and then for others. How good they all were to me in those days. The nurses in the hospital, the doctors, the students. Everyone seemed to be kind. But above them all, my own nurse here and my own doctor." In hurried, eager speech she poured forth her heart as if anxious to finish her tale. Her voice, her eyes, her face all eloquent of the intense emotion that filled her soul. "It is wonderful," said Cameron. "Yes," she replied, "wonderful indeed. And I wanted to see you and have you see me," she continued, still hurrying her speech. "For I could not bear that you should remember me as I was in those dreadful days. And I am so glad that you are pleased." The appeal in her voice and in her eyes roused in Cameron an overwhelming tide of passion. "Pleased?" he cried. "Pleased? Good heavens, Mandy, you are wonderful. Don't you know that?" "No," she said thoughtfully, "but—" she drew a long breath. I like to hear you say it. That is all I want. You see, I owe it all to you." The face she turned to him so innocently happy might have been a child's. "Mandy," cried Cameron, stopping short in his walk, That frank, childlike look in her eyes checked his hot words. But there was no need for words. His eyes spoke for his faltering lips. A look of fear leaped to her eyes, a flow of red blood to her cheeks. Then she stood, white, trembling and silent. "I am tired, I think," she said after a moment's silence. "We will go back." "Yes, you are tired," said Cameron angrily. "You are tired to death. Mandy, you need someone to take care of you. I wish you would let me." They were now walking back toward the town. "They are all good to me. They are all kind to me." Her voice was quiet and steady. She had gained control of herself again. "Why, even John the Chinaman," she added with a laugh, "spoils me. Oh, no harm can come to me. I have no fear." "But," said Cameron, I want to take care of you, Mandy. I want the right to take care of you always." I know," she said kindly. "You are so good. You were always so good. But I need no one." Cameron glanced at the lithe, strong, upright figure striding along beside him with easy grace. And the truth came to him in swift and painful revelation. "You are right," he said as if to himself. "You need no one, and you don't need me." "But," she cried eagerly, "it was good of you all the same." "Good," he said impatiently. "Good nonsense. I tell you, Mandy, I want you. I want you. Do you understand? I want to marry you." "Oh, don't say that," she cried, stopping short, her voice disturbed, but kindly, gentle and strong. "Don't say that," she repeated, "for of course that is impossible." "Impossible?" he exclaimed angrily. "Yes," she said, her voice still quiet and steady. "Quite impossible. But I love you for saying it. Oh," she suddenly caught her breath. "Oh, I love you for saying it." Then pointing up the road, she cried, "Look, someone for you, I am sure." A horseman was galloping swiftly toward them. "Oh, hang it all," said Cameron. "What the deuce does he want now?" "We must talk this out again, Mandy," he said. "No, no," she cried. "Never again. Please don't, ever again. I could not bear it. But I shall always remember, and I am so glad." As she spoke, her hands, with her old motion, went to her heart. "Oh, deuce take it," said Cameron as the sergeant flung his horse back on his heels at their side. "What does he want?" "Constable Cameron," said the sergeant in a voice of sharp command, "there is a row on. Constable Scott has been very badly handled in trying to make an arrest. You are to report at once for duty." "All right, sir," said Cameron. "I shall return immediately." The sergeant wheeled and then was gone. "You must go," cried Mandy, quick fear springing into her eyes. "Yes," said Cameron, "at once. Come, I shall take you home." "No, never mind me," she cried. "Go, go. I can take care of myself. I shall follow." Her voice rang out strong and clear. She was herself once more. "You are the right sort, Mandy," cried Cameron, taking her hand. "Goodbye." "Goodbye," she replied, her face suddenly pale and her lips beginning to quiver. "I shall always remember. I shall always be glad for what you said today." Cameron stood looking at her for a moment somewhat uncertainly. Then, "Goodbye," he said abruptly, and turning, went at the double toward his quarters. The strikers had indeed broken loose, supported by the ruffianly horde of camp followers who were egging them on to violence and destruction of property. At present they were wild with triumph over the fact that they had rescued one of their leaders, Big Joe Coyle, from Constable Scott. It was an exceedingly dangerous situation, for the riot might easily spread from camp to camp. Bruised and bloody, Constable Scott reported to Superintendent Strong lying upon his sickbed. "Sergeant," said the superintendent, "take Constables Cameron and Scott, arrest that man at once, and bring him here." In the village they found between 800 and 1,000 men, many of them crazed with bad whiskey, some armed with knives and some with guns, and all ready for blood. Big Joe Coyle they found in the saloon. Pushing his way through, the sergeant seized his man by the collar. "Come along, I want you," he said, dragging him to the open door. "Shut that door there, Hep," drawled a man with a goatee and a mustache dyed glossy black. "All right, Bill," shouted the man called Hep, springing to the door. But before he could make it, Cameron had him by the collar. "Hold on, Hep," he said. "Not so fast." For answer, Hep struck hard at him, and the crowd of men threw themselves at Cameron and between him and the door. Constable Scott, who also had his hand on the prisoner, drew his revolver and looked towards the sergeant, who was struggling in the grasp of 3 or 4 ruffians. "No," shouted the sergeant above the uproar. "Don't shoot. We have no orders. Let him go." "Go on," he said savagely, giving his prisoner a final shake. "We will come back for you." There was a loud chorus of derisive cheers. The crowd opened and allowed the sergeant and the constables to pass out. Taking his place at the saloon door with Constable Scott, the sergeant sent Cameron to report and ask for further orders. "Ask if we have orders to shoot," said the sergeant. Cameron found the superintendent hardly able to lift his head and made his report. "The saloon is filled with men who oppose the arrest, sir. What are your orders?" "My orders are, bring that man here and at once." "Have we instructions to shoot?" "Shoot!" cried the superintendent, lifting himself on his elbow. "Bring that man if you have to shoot every man in the saloon." "Very well, sir. We will bring him," said Cameron, departing on a run. At the door of the saloon he found the sergeant and constable white-hot under the jeers and taunts of the half-drunken gang gathered about them. "What are the orders, Constable Cameron?" inquired the sergeant in a loud voice. "The orders are, shoot every man in the saloon if necessary," shouted Cameron. "Revolvers," commanded the sergeant. "Constable Cameron, hold the door. Constable Scott, follow me." At the door stood the man named Hep, evidently keeping guard. "Want in?" he said with a grin. For answer, Cameron gripped his collar, with one fierce jerk lifted him clear out of the door to the platform, and then, putting his body into it, heaved him with a mighty swing far into the crowd below, bringing 2 or 3 men to the ground with the impact of his body. "Come here, man," cried Cameron again, seizing a second man who stood near the door and flinging him clear off the platform after the unlucky Hep. Speedily the crowd about the door gave back, and before they were aware, the sergeant and Constable Scott appeared with Big Joe Coyle between them. "Take him," said the sergeant to Cameron. Cameron seized him by the collar. "Come here," he said, and clearing the platform in a spring, he brought his prisoner in a heap with him. "Get up," he roared at him, jerking him to his feet as if he had been a child. "Let him go," shouted the man with the goatee, named Bill, rushing up. "Take that, then," said Cameron, giving him a swift half-arm jab on the jaw, "and I'll come back for you again," he added, as the man fell back into the arms of his friends. "Forward," said the sergeant, falling in with Constable Scott behind Cameron and facing the crowd with drawn revolvers. The swift fierceness of the attack seemed to paralyze the senses of the crowd. "Come on, boys," yelled the goatee man, bloody and savage with Cameron's blow. "Don't let the blank 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 rattle you like a lot of blank blank chickens. Come on." At once rose a roar from 800 throats like nothing human in its sound, and the crowd began to press close upon the police. But the revolvers had an ugly appearance to those in front looking into their little black throats. "Aw, come on," yelled a man half drunk, running with a lurch upon the sergeant. Crack went the sergeant's revolver, and the man dropped with a bullet through his shoulder. "Next man," shouted the sergeant, "I shall kill." The crowd gave back and gathered round the wounded man. A stream lay in the path of the police, crossed by a little bridge. "Hurry," said the sergeant. "Let's make the bridge before they come again." But before they could make the bridge, the crowd had recovered from their momentary panic, and with wild oaths and yells and brandishing knives and guns, came on with a rush, led by Goatee Bill. Already the prisoner was halfway across the bridge, the sergeant and the constable guarding the entrance, when above the din was heard a roar as of some animal enraged. Looking beyond the police, the crowd beheld a fearsome sight. It was the superintendent himself, hatless, with uniform in disarray, a sword in one hand, a revolver in the other. Across the bridge he came like a tornado, and standing at the entrance roared, "Listen to me, you dogs. The first man who sets foot on this bridge I shall shoot dead, so help me God." His towering form, his ferocious appearance, and his well-known reputation for utter fearlessness made the crowd pause. And before they could make up their minds to attack that resolute little company headed by their dread commander, the prisoner was safe over the bridge and well up the hill toward the guard-room. Halfway up the hill the superintendent met Cameron returning from the disposition of his prisoner. "There's another man down there, sir. Needs looked in after," he said. "Better let him cool off, Cameron," said the superintendent. "I promised I'd go for him, sir," said Cameron, his face all ablaze for battle. Then go for him, said the superintendent. Let a couple of you go along. But I am done, just now. We will see you up the hill, sir, said the sergeant. Come on, Scott, said Cameron, setting off for the village once more. The crowd had returned from the bridge, and the leaders had already sought their favorite resort, the saloon. Straight to the door marched Cameron, followed by Scott. Close to the counter stood Goatee Bill, loudly orating and violently urging the breaking in of the guard-room and the release of the prisoner. In my country, he yelled, we'd have that feller out in about 6 minutes in spite of all the blank police in this blank country. They ain't no good. They're scared to death. At this point, Cameron walked in upon him and laid a compelling grip upon his collar. Instantly, Bill reached for his gun, but Cameron, swiftly shifting his grip to his arm, wrenched him sharply about and struck him one blow on the ear. As if held by a hinge, the head fell over on one side and the man slithered to the floor. Out of the way, shouted Cameron, dragging his man with him. But just as he reached the door, a heavy glass came singing through the air and caught him on the head. For a moment he staggered, caught hold of the lintel, and held himself steady. Here, Scott, he cried. Put the bracelets on him. With the revolver drawn, Constable Scott sprang to his side. Come out, he said to the goatee man, slipping the handcuffs over his wrists, while Cameron, still clinging to the lintel, was fighting back the faintness that was overpowering him. Seeing his plight, Hep sprang toward him, eager for revenge, but Cameron, covering him with his gun, held him in check, and with a supreme effort getting command of himself, again stepped towards Hep. Now then, he said between his clenched teeth, will you come? So terrible were his voice and look that Hep's courage wilted. I'll come, Colonel, I'll come, he said quickly. Come, then, said Cameron, reaching for him and bringing him forward with a savage jerk. In 3 minutes from the time the attack was made, both men, thoroughly subdued and handcuffed, were marched off in charge of the constables. Hurry, Scott, said Cameron in a low voice to his comrade. I am nearly in. With all possible speed, they hustled their prisoners along over the bridge and up the hill. At the hospital door, as they passed, Dr. Martin appeared. Hello, Cameron, he cried. Got him, eh? Great Caesar, man, what's up? He added, as Cameron, turning his head, revealed a face and neck bathed in blood. You are white as a ghost. Get me a drink, old chap. I am nearly in, said Cameron in a faint voice. Come into my tent here, said the doctor. Got to see these prisoners safe first, said Cameron, swaying on his feet. Come in, you idiot, cried the doctor. Go in, Cameron, said Constable Scott. I'll take care of him all right, he added, drawing his gun. No, said Cameron, still with his hand on Goatee Bill's collar. I'll see them safe first. Saying which, he swayed drunkenly about, and but for Bill's support would have fallen. Go on, said Bill good-naturedly. Don't mind me, I'm good now. Come, said the doctor, supporting him into the tent. Forward, commanded Constable Scott, and marched his prisoners before him up the hill. The wound on Cameron's head was a ghastly affair, full 6 inches long, and went to the bone. Rather ugly, said the doctor, feeling round the wound. Nurse, he called, nurse. The little nurse came running in. Some water and a sponge. There was a cry behind her, long, low, pitiful. Oh, what is this? With a swift movement, Nurse Haley was beside the doctor's bed. Cameron, who had been lying with his eyes closed and was ghastly white from loss of blood, opened his eyes and smiled up into the face above him. I feel fine now, he said, and closed his eyes again. Let me do that, said Nurse Haley with a kind of jealous fierceness, taking the sponge and basin from the little nurse. Examination revealed nothing more serious, however, than a deep scalp wound and a slight concussion. He will be fit enough in a couple of days, said the doctor when the wound was dressed. Then, pale and haggard as if with long watching, Nurse Haley went to her room there to fight out her lonely fight while Cameron slept. The day passed in quiet, the little nurse on guard, and the doctor looking in every half hour upon his patient. As evening fell, Cameron woke and demanded Nurse Haley. The doctor felt his pulse. Send her in, he said, and left the tent. The rays of the sun, setting far down the pass, shone through the walls and filled the tent with a soft radiance. Into this radiance she came, her face pale as of one who has come through conflict, and serene as of one who has conquered, pale and strong and alight, not with the radiance of the setting sun, but with light of a soul that has made the ancient sacrifice of self-effacing love. You want me? She said, her voice low and sweet, but for all her brave serenity, tremulous. Yes, said Cameron, holding out his arms. I want you. I want you, Mandy." "Oh," cried the girl, while her hands fluttered to her heart, "don't ask me to go through it again. I am so weak." She stood like a frightened bird, poised for flight. "Come," he said, "I want you." "You want me? You said you wanted to take care of me," she breathed. "I was a fool, Mandy, a conceited fool. Now I know what I want. I want just you. Come." Again he lifted his arms. "Oh, it cannot be." She breathed as if to herself. "Are you sure? Sure? I could not bear it if you were not sure." "Come, dear love," he cried. "With all my heart and soul and body I want you. I want only you." For a single moment longer she stood, her soul searching his through her wonderful eyes. Then with a little sigh she sank into his arms. "Oh, my darling," she whispered, wreathing her strong young arms around his neck and laying her cheek close to his. "My darling, I thought I had given you up, but how could I have done it?" At the hospital door the doctor was on guard. A massive figure loomed in the doorway. "Hello, Superintendent Strong. What on earth are you doing out of bed?" "Where is he?" said the superintendent abruptly. "Who?" "Corporal Cameron." "Corporal Cameron? Constable Cameron is—" "Corporal Cameron," I said. "I have just had Constable Scott's report and felt I must see him at once." "Come in, Superintendent. Sit down. I shall inquire if he is resting. Nurse, inquire if Corporal Cameron can be seen." The little nurse tiptoed into the doctor's tent, lifted the curtain, took one glance and drew swiftly back. This is what her eyes looked upon: a girl's form kneeling by the bed, golden hair mingling with black upon the pillow, two strong arms holding her close, and hers wreathed in an answering embrace. "Mr. Cameron, I am afraid," she reported, "cannot be seen. He is, he is engaged." "Ah," said the doctor. "Well," said the superintendent, "just tell Corporal Cameron for me that I am particularly well pleased with his bearing today, and that I hope he will be very soon fit for duty." "Certainly, Superintendent. Now let me help you get up the hill." "Never mind. Here's the sergeant. Good evening. Very fine thing indeed. I see rapid promotion in his profession for that young man." "Inspector A?" said the doctor. "Yes, sir. I should without hesitation recommend him, and should be only too pleased to have him as inspector in my command." It was not, however, as inspector that Corporal Cameron served under the gallant superintendent, but in another equally honorable capacity did they ride away together one bright April morning a few weeks later, on duty for Queen and country. But that is another story. "That message ought to be delivered, nurse," said the doctor thoughtfully. "But not at once," replied the nurse. "It is important," urged the doctor. "Yes, but there are other things." "Ah, other things?" "Yes, equally pressing," said the nurse with an undeniably joyous laugh. The doctor looked at her a moment. "Ah, nurse," he said in a shocked tone, "how often have I deprecated your tendency to—" "I don't care one bit," laughed the nurse saucily. "The message ought to be delivered," insisted the doctor firmly, as he moved toward the tent door. "Well, deliver it then, but wait." The little nurse ran in before him and called, "Nurse Haley." "All right," called Cameron from inside. "Come in." "Go on, then," said the little nurse to the doctor. "You wanted to." "A message from the superintendent," said the doctor, lifting the curtain and passing in. "Don't move, Mandy," said Cameron. "Never mind him." "No, don't, I beg," said the doctor, ignoring what he saw. "A message, an urgent message for Corporal Cameron." "Corporal Cameron?" echoed Nurse Haley. "He distinctly said, and repeated it, Corporal Cameron, and the corporal is to report for duty as speedily as possible." "He can't go," said Mandy, standing up very straight, with a light in her eyes that the doctor had not seen since that tragic night nearly 2 years before. "Can't, eh?" said the doctor. "But the superintendent says Corporal Cameron is—" "Corporal Cameron can't go." "Yes, I forbid it." "The corporal is—" "Yes," she said proudly, "the corporal is mine." "Then," said the doctor emphatically, "of all the lucky chaps it has been my fortune to meet, by all the gods, the luckiest of them is this same Corporal Cameron." And Cameron, drawing down to him again the girl standing so straight and proud beside him, looked up at his friend and said, "Yes, old chap, The luckiest man in all the world is that same Corporal Cameron. End of Book 3, Chapter 9. End of Corporal Cameron of the Northwest Mounted Police, A Tale of the Macleod Trail by Ralph Connor.